it's going to bode well for him?
You know, I think one of the things we try to get people to do if they're going to use social media is to be authentic. And one thing you can say about Donald Trump is he's totally authentic when it comes to tweeting in particular. The challenge is recent polls have shown that most Americans actually think he tweets too much.
Right,
so there's probably a balance that he needs to consider, especially as he's moving ahead. The other thing is, if you're in his caucus and you're trying to think about the first 100 days, you're trying to think about what kind of policies you want to move, whether it's, you know, repealing ACA or whatnot, you're a little bit uncomfortable because you never know what it is he's going to say. And the truth is it has an impact on policy and on the economy.
But alternatively, he could use that social media to move forward some of his policy initiatives. He has a large voice with the Twitter following that he has, and that's really how he was able to get his voice out, get his message across, bypass the media in doing so. So it could also help him in trying to move forward some of his big policy
initiatives. And remember, he takes on his own party often. If he doesn't like the speaker's tax plan,
both sides are probably going to hear from him.
Speaker just disappointed me, fill in the blank. Now, Morgan, we oftentimes in America try to get the opposite of what we just had. So we had a president who was extremely composed and very scripted. We always talked about the teleprompter, especially the first 4 years. Now you have somebody that had to be convinced to use one. America's speaking out again, aren't they?
Well, listen, I think that there is a lot of women, a lot of us have tried to change our men, and we haven't been able to. So, and I think there's a lot of people over the past year and a half that have tried to change Donald Trump, and you know, thank God that they didn't, because it clearly worked for him. This is the model and mechanism speaking directly to the people, and I think what we sometimes miss in all of this is that this was not. We had a change election 8 years ago with Barack Obama, right? The country wanted change. This was so much more than to change election. This was we're rejecting both parties' election. They rejected the Republican candidates in our primary election. And then, of course, they rejected the status quo in the general. And I think so that this is not just a normal change election. This is a completely burn the house down, build something new, start over.
Right.
Everybody gets
I'm glad you said this is new. As we look live, continue on the right side of your screen, Blair House President-elect Donald Trump's going to come out in just a moment or two and then take a short little limo about a block to St. John's. Lisa, because we are in uncharted territory, you know, this is like nobody we've seen during our lifetimes. He's not a career politician. He's a business guy who wants to put the stuff he learned building buildings and developing real estate to work for the people of the country.
Absolutely. I actually had an Uber driver last night, and we were talking about this, and she said, or Lyft driver rather, and she had said that she was a lifelong Democrat, and she was just entirely sick of both parties. She didn't like the fact that Hillary Clinton was sort of presenting terms and the fact if you're a woman, you have to vote for me. She wanted someone that was actually going to get things done, someone that was going to look past political ideology. And to Morgan's earlier point, I think that's what a lot of Americans wanted, is they wanted someone, as Steve was saying, someone who ran as a builder, someone who ran as fixing things, who's going to get the deals done, who's going to make America strong again, make America great again, particularly in terms of the economy.
Linda, I'm just wondering, from your perspective, being that you work with Tim Kaine, and many people thought he was going to be the vice president, like this was going to be his day. When Donald Trump starts making these victories and getting these positive remarks from the CEOs and saying, I'm going to add jobs, I'm going to stick around, Apple's thinking about bringing manufacturing here, I felt as though it was underplayed in print, online, and on the major networks. Do you think that there's something to that?
Well, I think that when we move forward, there's going to be a question about what sort of accomplishments he posts. I mean, you have to remember, he's inheriting an economy that is much stronger than it was when Barack Obama took office, when we were losing 800,000 jobs a month, when unemployment was near 10%, and now we're under 5%. So he's getting a stronger nation than he might otherwise have. And the question is, can he build on it? And can he build on it in a way that makes people feel like he's their president, not just one piece?
But is there a sense that maybe no matter what he does, certain people will not acknowledge it?
I don't think so. I really don't. I take Democrats in particular at their word when they say if he's going to put forth policies that Democrats feel like are in line with their values, in line with moving the country forward, then they'll work with him.
Well, yeah, but Linda, what about those 70 Democrats who say, you know what, forget about unity, I'm not showing up today. They look like sore losers.
Well, you know, I'm not one of those people.
I know you're a Democrat. It's hard for you to call them sore losers. But looking in, this is a day of unity. If you want to bicker, start tomorrow, but everybody should be back there. If there were people who boycotted 4 or 8 years ago Barack Obama's inauguration, people would say, "Oh, those people are racist," even though it may have been in their hearts. I don't, I don't feel the same way.
Yeah, but you said it yourself. This is a different kind of president. He has been talking to the people in a different kind of way.
But he's still the president.
Absolutely.
He deserves
And today
the
should
respect.
be, I will say, today should be about the peaceful transfer of power.
Right.
And it typically is. But he did also start off a week ago bashing John Lewis, which I think made people feel uncomfortable in a way that.
Also said that he wasn't a legitimate president. So, I mean, you can't really blame the president, the soon-to-be president as of today, for getting offended by the fact you have an individual, a sitting member of Congress, blatantly saying that he is not a legitimate president. That is absolutely wrong. We should be fully respectful of the things that John Lewis has done in his life. Obviously, an incredible man in that respect and civil rights respect, but that doesn't mean that he didn't do something that was wrong. And
it's not that he responded.
With that comment.
It's not the fact that he was offended. It's the fact that he responded. I mean, there have been lots of cases, especially in the last
to defend himself.
Sure, but should he do it on Twitter? Should he attack a civil rights icon by saying he's all talk?
That doesn't mean that he.
Those are the old rules.
Yeah.
Everything's new as of new.
Let's hear from you.
Apparently.
I was just going to say, as you were reporting earlier, the Secret Service has given him a new phone that's encrypted. And so what I'm curious is, did they load Twitter onto the phone?
Kellyanne said that he definitely will be able to tweet from that new phone that he has.
So
Will there be an app
question
store?
answered.
He wants to know there's going to be an app store.
I wanted to ask you, too, really quickly, because you work for Tim Kaine. Laura Ingraham was on our show a few days ago, and she was saying that she is considering a run for Senate in that state.
Well, I think she's going to have a tough hill to climb because the reality is Virginia is Tim Kaine country. People are very, very supportive of him. He did a great job when he was governor. Obviously, I'm biased. I was on his team at the time. But I think that that's going to be a really big, tough race for her if she decides to get in it.
Let's talk about something we could all agree on. It's been amazing to hear from the entire Trump team and, for the most part, the Obama team about how well both administrations have gotten along and how they said they just can't say enough great things about how they're helping the transition.
Oh, I think that's wonderful. I mean, that's what we should want. And George W. Bush showed President Obama. Oh, there you go.
Hold on.
Donald
Trump
is now
leaving the
walking.
Blair House.
Yep, there he is.
Melania behind him.
Indeed.
And they are walking over to St. John's Church. The prayer service was supposed to start at 8:30. It is 8:33, so they are heading over for that prayer service.
And they are a group. They are a team that usually does run on time. There are presidents that don't. They usually do. And this is called really the Church of the Presidents.
It is. Historically, before the inauguration, and oftentimes because it is just across Lafayette Square from the White House, the occupants of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue will go over to St. John's
Now,
for a Sunday service.
I have to mention this. Ladies, did you see Melania's outfit?
Very
Yes,
Jackie
I know. She always
Jackie O.
looks
She looks
amazing.
beautiful.
Wow.
The light blue suit.
And the
Of course
gloves, it looks like the gloves are matching as well.
And of course, we're seeing Eric walk by. We saw there's Don Jr. just walk through. And
There's Kellyanne Conway in the red hat. The
There she
outfit
is.
she
We
was
saw
wearing on our
earlier,
show.
yeah.
And by the way, happy birthday to Kellyanne Conway. Send her an email. Today is her 50th birthday.
And we know also
Happy birthday.
that is Hope Hicks,
Big one.
That's right.
right behind Kellyanne Conway.
All right.
She'll be working with Sean Spicer as press secretary for
So a number of the
Trump.
people were actually on foot. However, the official presidential family will go ahead and take those armored Suburbans just about a block away. We could tell, actually, that they were on the move because you always can hear the Park Service helicopter overhead just as they're about to start a motorcade.
Yeah, so this is going to be fascinating to go through this ceremony. And, of course, we're going to see both the past president and the future president together at the same time. The other thing, I've come across quite a few pastors of all different faiths that come across from Franklin Graham to the different pastors I met with, saw yesterday, even in our lobby. And they say this about Donald Trump. He wants us around, and he always listens.
Sure.
So this is a ceremony. He doesn't mind going. He's one of these guys that does not mind being in church.
You had Paula White on your radio show one day when I was on the show with you. And she's a pastor, and he picked up the phone one day after seeing her on TV as an evangelist, and he talked to her about her message. And she said he basically could recite all of the message verbatim and had many questions about her faith and I guess, the Bible.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're heading over to the church. About an hour from now, they're going to sit down with the Obamas back at the White House, where there will be about a half an hour, time for some tea and some cookies, maybe, some biscuits and whatnot, as they prepare for the transition of power officially.
Did you see the windshield wipers on the cars going? It must be raining a little bit out there.
Wow, that is probably
So
why they're
people have
driving. Am I right? This is a walkable thing. So,
Yeah, it's about a block.
yeah. So
And people have their umbrellas. Look at this, Brian,
You know what?
Steve.
But here's the thing about the rain. It's not going to dampen the, as we heard from Pete Hegseth, and there you can look at where the inauguration will take place. Hundreds of thousands of people are heading to Washington, D.C. today because they feel so personally about Donald Trump. We heard during the campaign there were a lot of lifelong Democrats who were going to vote for Donald Trump. We heard of a lot of people who hadn't voted in 30 years, and they decided there was something about this guy because of his message of jobs and immigration and everything else. They wanted to do everything they could to make sure that he was the 45th president of the United States. And while the polls, right until the bitter end, said that Hillary was going to win, he won.
Now,
and today, he gets the big chair.
Now, ladies, what went through your mind when you saw him for the first time today, knowing he is about to become the president of the United States, Lisa?
What a big day, right? I mean, can you
Big
imagine?
day.
I cannot imagine being in those shoes and just the massive undertaking and the responsibility that comes with it. I mean, it's got to be a very heavy thing. I imagine he woke up this morning sort of feeling the enormity of it all. But it's very exciting. I think he's going to do some great things for the country. I'm particularly very excited to see what he's going to do in terms of the economy. I think there's a lot of people that are really hurting financially in this country that we're really looking to him to try to make a difference and to make this country stronger economically.
Well, people are going to go invest. They want to expand their personnel. They want to know what's going to be happening with health care.
Absolutely.
And that could come as early as Monday. We could start seeing a lot of executive orders because, as you know, a lot of what President Obama has done has not been through Congress.
Right, exactly. And that's because Congress has fought him every step of the way. And the truth is, obviously, I'm an Obama supporter, and I feel like he's done a lot for the country. I imagine he would have done a lot more if he hadn't had Republicans fighting him every step of the way. You know, that said, it's a big day for the country because we're witnessing a shift from one administration to the next. And no matter what side of the aisle you sit on, it's worth noting.
You know, that's a great point. And it's because there's a point of view where people say, no, the Republicans wouldn't work with them. And there's another point of view where you could say the President Obama, as charismatic as he is publicly, personally, he did not hang out even with a lot of Democrats. He did not work the sidelines, and he did not try to
There goes
push
Tiffany.
legislation through using both parties.
All right, Morgan, what went through your mind when you saw Donald Trump for the first time this morning?
I'm thinking about all of the people around America that are watching this right now, that are watching Fox and Friends. I'm from a small town in Florida, and I know that many of them watch you every single day, and they love when I come on. And I think that this election is about small town America. This election is about the number of people that felt like my voice wasn't heard by either party for the past 20 years, and they feel like there's a voice for me again. So I just have to say to the three of you, this is just an amazing, historic today. I'm getting verklempt because I'm just so honored to be here with you, and I'm witnessing history from here. I'm a small town girl from Florida.
That is so sweet of you to say, you know, because, and they are on the move right now. We believe the president-elect is in that armored Suburban right there.
So it begins, Steve.
It's going to be a very, very short trip. They're literally going to take a left, go a block, and then they're going to be in. Yep, there's the president-elect waving.
Might have a
right
TV
there.
in the car, and he might have been watching us at the time. They do have that technology.
If you are, congratulations, soon to be Mr. President.
Right. If you are Mr. President, stick your hand out the window and wave to us. Much like we ask those people to do on JetBlue when they watch us, if you don't mind.
So right there by where you see the fire truck, that is adjacent to St. John's Church. They're just going to take a little turn to the right there. They do this for security purposes, and you can see they've got plenty of security with them.
And
with
as
the
a guy who
Suburbans
bought
open.
a Tahoe, you do have an option of getting that glass that pops up as opposed to the whole hatch. You have to pay a little bit more. Obviously, they paid a little bit more.
Why is that one open? Is security in the back?
It
They're
absolutely is.
ready.
They're keeping an eye out.
Okay, here's another shot. It looks like the motorcade is about to come into view.
What you see on the screen right is the legendary Hay Adams Hotel, one of the nicest hotels in Washington, D.C. And here you can see the presidential-elect motorcade. Donald Trump right inside there. They're pulling up to St. John's. St. John's is on the right. It is referred to as the Little Yellow Church, the Church of the Presidents. What they've done is they've parked a limousine across the street. They're trying to provide as much protection as possible because there are demonstrators within a couple of blocks.
Right, and you don't want to be one of those guys in the back of the hatch because that gets for those long rides. But you are looking at the only line of cars that can actually get through the streets of Washington, D.C. Because everybody else has been jammed up, and here we go.
All the streets are blocked off. Exactly. Here is Donald Trump.
Let's listen in, see if he says anything. All right. Just wanted to make sure whether or not he said anything to the assembled press. He did not. There you can see the Trump family going in. I think the headline, aside from the fact that he's going into St. John's to pray for the nation and pray for his leadership, is I think we officially got a look at what Ivanka's wearing today, and she looks terrific.
She looks like Jackie Onassis. Absolutely.
Melania.
Yeah. This is the rest of the family going in. You know, and take this as an opportunity, if you pray as well, to pray for our country and to pray for him and his family.
I tell you, I admire Don Jr.'s kids. They've been hauled around in the most quiet, serene settings and been asked to be calm. I know it's very tough to do that.
Trump.
Yeah, Tiffany making her way in as well. So the whole family's been together quite a lot. We think this ceremony is going to be lasting about an hour. The next major event will be happening this morning. It's supposed to be around 9:30. The Trumps, the Pences, and the families will attend a tea hosted by the President and Mrs. Obama in the South Portico of the White House. But they'll be in there in that historic building where George Washington was.
Wow. The swearing-in ceremony starts at 11:30, and then oath of office and Trump's inaugural address, followed by a luncheon at 12 o'clock.
Well, the good news is temporarily it has stopped raining here in Washington, D.C. However, Janice Dean, the inaugural weather machine, tells us that it sounds like in about 2 hours it's going to be raining off and on throughout the early afternoon hours. But even though some short umbrellas will be allowed into the inauguration site, people have traveled from all across the country. A little rain's not going to stop anybody.
No way.
Because today's the day they see the guy who was the blue-collar billionaire who somehow spoke to them, Morgan, in a way that they haven't heard anybody talk to them because they, to your point earlier about being from small-town Florida, so many people feel like Washington, D.C. just has run off the track. Who knows what the heck they're doing there? Suddenly there's somebody driving the boat who seems to know what he's doing.
And
they hope.
And I don't think this is just about slamming the Democrat Party. I think from both parties, we have to take personal responsibility and say, the American electorate was unhappy with all of us, right? And so how do we have effective change, and how do we govern in a way in which that is best for the American people? And I think you can be from either party, you can be an independent, and you can say, today, I'm going to witness the peaceful transfer of power, and I'm going to commit to doing whatever I can to being a part of making my country as good as it can possibly be. One quick thing, Brian, too, I have to say, what your viewers can't see is the number of police, people from Department of Homeland Security. It took me 2 hours to get here, and these people were so kind, helping us get around. There are so many men and women today that put their life on the line to protect President Obama and President-elect Trump and to help all of us be safe today. And many of them told me that they watch Fox News, especially Fox and Friends. The big thank you to Homeland Security and the police out this morning that were so kind of us.
They are.
You do it. And I tell you, also, you need 60 votes to get anything done. And if Donald Trump is a great deal maker, we're going to see it early, aren't we?
Well, and there are a number of Democrats, especially on the Senate side, who are going to be thinking about their next election, and they're probably going to be closer to the center than the rest of the Democratic caucuses. And so we'll see, how far people are willing to go. I mean, I think the biggest fight clearly early on is going to be around Obamacare. Will there be a framework that's essentially left in place and improvements that, are made that are in line with some of the senators and the president?
Even though the Dems know it's not working, they also take it personal. So if you're going to put it in their face and say it's done, it's finished, it's through, they have the same reaction that a Donald Trump would be if you say that to him?
Well, I mean, what is working is there are 20 million people who are covered under Obamacare that were not before, and we are at the lowest level of uninsured the nation has ever seen. So, you know, there are two sides to the story, clearly.
Sure.
But even Barack Obama has said, look, if you want to improve it, you can improve it. You should.
All right,
The
let's talk
question
a little bit. Let's talk just for a second to explain for the folks at home what they're looking at a quarter before 9 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, the U.S. Capitol, and then you can see the flags right in the middle, and then below that, that's the official, the VIP area where members of Congress and other special invited guests are going to be. Also, there's going to be a chorus there and a choir, and that exactly, you can see the presidential logo in the middle. That's where Donald Trump will take the oath of office at high noon. And then as we take a look at the wider shot, you can see there are a number of gated areas where some actually have seats where if you're lucky enough to have a ticket for the festivities today, that's where you'll be seated. But the area that is starting to fill up right here, and you can see this from, as you can see that little reflecting pool, ahead of that and behind that, those are the public areas where if you just come in, you'll actually be able to stand. And so the earlier you get here, the better your spot.
The deeper that's how you easily tell how many people end up showing up, because they know how to quantify how many people are there by how deep they get through the mall. But there's somebody at the mall right now. Ed Henry is actually down out and about.
He came early. He wanted a good seat.
Ed, where are you? What are you
It's
seeing?
barely raining. I'm on the west front of the Capitol. You can see this beautiful shot here. The crowd
He's
is still
wearing that
filling in
hat.
there. I got to get the hat on. But look, we got a crowd over here. There's people who are lined up. They are super excited. They've been talking to us all morning. And I got to show you this kid right here. He's 9 years old. 9 years old. I'm going to go down here. Look, we got a mini Donald Trump. How old are you?
9,
Where are you from?
Rhode Island.
And when did you get here? Did you have a long drive?
We got here Wednesday night and the drive was 8 hours.
8 hours. Do you realize how much history you're going to be witnessing today at the age of 9?
Yes.
And why do you like Donald Trump? You got the hat, you got the button, you got everything.
Well, I like him mostly because of the immigration
Immigration issue, you're following that closely at the age of 9.
and the taxes.
And taxes, too. You're not paying taxes yet, are you?
No.
Okay, but your parents are.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, we appreciate you coming out today. Enjoy the history, all right?
Okay.
All right, good. So, guys, look at that. And look at this crowd out here. They are fired up. They are super excited. You can see all these people. They've come from all around the country. Let's go talk to some folks. Where are you from?
New Jersey.
Jersey. Wow. Steve Ducey's from Jersey. You want to say hello?
I like Tucker Carlson.
Oh, boy, but what about Steve's a good guy, too? Where are you from?
Same place. I'm his brother.
Same place in Jersey. Where are you guys from?
Old Fort, North Carolina.
North Carolina. How excited are you to see history?
Fantastic. Excited.
Is this your better half?
Yes, it is.
Talk about this moment in history for you.
We're so excited, ready for some change. You know, just need some new blood, new generation coming in. We're very pumped and excited, and
That's great.
yeah, the NRA.
We got two gentlemen right here. Can you tell me where you're from?
Anchorage, Alaska.
And you?
Anchorage, Alaska.
You guys came all the way from Alaska?
That's correct.
Talk about how excited you are. I think you win the prize for coming the furthest way to come all the way from Alaska. How excited are you to have a front row on history?
Very excited. Very historical event. Time for some change. Hopefully we can do some good things.
That's great.
Put the economy back in line, and we'll go from there.
All right, Steve, I'm going to send it back to you guys. By the way, I just
Hey,
talked
Ed.
to Willie. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, could you ask the folks you're talking to right now, kind of poll the audience, whether or not any of them have spent years not voting or longtime Democrats who decided to jump the fence and vote for Trump?
Do we have anybody who's a Democrat and switched parties to vote for Donald Trump? No, these are Republicans. There's some Democrats out there. There's a lady out there. All right, there's some out there. And I tell you what, Steve, a moment ago, I saw Willie from Duck Dynasty. He told me to send his best wishes to you. He was rushing out. He's got a better seat than I do, of course, Willie. He was going all the way up to the VIP section, but he stopped by. He said he was somebody who stuck his neck out for Donald Trump when a lot of people didn't want to do it. And see, he said he's thrilled to be here. He's got a seat up there in the front. He just passed by. Back to you guys.
That's
He was one
funny.
of those celebrities that didn't mind stepping up and admitting that he was a supporter of Donald
And
Trump.
the thing is, he went against his dad.
That's right.
His dad was an early Trump
It's not
guy,
easy to do.
and he ended up going for it.
Willie Robertson wrote me a text 2 days ago when my voice was a little froggy, and he said, glad to see you're finally going through puberty.
Right.
And good news, Willie, I'm going to be shaving soon.
And I have a last question for you, Ed. There's a sense out there, everyone's talking about protests and who's not coming and what's going on. Can you give me an idea from polling the crowd if this crowd is pumped up for this big day?
Are you guys excited for the inaugural? And one more question. What do you guys think about Fox and Friends? What do you think about Fox? Guys, I don't know. I'm not a pollster, and I don't want to venture a guess because the pollsters were wrong in the last election, but these guys are just as excited about Fox and Friends as they are about the inaugural. Back to you.
Well, we're excited to talk to them. You know why? That whole group of people and everyone else who watches, they employ us. They put food on our table.
Thanks to them. We're number one.
Take that, Frank Luntz.
All right. Ed Henry live with the crowd, as you can see right there. Meanwhile, let's go out to Pete Hegseth. Pete, because there are so many people on their cell phones right now, we've been having a broadband issue. That's why we didn't come back to you. So anyway, introduce us to these folks.
Yeah, some great folks out here. You know, I was out on the streets last night with protesters, a small group of snowflakes. Out here, we've got a huge group of patriots, and they are fired up from Pittsburgh and Ohio across the country. Ed Henry had the ticketed seats up there, but here we've got the folks that come driven in from all over the place to hear the 45th President of the United States be sworn in. Ma'am, you've got a couple of sons serving in the military?
My son is in the Army, and my daughter's in the Air Force.
So what brought you here today?
Because I am a Trump supporter and I support the United States of America, and I appreciate everyone who's serving as well. So.
Absolutely. No, I mean, folks have been driving overnight trips, driving across the country to come out to see this historic moment. Sir, you came from Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Why do you support Mr. Trump, and what do you hope to hear today?
I support Mr. Trump because he has all the right answers.
And what do you hope he's going to say today?
I hope he's going to make America great again.
I think he'll probably say that. What do you think? And sir, you came from Ohio. Why are you here?
We want to support Trump. We want to show Southern Ohio pushed him over the top.
I'd say Ohio did its part, for sure. You guys excited to be here this morning? I'm telling you guys, I mean, we can't walk more than 5 feet without being stopped, and folks fired up about Donald Trump, what he's going to do for this country. And again, the protesters that I was in last night, yeah, they throw things at cops and try to disparage our country, but this is a group and a room and an area full of patriots who love America, who are excited about a rebuilt military and fixing the VA and getting our economy going. That is the optimism we feel here on the mall today. We'll head it in back to you guys. I can't even hear.
You know, Pete, well, he can't hear us, but we were looking at that picture of where the congressmen and women are going to sit, and it made me realize when we saw that, when you were diagramming what everything is out here behind us, there it is right there. It reminds me of how close these congressmen and women are going to be to the next president of the United States, and they are choosing not to sit in those seats. They have prime seats. They were elected by their constituents. They are paid by their constituents and by tax dollars to attend events like this and represent their states. And how many are not going to be there? 70 total?
Close 68 to 70.
So the big question is, will anybody be sitting in those seats? It would be interesting for a news outlet to go over to somebody's seat and, you know, one of the people who are
But if they don't want to be there, I'm just wondering, should they continue to have their seats in office?
Well, in addition to members of Congress, you've got members of the cabinet and other VIPs and invited guests along with the family. Speaking of the family right now is in St. John's Church on Lafayette Square. The Trump family will be in attendance for a little less than 1 more hour, and then they will take another 1-block motorcade from Lafayette Square right over there to the White House. And you can see in the foreground of the White House shot, with this view from the high atop the Hay Adams Hotel, you can see the reviewing stand. That is where President Trump and Mike Pence and their families will watch the parade, which should last no more than 2 hours.
We're showing you the church, too. Significant, obviously, because everyone has gone in that church and prayed before. Is that right? Every president. And he is going to be holding the Bible that his mother gave him when he grew up in Queens, New York, and the Lincoln Bible when he is sworn in.
Right.
That's great.
And I'll tell you what, I'm not sure what history that hat has, but we know Ed has a lot of experience in situations like this. He's been to inaugurals before.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Ed, Brian yesterday wanted you to wear a pocket watch with that hat. Did you bring it?
I didn't get to do it. I didn't bring it. I brought my lucky sweater. I got this at Dartmouth. It's green, and it's got the D from Dartmouth in here. It's kind of ridiculous.
Okay,
I didn't go to
Ivy Leaguer.
Dartmouth, but it keeps me warm. Look, I never want to leave Steve Ducey hanging. He asked me if I can find people who sat out previous elections and then came out and turned out for Donald Trump. Well, I found someone who is an American hero, a Purple Heart recipient. He could not previously vote because he was so busy serving in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's now home, thankfully. Thank you, Tom, from Ohio, for serving our country. What do you think about this moment in history?
I'm just proud to have actually voted, and for the first time ever, and I'm proud to actually voted for the winner.
And you served in both Iraq and Afghanistan. We obviously thank you for your service, but what does it mean, especially for you and your comrades who have come home?
It means a lot to me, especially because President Trump's one of the first that actually brought up Veterans Affairs reform and stuff like that. First major candidate to actually bring it up and put it actually forward into the population. So,
well, thank you again for your service. And we're talking to the Heartland here. We've got Minnesota as well, I believe.
Yes.
What do you think about this moment?
This is amazing. It's amazing.
Did you ever think it was going to happen? And there were days in this campaign when all the pundits said Donald Trump doesn't have a chance.
I still can't believe we're here. I believed him for a little while, but it was awesome to see it turn around.
And we have some folks from Connecticut. What Donald Trump was saying last night, they all said, you don't have a path to 270.
Oh, I tell you what, I told everybody when I traveled out to Utah for a fishing trip or whatever, I said, vote for Donald Trump, because I'm a New Yorker, and I'll tell you what, I always thought for 15 months he was the only person that was going to be able to compete with and beat Hillary Clinton.
And so what are you expecting from him in the first 100 days? What do you want to see happen?
Well, I think we all need to be patient, because I think he has a lot of things on his plate with the reciprocity, with Second Amendment, with borders and
Second
everything.
Amendment and the borders. What about, we have some more folks here. We want to give you, and if you just back up a little bit, Steve, give you the perspective of the crowd. This lady's been waiting patiently as well. Talk about how excited you are today. There's so much energy behind you.
I am so excited to be here, and I am so very blessed to be here, and I want to see him get rid of Obamacare and anything to do with Obama.
There's a lot on the agenda. Guys, back to you. You can see this crowd if Steve comes back. There is a crowd deep, deep, deep here, and they are excited. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Ed.
Hey, Ed,
a lot of ponchos.
What time do they all have to get there to get these good seats
What
or
time did you guys
standing
get here?
area?
They all got here about 5 a.m. I don't want to brag or anything, but I got here about 3:45 a.m., so you guys were sleeping in. But that's because we had a lot of work to do. You guys deserve to sleep in.
Thanks, Ed.
Yeah,
That's right. Ed, we hate to brag. We were actually up at 2:45, okay?
And we were standing in the
and we were stuck outside with security.
I do have some.
Ed, thank you.
Thanks, Ed Henry. I do have an update on who's going to be in those seats. 2 of those congressional seats are going to go to Marcus Luttrell and his brother, who are going to be with us tomorrow, right?
Wow.
Yeah, they just told us.
So somebody donated them to him.
Somehow he
You
has
mean some
those
of
seats.
the? Are you saying some of the boycotting congressmen?
That's what I just got a text message about.
And we
Great.
love him for serving our country, just like Pete Hegseth did 2 tours. Hey, Pete.
Hey, good morning. We are in the, I would say, Middle America section of the America's Mall here, right? An incredibly enthusiastic crowd out here. Contrast this with the protesters we kind of heard from last night, small groups of snowflakes. This is a huge group of patriots who love their country and are excited to be here to celebrate Donald Trump and celebrate America and, frankly, drain the swamp. Where are you from?
I'm from Penn State University.
And what brings you here?
I've always wanted to come to Inauguration, and I've been following Donald Trump the last 2 years, and this is a great way to finish it off.
There we go. How about you? Where are you coming from?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. And what brings you here?
Support America. My husband is in the military.
Well, there you go. You've got spouses of members serving in the military. Folks, this group knows that there are people serving right now to protect this very freedom here, and so does Donald J. Trump, which makes today such a special day. So it's the rain won't deter anybody out here, I don't think, right?
Okay.
I think they say bring it on. Because Donald Trump's coming at noon and he's going to put a hand on that Bible and seek to make America great again. So what do you guys think? Is it going to be a great day?
It is a great day.
And, of course, Donald Trump has got some huge support out there. That's why 800,000 are coming out. It's going to be a special day, but it's also going to be special for the president leaving after 8 years, historic, as well as this president coming in like no other.
USA!
Donald Trump's at a church service right now. Then he's going over to the White House to meet with the Obamas.
That's right. Thank you. Listen, we know you have choices in the morning what you watch. Thank you very much for watching us here at Fox News. We got coverage throughout the day. We'll be back here tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday.
New president.
In the meantime, the people have spoken. We'll see you tomorrow.
USA! 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 USA!
And this is it, America. The day has arrived, and together we witness the cornerstone of our democracy and the peaceful transition of power. An American-made businessman, a political newcomer to Washington, D.C., Donald John Trump will be sworn in as the 45th President of the United States. It is a day of history ahead, as we say. Good morning from Pennsylvania Avenue. This is where the day begins, and this is where this long day ahead of us will land. I'm Bill Hemmer for this special edition of America's Newsroom, and great to have you along with us today. And Shannon, good morning.
A lot of excitement in the air. The White House just behind us. I am Shannon Breedman for Martha McCallum. Events are already underway. President-elect Trump and his family attending a traditional prayer service at St. John's Church. That's just across from the White House. From there, Mr. Trump and his wife Melania will proceed to the White House, where they will be hosted by President Obama and the First Lady. Then, as a group, they'll proceed to the Capitol, where history will be made. Mr. Trump tweeting this morning, "It all begins today. I will see you at 11 a.m. for the swearing in. The movement continues. The work begins."
So we have our nation's capital covered. Rich Edson is watching the events unfold, and Byron York is watching the polling for the American people, how they feel and what they're saying today. And John Roberts is watching the incoming president. John's live on the west steps of the Capitol, and that's where we start today. And Mr. Trump takes the oath of office about 3 hours from now. And John, you have a lot of details already. Let's start there. Good morning.
All right, good morning to you, Bill. Yeah, this is the area. I'm about maybe 75 feet away from where Donald Trump will be standing when he takes the oath of office. He'll have his inaugural address, which will begin at about 11:30 this morning, said to be about 20 minutes long, described by his aides as being a philosophical document where he will describe what he believes the government's role in people's lives will be and should be. He'll talk about what it means to be an American. He will present himself as the president of all Americans, not just the people who voted for him on November the 8th, and it will be a speech that leans very much on this idea of America first. Donald Trump will talk about jobs. He'll talk about the economy. He'll talk about security. Then he'll take the oath of office here. Now, as you're looking at this platform from the head on, the first set of seats that go up the slanted riser to the right, that's where the members of the House of Representatives will be sitting. So if you see any empty seats in there, those are the people who have said that they are not going to attend. But we don't know at this point if maybe they'll put seat fillers in those seats or if they'll leave them open. One other interesting point, Bill, you see a ring of seats at the front that are covered by plastic. That's where Donald Trump and everyone will sit. Then behind that will be President Obama and the First Lady. Behind that will be Joe Biden, and right behind that will be Hillary and Bill Clinton. So she will be literally about 15 feet away from where Donald Trump will be, Bill, when he is sworn into office at noon today.
We are trying to pick up bits and pieces of the speech. Sean Spicer yesterday suggested, John, it'll be more about agenda and less about philosophy. What have you heard in terms of a theme or the structure for the speech so far?
Well, I actually yesterday, Bill, heard the opposite, that this will be more about philosophy than actually about structure and about governing, that he really wants to articulate the role that he believes government should play in people's lives. And one of the things that he railed against for the last year and a half on the campaign trail, and the thing that his supporters really wanted, was they wanted to get government out of their lives. They thought that the United States was becoming a nanny state, that the government was telling them what they could and could not do. And that's why they voted for somebody who wasn't a politician, because they were sick and tired of the way that things were being run out of Washington. And they voted with their feet and said, we want wholesale change, and we believe Donald Trump is the one who can bring that change. Now, he will go into this idea of this not being about words. This will be about action in terms of the speech. He's not going to have a speech that's full of soaring rhetoric, though he did write it himself. It will really be about, he wants to get to the work of governing the country, of changing people's lives. He sent out a tweet this morning saying the movement continues, now the work begins. So he's ready to roll up his sleeves and get it done, Bill.
John, thank you so much. We're seeing the crowd gather there, and it's not necessarily a dreary day in Washington, but the weather is
a little chilly.
It's going to be a little dicey throughout the day here. John, thank you so much. We'll be back with you shortly there on Capitol Hill. Shannon.
And as the drizzle comes down here, thousands of people are packing the parade route in downtown Washington this morning. In just a few hours, the new president will kick off the parade as he makes his way to the White House. Our own Rich Edson is live at John Marshall Park along the parade route, I would guess with a lot of excited folks. Hey, Rich.
Hey, good morning, Shannon, and welcome to Pennsylvania Avenue. The rain's not too bad, at least not yet, but the crowd has gathered here, started gathering here very early in the morning. We're just a few blocks away from the beginning of the parade route. That's about 4 blocks away from the U.S. Capitol building. Pennsylvania Avenue is going to be one of the more busier streets in the city. It is the direct line between the White House and the Capitol building. So President Obama, First Lady Michelle Obama, and the president-elect will head down this street to the Capitol building from the White House, and then the festivities will take place there. Donald Trump will take the oath of office. He will become our 45th president, and then it is back down Pennsylvania Avenue. It is up to the president, the new president, how much he wants to walk on the parade route. It's changed a number of times. Jimmy Carter back in 1977 decided he wanted to walk the whole thing, and most presidents decide they want to just walk some part of the parade route. From there, you've got plenty of bands, high school bands, military bands that'll be following from there. The president-elect gets over to the White House, and he'll watch that whole parade route go from there. If you take a look, the crowd here has really just started gathering. The security opened up around 6 o'clock this morning, and folks started coming in through here. This is general public, so you can stop by here basically without a ticket. There are some ticketed areas, but I tell you, Shannon, if you want to make some money, bring some coffee down this area, because this is a secure area. You got to go through security. You make a good chunk of change if you're selling coffee and donuts around here. We could use it. Back to you.
Yeah, Rich, if I had a way to get you a cup, I would. And I know all about what you're saying because we couldn't bring it through our checkpoint either this morning. But that parade that you outlined for folks ends up right where we are. And we look forward to bringing you that live. Rich, thank you.
Amazing images today. Just beginning right now. You'll see them for many, many hours to come. Along that parade route, by the way, is the newly opened Trump Hotel, and we're going to check in with Jenna Lee, stationed out there a bit later today. Interesting, along this parade route, what does Mr. Trump, then President Trump, do? Does he stop there? And if so, does he acknowledge? He's made at least 2 stops there in the last 48 hours, so that's something to watch there. In the meantime, we put out brand new Fox polling last evening showing President-elect Trump entering office with some low approval ratings. We find 42% of Americans with a favorable view, 55 unfavorable. So let's see where we are with the American people. Byron York is watching that. Chief political correspondent, Washington Examiner, and Fox News contributor. And Byron, good day to you. Based on that number, the next president has his work cut out for him. Go ahead and start.
Well, we have seen a lot of polls, including this new Fox poll, that show Donald Trump with very high unpopular numbers, and people disapprove of the way he's handled himself during the transition. So that has led to a lot of stories. We've all seen them that say, you know, Trump enters the White House the most unpopular president in history. But there's a couple of things to think about here. One, Trump has always polled unpopular, even as he was moving toward winning the Republican nomination and even as he was moving toward winning the general election. So he seems to be unpopular in a winning sort of way. And the other thing, the New York Times' Nate Cohn wrote about this morning. It could be that there's something about Trump's appeal to Americans that isn't really caught in the traditional polling questions, because at the same time a lot of these polls are showing Trump being unpopular, they're also showing majorities of Americans are optimistic about the next 4 years under Donald Trump. They think he's going to improve the economy. They think he's going to lead the country in the right direction. So on the one hand, you have these unpopular numbers, and on the other hand, you have these optimism numbers. And it could be that the optimism numbers are more important for Trump as he tries to get that agenda through Congress.
Well, let me show our viewers that, by the way, the former House Speaker Newt Gingrich and his wife Callista going into the Capitol building there a moment ago. You're going to see a parade of folks throughout the day. On that optimistic note, Byron, let me show our viewers what we found on the economy. 66% of those we surveyed are optimistic, and you compare that to January of last year and the January prior to that. If you take a deeper dive into that number, you find that is a majority among Republicans, among independents, and among Democrats. So what do you make of that as you analyze it?
Well, certainly Democrats and the Obama administration would say that the economy got a lot better under Barack Obama, and Donald Trump gets to inherit a better economy. And there's no doubt that Donald Trump is inheriting a much better economy than Barack Obama did in 2009. But we also see a lot of support. New Wall Street Journal poll out a couple of days ago asking what Americans think is the most important thing that Congress and the new president should do right now, not a year from now, not ever, but right now. And number one was keeping American jobs in the United States. That was, basically the platform of the Donald Trump campaign. And I think Trump comes into office with a lot of popular support for his main campaign agenda.
Thank you, Byron. Byron York with some analysis
Bill.
there leading up our coverage. You bet we'll talk again real soon as the images continue to flow across your screen here in Washington, D.C.
And we will have special live coverage all day long of the inauguration. Brett Baer and Martha McCallum will take over to cover the main event starting around 10:45 a.m. Eastern. But there is a lot going on today, and so much tradition and pomp and circumstance to this. That visit every inaugural morning to St. John's Church, and thinking about the pew where former president after president has sat and shared.
The 54th pew, and going back to FDR, that's pretty much the stop that so many have made to begin this day. And that is where we await the future first family to emerge. And as we wait on that, Donald Trump may have broken the mold in president. We talk about this a lot, and we analyze how we got there. But even as the ultimate outsider, he has many things in common with predecessors. I'm going to talk to a presidential historian and tell you about that. Intriguing details in a moment on that, Shannon.
And we are just getting started. Keep it right here for our continuing coverage of the inauguration of our next President of the United States of America.
They say it's really big.
What's really big?
Noah's Ark, silly.
Oh, I know. It's bigger than the size of our house.
It's a little bigger than that.
Like the size of 2 houses. No, 2 houses and a spaceship. I bet it's even bigger than the castle.
Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible.
This summer, think bigger.
He is described as the ultimate outsider, but as Donald Trump gets ready to take the reins here in Washington, he has a lot of similarities with his predecessors. And historian Jane Hampton Cook has an intriguing look now at what some of those are. How you doing? And good morning to you, and thank you for your time. I want to reach way back into the vault with James Madison, because you believe Madison is a guy who would have liked the medium of Twitter. Now, why would that be, Jane?
Well, when James Madison was a congressman before he became president, he talked about the need for an instantaneous operation for communicating, that people wanted to hear what was coming from their government, and they just needed something instant. So I think James Madison would have loved Twitter, and I think that that's something that he has in common with Donald Trump. The desire for instant communication. I got it. In fact, speaking of Twitter, the outgoing president sent this out, quoting now, "It's been the honor of my life to serve you. You made me a better leader and a better man." That from number 44, President Obama. We're told late yesterday the pictures of the Obamas were coming off the walls of the West Wing, and we will see this transition within 24 hours as the Trump family moves in later today. Now, move forward to Andrew Jackson. Why in the 1830s, as an outsider, a person who represented the common man, why is there such a Jacksonian approach to Trump today? Well, Andrew Jackson was a tough guy. He said it like it was. He was clear speaking, plain spoken, and I think you see some of that. You see a lot of that actually in Donald Trump. And that's why there's a parallel. Someone coming from the outside, we're going to do things a little differently. And Jackson was that ushering in of the common man, common woman approach to things. Okay, and you talk about Teddy Roosevelt, you refer to FDR as well, and we're going to make reference of that throughout the day here. What Tom Barrack told us yesterday, he's organizing all the events here, and he's been a friend of Donald Trump's for more than 40 years, now makes his home in Los Angeles, California. He said for this speech today, Trump wants to draw on Reagan and JFK from the 1960s. And apparently at Mar-a-Lago back in December, Mr. Trump made a reference to that during one of the dinners he held at his resort there in Palm Beach. How then, in 2017, does the 45th president draw from Reagan and JFK simultaneously? Well, you look at presidential inaugural addresses, and they talk about universal themes that are relevant no matter the generation. And, you know, John F. Kennedy said in his inaugural, "Let us never fear to negotiate, and let's never negotiate out of fear." And that's something that we see today in Donald Trump. He is a deal maker, and he's not going to be afraid to negotiate, and he's certainly not going to negotiate out of fear. And with Ronald Reagan had this incredible respect for America, the goodness in America, and he was giddy about it, he said in his autobiography. And so I think you'll see a lot of America first. This is a great place. Ronald Reagan called it a miracle that we had an inaugural ceremony where we changed the executive branch every 4 to 8 years. And that's where I think Donald Trump will be Reagan-esque today in his pro-America, championing of America talk. You know, the one thing you have to factor into how you frame this presidency on day one is the outsider, the businessman, something Washington's never seen before. He's going to be in Capitol Hill, that hall of politicians loaded with professional politicians, one could argue, for decades. And now he is not one of them. So how do you frame him on day one overall, Jane? Well, I think he will take that outsider business experience and apply it in a new context. He will reach across the aisle, he will talk to his fellow Republicans and negotiate and listen to what they are interested in. I think that's a key. Ronald Reagan was a really good communicator because he was a good listener. He was on the phone all the time with members of the House that were Democrats. And so I think that that's the tone that you'll see out of Donald Trump is, I'm going to listen to what you have to say, and here's what I have to say, and let's see where we can meet and come to some agreement here. Thank you, Jane Hampton Cook, presidential historian with us from Washington, D.C. today. You set a high bar. Off we go. Thank you, Jane. Thank you. Shannon.
President-elect Trump opened his brand new Washington hotel just a few months ago, and since the election, it's been a little bit more of a tourist attraction than just a resort. It's a straight shot from the White House down Pennsylvania Avenue. We will check in as our coverage from Washington rolls on live.
when you're close to the people you love. Does psoriasis ever get in the way of a touching moment? If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, you can embrace the chance of completely clear skin with Taltz. Taltz is proven to give you a chance at completely clear skin. With Taltz, up to 90% of patients had a significant improvement of their psoriasis plaques. In fact, 4 out of 10 even achieved completely clear skin. Do not use if you are allergic to Taltz. Before starting, you should be checked for tuberculosis. Taltz may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you are being treated for an infection or have symptoms, or if you have received a vaccine or plan to. Inflammatory bowel disease can happen with Taltz, including worsening of symptoms. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Now's your chance at completely clear skin. Just ask your doctor about Taltz.
We mentioned the tweet from the outgoing president a moment ago. He delivered a message in a letter form that was released yesterday afternoon. And part of that tweet sort of reflects the message that he had. And Shannon, we're about to see him leaving the Oval Office for the final time.
And there's some serious choreography that goes in flipping the two families. There are about 90 White House staffers who stay there and actually prepare for the transition, moving in and out, furniture. You know, you don't pick up your own boxes and stuff when you're the president and you're leaving. There's a lot of help.
Yeah, indeed. So we will see this image, and we believe there's some audio on this clip, too. So let's pause for a moment and take in this historic event.
feel good. How you feeling nostalgic? Of course. Any final words for the American people? Thank you. Take care, sir. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Part of you relieved President Obama? Hello, sir. Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Keep the rain away, will you? We're working on it.
Can only imagine the range of emotions and thoughts going through the mind of President Obama. He was asked there any final words for the American people, and he said, thank you. Classy move there.
Yeah, and asked if he was feeling nostalgic. He said, of course, and you could see there through the window he's leaving a letter behind, as is tradition for the next president. Words of wisdom, encouragement, those kinds of things. Maybe we'll get a peek at that letter.
Yeah, and we saw the letter for the American people yesterday, so at some point we're going to get some information about that. Screen left there is St. John's Church, which, just to the viewer at home, this is a small area. We're talking maybe a block and a half between St. John's Church, our location here at Lafayette Park, and the viewing stand in the White House behind us. And the Trump family is inside St. John's Church. That's a tradition that was started under FDR in the 1930s, and you've had several presidents go there to begin their day of inauguration. Bush 41, Bush 43, they all took part in a service at St. John's to begin this day. So that's what we're waiting on.
And I remember seeing
movements.
the Obamas going there 8 years ago, walking in, so just getting ready to take the office. And they both were so full of smiles and optimism and hope, and you could see that they were excited to take on this new job. It's got to be overwhelming for anyone.
You know, you think about, too, when you watch Trump move through these events here in Washington, so many in the media are, shall I suggest, in awe of what he has done and what he accomplished. And I think many folks at home probably feel the same way. My impression of Donald Trump for the past couple of days is a guy who is ready for the moment. He does not seem to be in awe of much or overcome by much of anything, especially at the Lincoln Memorial yesterday, Shannon. It is almost as if he is the same guy that walked on that stage in Cleveland, Ohio 17 months ago for that first debate. And did not do a walkthrough to see where the microphones are and the lights are and the cameras. And I thought, boy, is that a smart move? And what I realized is when he walked out there, he did not need the prep.
No.
Because in his mind and in his heart, he was ready for the moment.
And that's what I think he likes, to do things his own way, to tackle them his own way. And you're right, he does seem like he is chomping at the bit to get started. He's laid out very ambitious things he wants to do on day one, and he seems ready to go.
Yeah, so we'll await the departure from St. John's Church and then the handoff here at the White House behind us. President-elect Donald Trump says he will get down to work on day one, and that is today. But so much of his team still in flux. How much progress can we expect in the early days? Chris Starwald has some thoughts on that. Analysis from the Reverend, live from this Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2017, Washington, D.C.
as part of the tradition continues, the now president-elect and first to-be family walking out of St. John's Church at Lafayette Park. It is right here in the area where we are, just a short space away from the White House. To see them leave after the service, we usually get some information on what the pastor had to say from inside, what was discussed as he prepares to take on the greatest adventure and obligation that anyone could envision, which is becoming the 45th president of the United States. It is all part of the tradition as they will eventually get to the White House, meet with the Obamas as the transition is about to begin. And before they head over to Capitol Hill for the official swearing in, which will happen shortly before noon, then we'll hear from the president-elect about his plan moving forward. Again, you're looking live as they leave St. John's Church, a longtime tradition as part of Inauguration Day.
You know, he did something last night that's not usual for him. I mean, he likes to go back to New York City and sleep in his Manhattan high-rise as we see the incoming Vice President Mike Pence and his wife there. Mike Pence will be sworn in using the Ronald Reagan Bible. About 2 hours and 30 minutes from now, a Bible that has not been used since the 1980s, and quite appropriate that Mike Pence, the conservative, the reputation he has, and the admiration that he has carried through his political and personal life for Ronald Reagan.
And I believe he's going to have it open to one of the same verses that Ronald Reagan had as well from 2 Chronicles, talking about healing the land, people turning and asking forgiveness and coming together with the unified land being healed. And he said that's an important verse for him and one he wanted to make sure to focus on today as well.
Yeah. Mr. Trump and his wife spent the night at Blair House, which is about 100 yards to our left.
As you said, it is all very compact right here within
it's all right here.
Block or so.
And tonight, obviously, they'll be making their first evening, their first overnight in the White House. But this church is such a beautiful part of Washington and American history. Since FDR, the tradition of visiting St. John's Church on Inauguration Day began. For their presence, I mentioned, of worship there, Harry Truman, Ronald Reagan, George Herbert Walker Bush, George W. Bush. So it has a standing invitation inside Shannon. Pew number 54. They call it the President's Pew, and it's reserved for the nation's leader.
And you can see some of the architects of this win there. Kellyanne Conway and Steve Bannon, are also part of the service, have exited this morning, and they, of course, critical to the Trump win. So many changes in the campaign structure along the way, but that was the team that stuck in the end and the one that got him across the finish line.
Yeah, I saw Steve Bannon there, campaign senior strategist now, we should say, and her senior advisor, and Kellyanne Conway in the red hat. Looks like Reince Priebus with his back to us. Kellyanne Conway has an extra special day today.
She does.
Because today is Kellyanne Conway's 50th birthday. And if you were to ask her where else she would celebrate her birthday, she'd say right here.
Can you imagine? I mean, she was one of the most senior-most women to ever pull off this kind of work in a campaign and a presidential run. Yeah, and for today to be her 50th birthday, what a celebration for her on many levels.
In about 15 minutes, we expect the outgoing First Family to be met with the incoming First Family. And Shannon, that is something that Tom Barrack, who has organized all the inaugural events on behalf of the Trump family, told us yesterday is something that he believes is the most intimate, perhaps the most special in the following sense: a peaceful transition of power, where the outgoing president invites the incoming president into his home, the People's House, the White House, for tea.
And think about the fact that we know they've been having conversations. A lot of people thought they were so opposed during the campaign. Obviously, they have different visions for the way you get things accomplished in this country and come from very different political ideologies. But we're told they've had many good conversations. Both President Obama and the President-elect Trump have talked about the fact that they've had these ongoing cordial conversations and advice, that Trump has appreciated the advice from Mr. Obama and has taken some of it to heart. The president saying the other day in his press conference he doesn't think he's going to take all of it to heart. He obviously has his own way of doing things, but now for them to sit down face to face with their wives and maybe parts of their families as well for this final handover, a very special time.
We are 2 hours and 23 minutes away.
All right. We've got our Chris Steyerwald standing by, Fox News politics editor, as we watch all of this play out. Chris, a lot is going to happen today, but there's a lot of conversation about the fact that some of the team that President-elect Trump would have liked in place may not get there as quickly as he had hoped. You know, a lot of confirmations on day one for President Obama. It's important to have your cabinet and national security team together. It's not going to be the exact same thing for incoming President-elect Trump.
Well, I'd say he's doing just fine overall. When we think about who has already made it over the transom, and he's got a Secretary of Defense. He has the core of the national security team. He with his Attorney General already having gone through his hearings, things are teed up in a pretty good way. What President-elect Trump is learning is the pipe doesn't get any bigger. Congress can only process so much at a certain pace. It's a Republican Congress. They want to give him what he wants, but you can only do so much so fast because of the procedure and the process. You want to blow it up. You want to say we can do anything whenever, but the reality is you can't fit more in the pipe because the pipe doesn't get any bigger.
And Chris, while you're talking, we're looking live on screen. Former Vice President Dan Quayle there stopping to take some selfies and some shots with folks with his USA hat and the number 45 on the side. I want to ask you about Mike Pompeo. He is currently a congressman. Of course, he is the nominee to head the CIA, has been through part of the vetting process and the nomination and confirmation process. But Senator Ron Wyden, a Democrat out of Oregon, wants to put the brakes, kind of pump the brakes on him for now. I mean, we know the numbers are there for most of these nominees to get through easily without any help from the Democrats. So why is Wyden going to hold him basically over the weekend? Because it sounds like on Monday, according to the Senate Minority Leader, that'll be the day that probably Mike Pompeo eventually gets the nod formally to head the CIA.
Wyden is a serious critic of the CIA, long-standing, and some pretty evident mistrust. When we think about the moment, the famous lie that James Clapper told when he was on the Hill, he said, "Are you collecting data in a large capacity on the American people?" And Clapper said, "No," and then that was later turned out because of Edward Snowden to be revealed to be not so. So that's Wyden. That's his passion in this, and he has a deep mistrust about domestic surveillance, etc. So he is, I would say in this case, it's less about Pompeo. It's more about his criticism of the office and surveillance and all of that stuff.
And we do know that the president-elect has asked a number of people who are in high-ranking positions with respect to national security, State Department, other places. He's asked them to stick around. We know at least 50 critical positions will stay in place until the transition, the replacement occurs for many of these folks. And again, we're looking live as the president-elect and his family have transitioned away from St. John's. Literally a block, if not less than that, Bill. And as we see them getting ready to pull up over at the White House, and it appears the Bidens are there waiting to greet them. Well, they are actually getting ready to say hello to the Vice President-elect and his wife as well, incoming. And a warm hello, Bill, there from one vice presidential family handing over to the other.
I know there's a microphone in there somewhere, so we will try and pick up what we can. But just take a moment and watch this.
The warm hugs, the warm handshakes, the welcome. I'm sure saying to them, you have no idea the adventure you're about to embark on.
No question. From the Naval Observatory, where the Vice President makes his home, the Bidens will be departing back to Delaware, Shannon. The way he has come to Washington going back to the age of 29 by way of Amtrak. Joe Biden told us yesterday he'll take the train out of town later today. And so now we await the next arrival for Donald Trump and his wife Melania, and think about how this town can change, not just politically, but socially. Donald Trump likes to go to these events, and one can make the case that
President Obama was somewhat more insular, not that he did not like to attend, but perhaps will not attend as many as Mr. Trump will. And then Bush 43 was famous for making an early appearance.
Lights out.
And then going to bed early. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different style and different approach. And based on what we have seen in the past 48 hours, Donald Trump has barely missed an event, a moment here in Washington. So here we go as we await Michelle and Barack Obama and the arrival of Donald John Trump and the next First Lady, Melania. Inside for a simple cup of tea. And Barack Obama, in about 2 hours and 15 minutes, will join a very unique club. He'll be an ex-president, and he will join, for one of the few times in American history, a club of ex-presidents that has 5 living members. Jimmy Carter, who will be here today, both Presidents Bush, 41 and 43, and Bill Clinton, who will be here also.
And a wealth of knowledge to be shared. With the newest member of the Future Club becoming president as the number 45, Donald Trump. And you got to wonder what this conversation is they're having right now inside. It was very cordial welcome, of course, but you wonder what tidbits of wisdom or advice or questions that the Trumps may have. No one in the world knows what it's like, but somebody who has lived through this process and lived in that house and led this country.
And apparently they've had numerous conversations.
They have.
And we've been reporting on that for several weeks now. Juan Williams is with us now, Fox News political analyst and author of the book We the People. And Juan, good morning to you on this Inauguration Day. And Juan, just reflect for us a moment. Go back to January of 2008. When you're watching Barack Obama, an African-American candidate for the Democratic nomination, win the Iowa caucus in Des Moines. And I remember, Juan, just as sure as I'm sitting here, the tears I heard in your voice, tears of pride and accomplishment, and how deeply that touched you and so many others.
And 8 years later, how do you now frame the past 2 terms of an outgoing African-American president and Barack Obama?
Well, Bill, you're exactly right. I mean, Obama's victory in Iowa was emotional, and then, of course, you come forward to 2009 and his inauguration on what was an icy, cold, like near zero temperature day in Washington. And, of course, this city and this mall behind me just mobbed with people to the point where Secret Service and security had to stop people from coming in. So that's the kind of optimism, the sense of making history, a breakthrough that attended Obama's inauguration. I think Trump's inauguration also is highly historic. We've never had someone who's never served in public office, never been elected to public office, never been in the military, a real businessman, a brand name here. And I think if we look back at this moment on the Obama years, I think you'd have to identify some of the difference in terms of the polarization, the heightened polarization at this moment. You think about his accomplishments. I'm sure that the Obama team would say that preventing a depression, we were in a deep recession coming out 08, start of 09, if you recall, but also, of course, the very controversial and polarizing Obamacare, the controversial polarizing climate care deal, the Iran nuclear deal, all of these issues absolutely divided not only the Congress, but the American people, the American media, and that's attending. That reality now extends to this moment as Obama leaves office and leaves the economy and so many of those international concerns to President-elect Trump.
Yeah. You know, Juan, you came to the White House as a young man in the 1980s covering Ronald Reagan. I know you remember that quite well. And here you have a meeting of the minds between Barack Obama and Donald Trump. And in so many ways, they could not be more different. Trump comes into office talking about health care and tax reform and immigration in ways that are diametrically opposed to the agenda that Barack Obama has pursued going back to January of 2009. And yes, we talk about a peaceful transition of power, but it must be a really difficult thing for him to hand the reins to someone who is so opposed to the agenda that he has pursued.
You're exactly right, and it goes beyond that. I think it's difficult to hand the reins to someone who was one of the leaders of the birther movement and someone who he did not give a lot of thought to as his successor. If you'll recall, he was dismissive at times of Donald Trump. Remember that famous moment at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and subsequently where he said, you know, Donald Trump may say things about me, but he'll never be president, and drop the mic. Well, obviously, Donald Trump, Bill, is about to become president of the United States of America. But in terms of the agenda, I think the life experience is so different. And, you know, obviously, Barack Obama not only coming up in terms of his upbringing around the country, even around the world, but also then in terms of his education and the fact that he was a state elected official, state senator, then a U.S. senator, and so tapped into the history of the civil rights movement and the whole idea of progress and progressive agenda. That's different than a Donald Trump who basically grew up in New York City from Queens and then went to a military high school, then goes off to Fordham, University of Pennsylvania, the Wharton School, and is a businessman about making deals, real estate deals in that rough and tumble world in New York, and always pursuing the title of his book, of course, The Art of the Deal. So that's Donald Trump. He's not in touch with the kind of social change, social issues, social turmoil that Barack Obama has seen as the model for what is someone who is using his time on earth to the benefit of the American people. Donald Trump says, let's make a deal. This is how we improve society. This is how we build buildings. This is how we put people in a better economic position. I think it's a really distinct life experience that they both brought to this, to the realities of being president of the United States.
Sounds like a column you could write from the 1980s, Juan, for the Washington Post way back then. George Bush is here, the 43rd president there, coming into view with his wife, Laura. They look as elegant as ever.
Oh, wonderful.
And he comes by way of Dallas, Texas to us today, where certainly he has a lot of thoughts about his own father, Bush 41, and his mother, Barbara Bush, who are said to be recovering in that hospital in Houston, Texas. So we certainly on this day think about them. And you think about Marine One coming into focus now. There is a moment here where the transition of power happens, And the outgoing president and his wife will climb on board that helicopter and fly directly down the National Mall. And they will fly over all the supporters who have gathered to honor this day on behalf of the Trumps. And I can remember specifically 8 years ago when the Bushes got on board that helicopter and made that trip down the National Mall. And listen, a lot of the folks here voted for Donald Trump. And back in 2009, a lot of those folks voted for Barack Obama. And they were not happy with the policies of the Bush administration. And I will suggest to you, Juan, in the most polite and gentlemanly terms possible, the departure from the crowd yelling up to that helicopter was not something you would put on TV or even cable television. But this is the moment that happens every 4 years, in this case, every 8 years. Now, you talk about the agenda. Think about the power of the personality on behalf of a president. George Bush led the war on terror. It's us or them. Remember? Barack Obama got Obamacare done when he said, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? It was the power of his personality that got Obamacare through, and along with a lot of Democratic votes on behalf of Congress. Now you come to the personality of Donald Trump. And I mentioned the agenda, health care, tax reform, immigration. The power of the personality on behalf of the president is required in order to get so much of this done. Now, with regard to Donald Trump, he's got a Republican House and a Republican Senate. But at what point do you find and feel the gears of Washington perhaps slowing down the motion that you would like, especially as a private businessman who can walk down the hall and talk to his attorneys and talk to his other associates and actually get something done? Well, in private practice, that's possible in America. In Washington, it's a very stubborn thing.
It's very difficult, but you know, I just want to go back to what you were saying about the power of personality, because Donald Trump has a unique, and I don't think there's any argument, powerful personality. Remember, you know, he was up against, was it 16 other Republicans, and really stood out from the very start. Even when people didn't give him a significant chance, didn't think that he could go up against some of the political professionals, it was his personality, the branding, and the fact that he was so clear in his message that stood out. And of course, that was also the case in the general election. As he comes to Washington, though, he's going to have to use that power of personality and the fact of his surprising election in dealing with Republican leadership on the Hill. So a lot of the differences that exist with a Speaker Paul Ryan, with the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, we know about those differences. Let's say free trade, for example. That's the establishment Republican position. Donald Trump brings a different energy, and an energy fresh from this surprising victory on the campaign trail. And I think he's going to be pushing with that personality, with the brand Trump, and with the fact that so many of his supporters remain vocal to get the gears grinding, slowly maybe at first, but to get them to produce the change. We know that he's already talking about executive orders that he's going to sign on his first day. Just what you're talking about, Bill. Regulation, especially regulation of small business, maybe some to do with taxes, maybe some to do with immigration. But he wants to demonstrate a can-do sensibility that is going to be different for Washington, and it's going to shock some people on the Hill. And of course, when I say on the Hill, I'm talking about that Republican majority, people who aren't used to doing business that way.
Well stated, Juan. Thank you. We're watching the Trump family arrive here, Shannon, and we saw the young son Barron there. Many were wondering where he was, and we saw him yesterday as well, and leading the way, his daughter Ivanka, which appears that she will take a significant role in this administration. We'll see how that plays out. Her husband Jared there, and Donald Trump Jr., the father of 5. This family has arrived here, and they have made quite an impression based on the images we saw yesterday already at the Lincoln Memorial.
They have, and as they arrived there on Capitol Hill, too, I'm struck by the fact that it's the vice president-elect who may be one of the biggest linchpins for the president in getting things done, the president-elect, just because of Mike Pence's deep history and experience there. That'll be important as well. So we are watching a new era in our country's history. We are just a couple of hours away. Keep it right here for our continuing coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump as our 45th president. day one of a new era in American politics, and the stakes are high as President-elect Trump prepares to deliver his inaugural address, seeking national unity as the clock begins on his first 100 days. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom on a very special day. I'm Shannon Bremen for Martha McCallum.
We're going to see Martha and Brett in about 45 minutes from now, but for the next 45 minutes, I'm Bill Hemmer along with Shannon, and there is a new day here in Washington, and the nation awaits a new president. We have seen some images already that we will never forget. Donald John Trump promising a change for the better when he assumes power just about 2 hours from now.
Carl Cameron with a bird's eye view of the platform, but we began with Fox News senior political analyst Britt Hume. All right, Britt, your impressions of the morning so far?
Well, it looks very much like a lot of previous inaugurations. That little bit of ceremony on the steps of the White House is a very familiar scene. And, you know, it is remarkable the spirit that comes to exist between the outgoing president and the incoming president and his family. And we saw that replayed again here today. Among those people, all the partisan feelings, the rancor, and all of the election is set aside for the purpose of saying to the American people, this is how we do things in the United States of America. This is how we transfer power. It is with goodwill that we do so. And it conveys, I think, a powerful message to the people.
Britt, how much have you stopped to think about how much this town will change under Donald Trump? His personality, his style, the leadership that he has suggested throughout the campaign and now the transition. I mean, you've been here some time. You've seen a lot of people take a swing at that pitch and to varying degrees of success. So on day one, what do you think?
Well, I think, Bill, that it's unmistakable that we're going to have a tremendous stylistic change in the way this president conducts himself in office. That does not mean, however, that when it gets down to the actual business of governing, that things will be all that different. I don't mean that there won't be new policy directions, but I doubt they'll be radical. Nothing that I've seen proposed by him is particularly radical. And I got to say to you, Bill, I've been watching a good bit of the confirmation hearings. And the questions I hear asked and many of the answers I hear being given are very familiar to me from covering these things going back many, many years. So I would say that, you know, on the surface, well, things will look and feel a lot different. But it remains to be seen, very much remains to be seen, how radically different things will be in terms of the policies put in place and the practices that the government adopts going forward.
Britt, what would you say is the president-elect's assignment today, his task for this speech that he gives to a very divided country? As with any incoming president, millions of people did not vote for you, but he's continually said he'll be the president for all people. What does he need to say today?
Well, I think he faces a somewhat daunting task, given the level of antipathy toward him, even indeed fear of him, in many quarters of this country. I think he needs to do his best to assuage those concerns. It won't be easy. He also needs to make clear to the people who have supported him, who are the people who have come here. You see the Make America Great Again hats on the people pouring in to watch these festivities, that he's not abandoning them and he's not going to change his agenda and his purpose simply to adapt to the ways of Washington. So he has a somewhat paradoxical task, it seems to me, Shannon. He has to assure people across the country that they don't have anything to fear from him, and assure the people that supported him that he really will change things. Not easy.
We saw Kellyanne Conway there again. We remarked earlier today. Today is an extra special day for her today, Britt, because she turns 50 years old today on the hashtag 45th swearing in the President of the United States. We also saw in the dark hair a moment ago, if our viewers caught that, Hope Hicks. Hope Hicks from Mississippi has been, University of Mississippi, grew up in Connecticut, has been alongside Donald Trump since day one, and he has spoken about that young woman in such amazing and glowing terms. So we'll continue to point out who we recognize when we do here. Now, with regard to the 70, I believe, is it up to 70, the number of House Democrats who will skip today? How much does that matter starting Monday, perhaps?
It only matters in the sense that it conveys to those of us watching the extent of the antipathy toward Donald Trump on a personal level. Remember this about the people who are skipping the inauguration bill, and that is that they come from districts, virtually all of them, where they don't really have to fear a Republican opponent in an election. All they need to do is be renominated, and they're good to go. And they are trying, it seems to me, to convey to their constituencies that they are resisting this man, that they're not buying into this, that they're not going along with this. I don't think it's a very gracious thing for them to have done. I think it fails to live up to the spirit of this occasion, which transcends the personality of the incoming president and is more, as we've all talked about, a celebration of the fact that we changed leadership in this country in a way that few other nations on earth do. And that is itself something very much to celebrate and always has been. Nonetheless, they're doing what is, I think, politically useful to them. I don't think it matters in any real way. These are not people who are ever going to support Donald Trump, and their failure to attend here today says more about them in a sense, perhaps, than it does about him, and certainly says a lot about the politics of the places they come from.
Yeah.
Well, Britt, though, to get things done, as you know, on Capitol Hill, you need votes. And you got to build coalitions. And so the question is, how do you think a President Trump tackles that? We know he's a deal maker. He's a negotiator. He's used to playing hardball, but he seems to be at times about these deals very pragmatic. Does that mean you think that he'll sit down and work across the aisle? Because, of course, there are those who signal they're more willing to do that than the others, like those who are boycotting today. But how do you think he'll play on Capitol Hill?
My guess is that the people on Capitol Hill who are themselves deal makers, that is how things get done on Capitol Hill. They get done because people sit down and hash out differences and let slide their partisan objections to each other for the purpose of getting something. And of course, to get something, you got to give something. And Trump understands that very well. And my guess is that he will, wherever possible, reach out across the aisle to try to pick up votes for things he's going to need. He's going to need, for example, Democratic votes almost certainly to pass the changes to Obamacare, the replace piece of the repeal and replace agenda. He'll need their votes. And my guess is he'll make a very considerable effort to get them. The leaders on Capitol Hill understand this as well. They, of course, if you're, for example, Paul Ryan, there's a limit to how much you can give away without facing a rebellion on your right. But this is all this is the normal stuff of Congress when Congress is functioning, and I think that there's a significant chance that under this deal-making president, Congress will begin to function again as it has not for some time.
Thank you, Britt. Britt Hume with us throughout the day here with his analysis and reflections and thoughts as we get a look at the National Mall here and the crowd starting to fill in. There is a shot, if we can get it, that looks down Pennsylvania Avenue. And when we get it back up for our viewers, just take note of the tallest building along that route. That's the old post office, which is now Trump International Hotel. And it lies along Pennsylvania Avenue, just about the midway point between Capitol Hill, there you go, and between the White House on that screen right there. It's an elegant building.
It is.
It's been beautifully restored. As Donald Trump would say, we came under budget and ahead of schedule, and they've had numerous events there for the past couple of days. But Shannon, a year ago, when we were covering the primary campaign, then we moved into the general election campaign, and we would think, if he wins on Inauguration Day, during the parade, he drives by his brand new, newly opened hotel in Washington, D.C., a mere 0.5 miles from the steps of the White House.
It is such an interesting location, literally and figuratively. Maybe they could have summits there. You know, we'll meet you halfway. We'll come from the White House, you come from Capitol Hill. That could be, it's such an interesting building because it's an old post office and it actually belongs to the American people. They're just leasing it as a hotel right now, and they maintain so much of the integrity they had to, the historic integrity there. So when you go inside, you see steel beams, you see some of the old inner workings of a post office, but with glamorous giant crystal chandeliers. And it's almost like that mix of Donald Trump saying he's going to be for the American people, he's about them, but he does it with flash. He does it in a very different way than anyone we've ever seen take this office before.
I want to see how he passes that hotel today. That will be a moment. Carl Cameron's watching a lot of things going on at the Capitol. I'm going to go down Pennsylvania Avenue and check in with Campaign Carl for a mix of the flavor and what you're seeing and what you're hearing. Good morning, Carl.
Hiya, Bill. Well, this is certainly the culmination of a campaign that few had expected would be successful, and now a huge crowd is assembling on the mall to celebrate it. Behind me, you can see the podium there where Donald Trump will make his remarks and take the oath of office, and as it happens, his wunderkind speechwriter, Steve Miller, is at the podium checking things out as we speak. Mr. Trump himself went to some fanfare to show a picture of himself writing his own speech when he was back at his resort in Florida in Mar-a-Lago a month or so ago. So Mr. Miller, we're led to believe, has little to do with this. The VIPs are beginning to trickle in now. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir is in place. A lot of the VIPs are here. The Marine Corps Band has been blasting away for the last hour. And much of this is about transparency and the transfer of power. But there is one aspect to it that happens almost in secret, and it is likely to have happened now, though we may never know exactly when it did, and that is when Donald J. Trump gets a tutorial, if you will, from the Strategic Command, members of the Joint Services, based out in Omaha, Nebraska, that run the nuclear arsenal for the United States. And Mr. Trump, at some point today, has to have a briefing from them as to how the so-called football is operated. It includes a highly encrypted card that is the key codes. It has not been activated for him yet, but if he has in fact been given one, as soon as he takes the oath of office, that will be one of the things that he will get, an activated code card for the so-called football, about a 45-pound suitcase that gives the commander-in-chief the opportunity to launch nuclear weapons. Now, as it happens, there are two other footballs that are distributed. One will go to the Vice President-elect, soon to be the Vice President Mike Pence, and the third one goes to the Secretary of Defense, who is likely to be James Mattis, perhaps as soon as today. The U.S. Senate Democrats have said that they are inclined to allow votes either today or late tonight for both James Mattis for the Secretary of Defense and General John Kelly for our Homeland Security Secretary, both of them Marine generals. Both of them were also commanders of CENTCOM in Florida now. So those are the two that are likely, and they both Pence and Mattis would also have footballs, but it is, of course, the commander-in-chief. And that aspect of things, we may never know when it happened, but traditionally it happens before they go to church, presumably so the soon-to-be commander-in-chief can pray over his new responsibilities. Bill?
Thank you, Carl. Carl Cameron will be stationed there at the Capitol throughout the day. You're seeing the former speakers of the House make their way in. You saw Newt Gingrich, you saw John Boehner. And when you look at John Boehner, a man who led the Republicans in the House for a good while until he left Washington about a year ago, not physically, but he left his position there. And you think about his time as Speaker, Shannon, and you wonder in this context of $20 trillion in debt, you know, the mountain of issues and bureaucracy that Donald Trump will inherit in about 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. What former Speaker Boehner will tell you is that he had a deal. He had a handshake with President Obama on what is known as the grand bargain. And he'll relay that story to you from the Oval Office. They were going to cut taxes. They were going to reform Medicare and Medicaid. It was a way to get spending under control. As you see Cardinal Timothy Dolan coming in from New York, he will make an address today. Behind him, Franklin Graham. And we'll also hear from a rabbi who came in from California today during the benediction there on the west steps of the Capitol. Back to Boehner. Boehner says he had a handshake on the grand bargain from the Oval Office. And by the time he got back into his office on Capitol Hill, he got a call from the president asking for more tax cuts, to which Speaker Boehner said, "You know I can't get that." And the grand bargain was off. And we have not visited that moment in Washington, D.C. ever since. And you wonder now, the biggest deal maker in American business, as he would frame him, whether or not that's something Donald Trump could revive and get done. Wow.
We'll see very shortly, maybe. All right, joining us now, Howard Kurtz, Fox News media analyst and the host of Media Buzz. Howard, this is one of those days that is just epic in broadcast coverage and media coverage because it only happens every 4 years. The entire world is watching. It's interesting to note, though, how different media outlets have really had a different tone this week.
That is true. You have some outlets that are, treating this as the historic, eye-popping day that it is, and others that seem dug in against the Trump presidency even before it starts. But I've got to tell you, Shannon, I was so struck by those pictures moments ago of Barack Obama and his wife welcoming Donald Trump and his wife to the White House. Two men who could not be more different and who hold each other in minimal high regard, as they use the diplo speak of the city, and they're about to sit down for tea. I had a similar feeling yesterday. I was on the air when Trump landed in Washington, and instead of getting out of that blue and gold Trump jet, he got out of a plane that said United States of America on it. And I realized, you know, next time I see him get on a plane, that we all see him, he's going to give that salute that signals that he is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So the handoff itself is really the essence of our democracy, has been since George Washington gave way to John Adams. But if you live in Washington, there's many layers beneath that. As you talk about people finding jobs, angling for jobs, losing jobs, buying houses, making connections, making regulations, making certain restaurants hot. Really a big cultural change for this city as well as the country and the world.
You are so right about that, Howard, because having lived here through a couple of different administrations myself, it really, the feeling of the city really does change because thousands of families leave, thousands of families come in, so the schools are different, the synagogues and churches are different, the neighborhoods are different. I mean, there's really a different flavor about everything when there's such an upheaval of thousands of people who, many of them are very party loyal and partisan, and it really does change the personality almost of the city. I'm struck by, just a short time ago, one of the faces we saw there as we're awaiting the arrivals, and we see Jackie Ivanchko, one of the young singers who will be singing today. Stephen Miller, the young man who was a senior staff member with Senator Jeff Sessions, who of course was one of the first to come out and boldly throw in his lot with Donald Trump, and that has supported him, drawing record crowds down in his home state of Alabama and other places, being on the road with the president-elect. Senator Sessions has now, you know, obviously awaiting a vote as Attorney General, the nominee, having gone through his confirmation hearings. But Stephen Miller was such an integral part of Senator Sessions' staff. Now we know and understand that he has helped the president-elect with writing critical speeches, including today. We understand he's had a bit of a hand in that as well. And so an interesting player in this whole thing as we wait to see exactly what kind of tone and message we'll get today in this inaugural address just about an hour and 45 minutes from now.
Yeah, we all get to know the staffers who will become a major presence in the new administration. Steve, I mean, Kellyanne Conway, you know, started out working for Ted Cruz. Now she is very close and very influential to Donald Trump as his final campaign manager, of course, incoming White House counselor. We get to know the families. Who would have thought when this journey started that Ivanka's husband, Jared Kushner, would be not only such an influential voice in this new administration, but actually would be working in the White House. And now, the only thing that, in my view, has kind of marred this tableau of democracy a little bit has been not the protest, because people are entitled to protest, but, you know, the nearly 70 now House Democrats who are boycotting the inauguration. That plays into the blood feuds that often mark life here in the Capitol, because next time there's a Democratic president inaugurated, I think some Republicans may decide they have better things to do. Also, you know, Donald Trump, nobody would dispute that a guy who nobody, including many in our business, thought was going to be taking the oath of office today, that he is controversial, that he is a New York street fighter, that he engages on Twitter, and so that, I think, has given a very different tone to the transition. We will see how the media adjusts to covering him when he is, in fact, the 45th president of the United States.
And on screen, we're now seeing the arrival of the Dole family. And there's Senator Collins. Oh, my goodness. She's had an injury, so she's a trooper today, getting down the steps there with what appears to be at least a minimal cast of some kind. But just before her, we saw the Doles arriving. And of course, former Senator Dole himself was once the GOP nominee. He has been down this road and has now been, in some respects, connected to the Trump campaign and a bit of an advisor or helper at points. And of course, his wife, former Senator Elizabeth Dole. So we're seeing a lot of the dignitaries coming out onto stage now as we await. There is so much tradition to this day. You talked about the protest. That's also part of the tradition, always, every 4 years. We now see Hillary Clinton and former President Bill Clinton now arriving on a day that months ago many people around the world thought most certainly was going to be her inauguration day. But they come now as part of the tradition and the honor in the handing over of power to a new president. They will be part of this day. You see former Vice President Dick Cheney and his wife as well arriving. So it is a day, Bill, unlike any other. It brings together political foes. And I just have to wonder what is going through Mrs. Clinton and former President Clinton's minds as they sit here on this day thinking literally just a couple of months ago that this would be the day that she would make history herself.
She is already been ready. How do you take that?
Oftentimes, Shannon, I think the viewers and the voters, they look at Washington, D.C. through the lens of a cable news monitor, and they see Democrats and Republicans going at it vociferously and with a lot of emotion. And that is the case when they argue policy. But when they're across from each other in person, they are exceedingly cordial. And I think it's a relationship oftentimes that is overlooked and not seen by a lot of Americans. They live and work in the same building every day. They cross paths almost every day of their lives. And it's not always this contentious, backbiting nature that we often see as they fight publicly for their positions and their policies. And as I say that, we were given word a moment ago from the White House that any moment now, President Obama, his wife Michelle, will join the next President of the United States and the future First Lady an hour and 40 minutes from now to make the short drive up Pennsylvania Avenue to Capitol Hill.
And you know, you talk about the bipartisanship that does exist. There are relationships, and this is a perfect example. You're seeing a lot of the top House leaders now coming in, Democrats and Republicans filing in together and walking in to share that stage together. These are people who a lot of times are completely on the opposite side of votes. But when it comes to honoring our country and our traditions, you see a lot of folks there who would not vote together, but they'll walk in line together and watch as we get a new president.
So on this day, Donald Trump will take the oath of office using two Bibles. One is the Lincoln Bible, used at Lincoln's first inauguration in 1861. It has been used on other occasions, but rarely. 2009, President Obama. 2013, President Obama. The second Bible is Trump's personal Bible that was given to him by his mother after graduation from Sunday Church Primary School in Jamaica, Queens on June 12, 1955. That was about just a few days before Donald Trump turned 9 years old. Two Bibles used today for the swearing in. For the tea at the moment, we know the President, the First Lady are there, the Vice President, Dr. Joe Biden is there as well, President-elect Donald Trump, his wife Melania, Mike Pence and his wife are there as we see Dick Cheney and Lynn Cheney move their way down the hall. We also know Senator Blunt is there, the Republican from Missouri, as we look at Kellyanne Conway here on this hashtag 50 birthday for her. Senator Blunt has a big job. He's in charge of all the introductions today on Capitol Hill, so you're going to see a lot of him momentarily.
All right, let's bring in Mercedes Schlapp, a former media spokeswoman for President George W. Bush and a Fox News contributor. All right, Mercedes, this is one of those days where we're watching as people from across the aisle share this very important walk onto the stage where things are going to change for a lot of them radically.
That's right. I also want to say this is Washington's day of celebrities coming in. It's like, as you were mentioning, Dick Cheney, we saw Newt Gingrich. It's all these political figures who come together to celebrate this historic moment. So it's going to be it's what we know. It's such an important day in American history when you have this passing of power from one president to the next. And the transfer of power, and just having the opportunity for President Obama to be there, those last moments. I have to tell you, I remember being during the transition period for George W. Bush, and it is that moment where it's the empty halls, new president is coming in, new energy, and I know for Donald Trump, I think he feels this enormity, the task ahead of the work he needs to get done. And I think that it's going to be very clear today in his message to the American people.
And we're watching now as the motorcade is proceeding, and the crowds are cheering and the flags are waving. And of course, Mercedes, you may have this morning, as we all did, encountered protesters as well. So there are many people who are looking to see and hoping for a message of unity today. We have heard that there will be some themes about restoring America to its greatness, to its prominence, to its dominance. I think those are the words that were used. And Trump continues to use a very positive tone. Yes, you talk about the enormity of what's ahead of him, but it sounds like he wants to hit the ground running. And he has such an optimistic and overwhelming agenda. You know, folks on Capitol Hill are going to try to put the brakes on at every turn. Does he get some of this done, and will it take longer than maybe he expects?
Well, I think he will understand quickly that Congress can be the slow-moving elephant. And I think for Donald Trump, what he will do is push Congress. You're going to see these congressional members and their staff work endless hours to push through Donald Trump's agenda. What we do know is that first year in particular is incredibly important, because that is the moment that you're able to push through significant legislation like tax reform, obviously this repeal and replace of Obamacare. It is going to be timely because you move quickly into, and I know President-elect Trump mentioned this yesterday at one of the dinners where he said, we're moving on to the next election. But you know what that next election is? It's the midterm elections in 2018.
Well, and Mercedes, to that point, the fact that Republicans now control the White House and both houses of Congress, if they don't get some things done, there will be a payback, I would imagine, at the midterms.
Absolutely. And the map right now looks favorable to the Republicans in these Senate seats. But I have to say it's very critical that the Republicans, especially on the Obamacare replacement, that they get it right, because the political consequences could be severe. We've seen this in the past where presidents have come in, have done well, probably that first year, but maybe it didn't go so well. So by the midterm elections, they lose seats. We've seen that historical loss during the 2014 midterm elections where President Obama lost the House. So I think it's very critical that they get it right. They should learn from their Democrats that you don't work alone. You try to find common ground and work in a bipartisan fashion. And I think if they're able to work with the Democrats, and right now it doesn't look that positive, I believe they could move forward a strong agenda, and it would be beneficial to the Republicans.
It is going to be a hotbed of activity. All the news in this country will essentially come out of the house behind us, the White House. Nikki Haley, now former governor of South Carolina, nominated to be the next UN ambassador, had her hearing this week. We're awaiting, potentially, Shannon, later today, the confirmation of someone like James Mattis to be the next Secretary of Defense. It's possible that Mike Pompeo could be confirmed today as CIA director, but so far, nothing on the cabinet nominees.
No,
that's Robert. Yeah, that's Robert Kraft, by the way, the owner of the New England Patriots. He's been by Trump's side quite a bit.
He has.
He got a shout out yesterday here in Washington, D.C. And we also know Woody Johnson, the owner of the New York Jets, has been awarded, shall we say, the ambassadorship to the United Kingdom in London.
You know, it's interesting. You mentioned Governor Haley, who is now awaiting her position at the UN. I'm told, along with Kellyanne Conway, that it is also Governor Haley's birthday today.
Wow.
So it's a busy day on the Hill.
Certainly Susan McMorris Rogers there, and we're working our way through here. Democrats and Republicans alike. We do know, we've talked about upwards of 70 House Democrats say they will boycott today's inauguration. So we'll see what the effect of that is in the days and weeks to come. But when Mike Pence raises his right hand, the oath will be administered by Justice Clarence Thomas. And you bring the Supreme Court reporter, know him well. And Chief Justice John Roberts will do the honor with Donald Trump.
And we understand, you know, there were some contentious moments along the way on the campaign trail that the president-elect was critical of the Chief Justice and some of the decisions that he's made on the Supreme Court. But I can tell you they met yesterday at Blair House and talked through some of the events that will go on today for the inauguration. The Chief Justice had invited both the President-elect and Vice President-elect to come over to the Supreme Court for a visit before the inauguration, but with schedules and the court still operating, of course, business as usual with oral arguments. They just couldn't work out the timing. But we do know that the Chief Justice and President-elect have spoken, and they are prepared today for the official swearing in.
We have heard some music in the background here, and
we'll make sure we keep a close eye on that, because the images and the sounds are something that you capture on a day like this that you frankly never forget. And this is my 5th inauguration. And Shannon, I can remember each one specifically. And I remember after the 37 days in Tallahassee when George Bush was sworn in, Rudy Giuliani coming in now with his wife Judith, and looks like Brian Pascrell, who ran the digital operation for Donald Trump, they're behind them, the tall fellow with the beard, 6'7". He told me on Friday before the election that once this is done, Bill, and Donald Trump wins, he said, you're going to have to change how you do polling in America. And I said, now, why would that be, Brad? He said, because you can't reach anybody the way technology's changed. I said, give me an example. He says, somebody calls you on your cell phone, you don't recognize the number. How often do you answer? I say never. He says, and that's the problem. And I will tell you, as we stand here today, or sit here rather today, he was right on that Friday before the vote.
He was, and what a radical operation that they had, pinpointed, targeting, very focused, and it worked. All right, we've got our nation's capital covered. Ed Henry is on the west front ticketing area of the Capitol. But we begin now with John Roberts on the VIP platform. And John, it looks like the arrivals are in full swing.
Shannon, Frank Luntz is here, so the arrivals are complete. The inauguration can get underway. Good morning to you, my friend. Interesting day today.
This is remarkable, and I've been at every inauguration since 1980. This is the first time that I've actually been up on the platform, and I'm glad to see that there are tens or hundreds of thousands of people already backed up. My question is, are the seats for the Democrats who aren't showing up, are they going to be held empty?
And that is a big question. If we could pull the camera back so that we can show you what's happening here on the platform. There are a number of dignitaries, invited guests have already arrived. Newton Callista are here. Sheldon Adelson, the casino magnate, is down there in the Donald Trump section. Sitting just ahead of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they have not arrived yet, will be Bill and Hillary Clinton, about 4 rows back from where the president-elect will be. It's that section to the left of the camera, if the camera can swing around there, where you see, is that Newt walking down there, or is that somebody else? No, it's not Newt. I don't have my glasses on, but that whole section there is where the House of Representatives will sit, and we don't know if the seats will be empty or if they'll put seat fillers in them or not, Bill and Shannon, but I think that they could make the argument that those are reserved for members of the House, and you can't put anybody but House members there. This is going to be a very significant event today, particularly for Donald Trump when he walks out of the lower terrace door here, when he looks down the mall, and it will finally hit him, I think, if it didn't hit him yesterday, that he is about to become the most powerful leader in the world, and what an awesome responsibility that will be. Shannon, Bill?
No other moment like it. John Roberts, thank you.
It's Debbie Wasserman Schultz there out of Florida, the congresswoman there, the former head of the DNC who ran into all that trouble during the convention in Philadelphia. She is now making her way, so she is present and accounted for. So too is Ed Henry, live at the West Front ticketing area of the Capitol. And Ed, you've been talking to a lot of folks. How do they feel, and what are you hearing?
Bill, in the last 10 or 20 minutes, a lot of people, hundreds and thousands, are streaming in. They were stuck behind security. One of them is Jacob. We talked to him a little earlier, 9 years old from Rhode Island, and he wants to be a young Donald Trump. What is it like as a kid to be here to watch history?
It's really cool, and Donald Trump is going to make America great again, and someday I want to be president.
So you want to be standing up there being sworn in?
Yes.
All right, we've heard so much, thank you, Jacob, about a lack of enthusiasm here. Look at these people here. They've been out here since 5, 6 in the morning. They don't want to hear about a lack of enthusiasm. And as we take it around, there's people still streaming in this way and that way. Look at the crowd down there, and you can see they're still coming in with their tickets, Bill. And a little while ago, I talked to Willie Robertson from Duck Dynasty, and he is somebody who stuck his neck out there really early for Donald Trump. It split up the family almost a little bit in a good-natured way. Here's what he said about being here for history.
It is satisfying, and I believed in Mr. Trump early, and this is a culmination, but now it's time to get out and do some work, and so bring the country together. I was happy to be a part of this early, but there's a lot of people on board now, that's for sure.
He can talk.
So listen, we want to see, where are you from?
Columbia.
Yeah, how excited are you to be witnessing history here?
Oh my goodness. Hadn't been here since Bush. My husband's getting ready to be the governor. We're pretty happy.
You're pretty happy to be here. It's against the odds. Nobody gave Donald Trump a chance. All the pundits said he wasn't going to win.
My husband was the first elected official to endorse him.
All right. Well, you enjoy the show. What's interesting, Bill, is when I spoke to Willie Robertson, we asked him, what was the one thing, if you had a chance to talk to Donald Trump, that you would say? And he said, get going. Let's get this show on the road. It might start raining. So I think they want, some of Donald Trump's supporters out here, they want to get this show on the road, Bill.
Ed, thank you. Ed Henry, great work out there with the people there. We'll be back with you in a moment. There's Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate. He's got his work cut out for him. Perhaps one of the first orders of business is the nomination for the next Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big one. We know that several people have been interviewed, have met with the president-elect. I am told that there is a handful of federal judges that they're down to. Folks that we are focusing on include Bill Pryor, Dianne Sykes, and some others. It'll be his big first really big decision, and we expect to get it within the first 2 weeks, he said, of being sworn in and being ready to go. And yeah, that'll be a battle royale on the Hill as Democrats are looking for payback after the fact that the president's nominee, Judge Merrick Garland, never got to a hearing or a vote.
So here comes the House Speaker, Paul Ryan, followed by Kevin McCarthy, Republican Majority Leader from California. In the shot before was Jared Kushner, the husband of Ivanka, and I believe that was Laura Trump, who's married to Eric Trump, standing next to him. Donald Trump Jr., 5 kids? Ivanka and Jared have 3, including one that was born during the primary contest this past year.
I know, it's been a busy time.
Past year. You also saw Cadillac 1 there, I believe, a moment ago. This is a, shall we say, a trumped-up vehicle. It is brand new. There's a new fleet that will be ushered in, replacing those that were made in 2009, I do believe. Military-grade armor, doors so heavy the president cannot open it from the inside. It has the tear gas cannon, the bulletproof windows. It has the blood type in case of emergencies. And this is the world in which we live. And Cadillac 1 will make its debut today, Shannon.
And you see the arrival of Senator Bernie Sanders there, who himself fought hard. I believe he won more than 22 primary contests in his effort to become the Democratic nominee. Had a huge impact on the conversation, on the race, in influencing both Hillary Clinton and the Republican side of the ticket, too, and challenging on issues from trade to abortion to all kinds of things. And, you know, there are a lot of folks who are still very much part of the Feel the Burn movement. And he's elected to come today and be a part of this. As you can see, the entry of a number of bipartisan senators there. Rivals and friends as they try to get things done here in Washington.
You know, 8 years ago, Chief Justice Roberts and the incoming president kind of stumbled a little bit during the taking of the oath, and they did a redo down at the White House.
And it was official.
Remember, that was the time when everybody was talking about transparency, et cetera, and that was the first argument the White House press corps had with the incoming administration.
We want to see the redo, and there was a lot made of that, but they wanted to make sure that no one could ever say the words weren't said exactly right in the exact correct order. This man has been sworn in. This is our 44th president. And so they got it done. Better to be safe than sorry when swearing in the president.
The clock says 10:37, and that's about the moment. Ruth Bader Ginsburg about to make her entrance here. That is about the moment where we expect to see the Trumps and Obamas emerge. And it's about that time where we welcome our colleagues as well. Brett Baer and Martha McCallum will continue our coverage now and take you through the 5 o'clock hour as we watch a day of history, America. Live from Washington, it is Inauguration Day, and our coverage continues now.
Thanks, Bill and Shannon. Hundreds of thousands of people are expected to be gathered here on the National Mall to watch Donald J. Trump take his place in history as the 45th president of the United States.
This is a day that has been a year and a half in the making. It started with a presidential bid that many did not take seriously at all.
Is this real?
This is real. I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again. We're leading in every poll. We're leading in just about every state. I am going to knock the hell out of ISIS. I am going to hit ISIS so hard. I love you all. Thank you, New Hampshire. Thank you.
We need a person like this.
He's like a regular guy.
Donald Trump will lead
lead from strength. He will rebuild the arsenal of democracy.
I am your voice. Build the wall, believe me, folks. No puppet. No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet. Drain the swamp. We're going to go to Washington. We're going to drain the swamp.
Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States.
I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. So there's a great spirit going on right now, a spirit that many people have told me they've never seen before, ever.
And you are looking live here in Washington, D.C. at the National Mall. We are just moments away from the swearing in of President-elect Donald J. Trump. Good morning. I'm Brett Baer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Martha McCallum. Good to be with you this morning, Brett. And what a morning this is. The skies are a little bit gray, a little bit overcast. Last night, Donald Trump said he thought the sun would come out around the time of his inauguration, so we'll see if that's the case.
That's right. So far, we are looking at the White House. They have not left the T, the first family to be, and the first family, President Obama and Mrs. Obama, welcoming the president-elect and Melania Trump there to the White House. They will then take the drive from the White House to the Capitol as the crowds are filing in here.
And as important in a way as the inauguration of Donald J. Trump today is the exit of the former president, is the handing over of power from one to the next. This morning, no doubt, very emotional moments for the Obama family.
You know, one of the things you don't hear about is the goodbye to the staff. Traditionally, the president and the first lady gather the staff. Remember, they've been with this family for 8 years, and there's about 100 of them, and they gather in the state dining room, and tradition has it that the staff gives a handmade box with 2 flags. One flag that flew at the White House the day he was inaugurated, and one flag that's flying today.
It's a huge moment. I mean, you can just imagine what is going through their minds this morning. Donald Trump, the president-elect, has talked a lot about how gracious the Obamas have been to him. Some other Democrats have not been quite as gracious, but we also know that this morning President Obama left a letter, as is custom, on the desk in the Oval Office, and Donald Trump later today, no doubt, will sit down and open that letter and probably read it in private, as so many presidents have done before him.
This will be quite something when you get down to the mall here and you're seeing this white on the ground as you look at the National Mall. That is just the flooring that they have to prevent the mud, if you will. People are filing in. The security, it took me a long time to get through all of the different stops to walk a few blocks. We'll see how much of the mall fills in here, and they have a kind of a guesstimate based on how those different squares fill in with people.
We've been seeing the gates sort of open in some of the sections, and we have seen people starting to flood in. People have tickets for different parts of the mall, and they're on their way in this morning. A lot of enthusiasm out there on the streets, but it was pretty tight getting in here this morning, no doubt.
Let's bring in our panel here with us in the National Mall. Britt Hume, Chris Wallace, Dana Perino, and Tucker Carlson. Okay, Britt, your thoughts on this day?
Well, the first time I ever attended an inauguration was 1953. Dwight Eisenhower was being inaugurated. I was 9 years old, and my memories of that are simply this. It was very cold. And I was just a little boy, and I was thinking the whole time, what am I doing here? Well, I think I have a little bit better idea today, and I would say this, and I'm not the first to say this, but this is a remarkable thing we do in this country, and not very many countries on earth do it this way. And you see this moment we saw this morning at the White House when the Trumps arrived and met with the Obamas, people from vastly different lives and vastly different political sectors of the country. The behavior to the families to each other is gracious, and thus it has always been. It is a fine moment, and the stately procession will now come, as we know, down to the Capitol, and we'll have this, as many people remarked, the peaceful transfer of power. It is a great thing.
There you see Jared Kushner and some of the family members. Jared, believed to be, Chris, a pretty powerful figure inside this administration to be. Obviously married to Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump's daughter, but seen to take a pretty prominent role.
Oh, absolutely. Some people called him the Trump whisperer because one of the issues with Trump is to keep him calm, to keep him centered. And apparently Jared Kushner did that better than almost anyone else. And he's being entrusted with an enormously influential role. There are about 5 key players in the Trump White House. He's one of those 5. And even last night, Mr. Trump said, if Jared Kushner can't bring peace to the Middle East, no one can. No, not putting any high expectations on somebody.
Not a high bar.
Since 1947, nobody's been able to do it, but Jared Kushner, not Henry Kissinger, not Jim Baker, not John Kerry, according to this president, is going to bring peace to the Middle East. So that's a pretty big portfolio.
Tall order for a young 35-year-old man who many say is well beyond his years in his wisdom. He'll be tested in his new role as a senior advisor. Chris, I just want to stay with you for a moment because before we know it, we're going to be into this inaugural speech, which is an incredibly important moment for this president, said to be about a 20-minute speech this morning.
Yeah, I have gotten, I think, a unique readout on this speech, and it's worth talking about. Apparently, Mr. Trump looked at every post-inaugural speech, post-World War II inaugural speech, and came to the conclusion that there were 2 that really lasted, that endured. Kennedy in 1961, talking about the torches passed to a new generation, and Ronald Reagan in 1981, talking about government isn't the solution to the problem, government is the problem. And they say the reason that that was so influential, both of those, is because that they had a big idea, an animating philosophy. The animating philosophy in President Trump's speech today is going to be that there is a section of America, what he calls the forgotten Americans, working class Americans, who have been left behind because of structural unfairness in the economic system, left behind because this country focuses too much on the world and not enough on itself, and that this president's key message is going to be the idea that America to work has to work for all Americans, and that there's a national interest, and that his idea of unity is going to be around the idea that America has to work for all Americans, and that everything that he's going to do as president, Trump's government, Trump's administration, is going to be to take care of all Americans.
There you see Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who had been critical of Donald Trump throughout this campaign, had to apologize. The rest of the Supreme Court justices, 8 of them now, the 9th yet to be named. There will be a nominee soon in there. Chief Justice John Roberts will administer the oath of office to President-elect Trump, soon to be President Trump. Justice Clarence Thomas will administer the oath to Vice President-elect Pence. Tucker, we also saw former President Carter walking in with his wife Rosalind. I saw a tweet the other night, I think it was yesterday, he was flying in on a commercial flight, and that was very Carter-esque.
As is his way. And seeing former presidents on the dais suggests a continuity of government, which is reassuring to everyone. But I think it underplays the dramatic break this day is with what has come before. Chris mentioned 1947. That was a year the world realigned after the war. Whole new countries were created. People rethought things. That was 70 years ago, and I think we're going through something sort of similar now, not just in the United States, but around the world. People are reassessing the post-war political structures that we've been living with all these years and our economic system and thinking, do we need something new? I think it's important to see this amazing thing. Donald Trump is about to be the president of the United States. Stunning, but see it in global context. Things like this are happening everywhere. This country and this world will not be the same 3 years from now. They will look very different.
There's a revolutionary spirit about this new president who is incoming, and you think about the speeches that he looked back at, and Chris was talking about looking back at the Kennedy speech. When John F. Kennedy came into office, there were a lot of people who didn't think that he could pull it off, that he could do the job, that he was strong enough. It was a transformational speech for him that day. It made a lot of people look at him in a different light, and that's the task before Donald Trump today. He needs people who are not sure about this presidency to watch his speech today and feel a little bit differently about him. This is earlier today.
That is the First Lady and the First Lady-to-be, Mrs. Obama and Melania Trump. Danny, your thoughts?
Well, 8 years ago today, I was there at the White House at that moment as President George W. Bush and Laura Bush welcomed the Obamas to the White House. And I love days like this in terms of the tradition. I think America does this extremely well. And it is a symbol to the rest of the world that we do a peaceful power of transition and that you can have arguments on the political side of things, but that you can come together as a country. That is a great example for around the world. And I see this as a day, it's almost like when you have a chance to read a new book and you don't know what the ending is going to be. So there's a lot of excitement. The other thing is, though, in terms of accomplishing that big idea, although you might want to say that they're coming out now.
Vice President Biden and Vice President-elect Pence. Let's just listen in for a second. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Because he has a Republican Congress, both the House and the Senate, and they are geared up and ready to go, I do think that you will see some pretty dramatic and immediate change right away, and that momentum will be carried through because I think that the Democrats are pretty much in the wilderness right now when it comes to politics. They're not exactly sure what to do, and that means that the Republicans can get in there and get a lot done. And I think the Democrats, it would behoove them to get involved in the policy discussions right now and get over the protests because those decisions are being made as we speak.
You know, there's a lot of focus on the people who are not here, the 69 Democratic congressmen who decided not to attend. But this image, in just a moment, is the image the world
Here we go.
needs to see. You know, Britt mentioned 1953. In 1953, Eisenhower never got out of the car. The Eisenhowers never went into the White House for the tea. They had such a chilly relationship with the Trumans. They had a standoff. And finally, Truman gets in the car with Mrs. Truman, and they didn't say a word to each other on this ride from the White House to the Capitol. So this is a different time, but it's also a different pass-off.
My recollection is, it may be wrong, is that it was an open car, too.
It was.
That they rode
convertible.
As I remember, they didn't have the weather like we're having today, but even if this was as bright and sunny as it was, I guess, on Clinton's inauguration day, they'd still be riding in a closed car. Security.
Well, and can we say that this is a new closed car, that they have a new beast, and that's what we all call the presidential limousine, and it's really not a car, it's more like a battleship, and heavily armored. Oh, you want to point that out?
Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, the former president of the United States, and the woman who wanted very much to be the first woman president of the United States. She thought for a long time that today was going to be her day, that she would be sworn in. But as we talk so much about the continuity, she came out and made a very gracious speech after the day that she lost. Many Democrats have not been so gracious. But this is just an extraordinary moment. I mean, Donald Trump just stepped into the back of this vehicle, which Chris rightly calls basically a battlefield tank. It is the most secure car, any vehicle anyone could ever travel.
It's got weaponry in it.
The current president and the future president all together riding along in this extraordinary motorcade, which is just, it's an extraordinary American moment.
Let's take this picture full on the right. Again, this is the candidate who lost, former First Lady, former Secretary of State, former President Bill Clinton. Steve Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary nominee, and his fiancée there He's obviously taken a lot of questions over the past couple days, Martha, up on Capitol Hill.
He certainly has. They accused him of being the foreclosure king. He tried to rebut that notion, talking about how they tried to rework a number of the loans that were had defaulted. But Steve Mnuchin is the man who will most likely be taking over as Treasury Secretary as we watch these cabinet members file in and take their positions, and the presidential motorcade turning the corner as it makes its way to the Capitol. It will go to the to the Senate carriage entrance, which is where the president-elect and the current president will be brought into this momentous occasion as they get ready for this. He's been practicing the speech, we were told, for about 3 weeks. He was very involved in the writing of the speech, according to what we know. He practiced with a teleprompter quite a bit. We know that he likes to do a mixture of teleprompter and also some ad-libbing. It'll be interesting to see if he has any off-the-cuff moments during the course of this speech. Also, John Kennedy's speech was only 14 minutes long, so this speech, although it's said to be brief at 20 minutes, will not be the shortest speech that we have seen in the course of inaugural history. And history is what we're watching unfold here this morning as we see them making their way to the Capitol, Brett.
I want to just reflect for a second on the fact that Hillary Clinton is here, Bill Clinton is here. After the election we just went through, Dana, how important is that image and that fact?
I think it is remarkable, and it does show again to the world and to the country. For the 61, 69 Democrats who decided not to come today, you think about, so they're upset that Hillary Clinton didn't win. Well, maybe the least they could do is to come and support her, because she had to show up, and I think she looks beautiful, and then she's there, amazingly, with another former president. And George W. Bush is there. You have Carter there. We know that George H.W. Bush would have been here had he could be. He is in the hospital doing better, we understand. It's a remarkable thing that you have this many former presidents living and able to attend today.
I talked to Vice President-elect Pence about this moment that he will see in just a few as he swears in on the Reagan Bible. Justice Clarence Thomas will administer the oath. Here are his thoughts about all of this.
It's really hard to express, Brett. I'll have President Reagan's Bible sitting on top of the Bible that I try and read every day. To have Justice Clarence Thomas in his 25th year on the court, a career that spans literally from deep poverty in his life to the platform, administering the oath of office to a vice president after he built a career of consistent conservative jurisprudence. It's just very humbling for me on both counts.
Mike Pence, governor of Indiana, now vice president-elect. Bert, that's a huge moment he's about ready to take.
It certainly is, and of course, as we've remarked many times, a lot of people didn't think he'd ever get where he is now either, and wondered why he, climbed out on the limb with Donald Trump, and he did, and it worked out very well for him. It's probably worth noting as we see the procession up to Capitol Hill that this magnificent vista that we have in both directions down the National Mall from where we are also up on the west front of the Capitol is not the way it was always done. When I was a little boy, and even up to the time I was in college, that ceremony was carried out on the other side of the Capitol, which looks out toward the Supreme Court over the Capitol parking lot. I can't for the life of me, looking back, figure out why they ever did it that way, but they did. And with Reagan, they changed it to the west front
because he wanted to face west.
Exactly.
California.
Well, and the shot and the whole grandeur of the moment is hugely enhanced by the fact that it looks down across this splendid vista from the Capitol down across town to the Lincoln Memorial. There you see it. That's the right side of the Capitol. That's the west side, where it should be and where it has been now for 36 years.
It's been a troubled relationship between Donald Trump and President Obama. I think back to the moments when President Obama was speaking to crowds and saying, this will never happen. Donald Trump will never, ever be president of the United States, so just forget about that option. And here they are sitting in this car together, and as you talk about, the chilly moments between Truman and Eisenhower, and we look back at some of the relationships, you think about Bill Clinton and George Bush, who became friends after, and we know that he has sought counsel from President Obama.
Whatever your
on some
views
occasions.
of President Obama and his presidency, his family's behavior toward the Trumps, it seems to me, has been absolutely impeccable all along, played out once again, at least ceremonially this morning, as they greeted the Trumps at their arrival at the Capitol.
And arguably, the transition has been fairly smooth from both points of view.
Certainly cooperative on the part of the Obamas, mirroring what the Bush 43 administration did to help bring the Obamas and the administration into office.
Tucker, you were talking about the perspective. I mean, we kind of heard a little bit in that opening that we had, but it is so amazing to look back over the last 2 years and where we've been as you look at Hillary Clinton there on the stage.
Well, everything is so different. I mean, everything is, the last 15 years have completely, the helicopter flying right over us, have completely transformed the country and frankly divided it, and mostly along economic lines. We focus a lot on the cultural divisions, left coast, middle of the country. But really what you've seen, and it goes back to the classic liberal critique actually of our economy, is a massive accumulation of wealth at the top. And I'm not sure any person individually is to blame for that, but it is real, and it has real and tangible political consequences, and you're looking at one of them right here.
What do you think he's going to say?
I think he's going to speak to the people who elected him, which is America's shrinking middle class, who felt radically disempowered, particularly economically. Again, our focus is always on the cultural stuff and the country's demographic change. But really, the middle of the country's become poorer, measurably poorer. They're living shorter lives, the most basic measurement of all. And I think he's going to speak to them. He ought to.
George W. Bush and Laura Bush arriving as we're now at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock Eastern time. Let's listen in. Obviously, that family concerned about President H.W. Bush and Barbara Bush in the hospital, but we're told, Martha, that they're doing much better. On the upswing was the last report, so that is good news.
Very good news indeed. And this portico on the west side of the White House, of the Capitol building rather, is a place that George W. Bush is extremely familiar with. He has been in this moment so many times. His father sworn in twice as vice president, once as president. President George W. Bush twice for his own presidential inaugurations. I mean, what an extraordinary story the Bush family dynasty has been, and the history and the moments that they have all shared as a family on that podium. And no doubt, as you say, Brett, his thoughts, he's an emotional man. We have seen President George W. Bush tear up on many occasions, and he looked a bit choked up as he walked into the entryway that goes to the area where they sit down. And no doubt his thoughts are very much with his father, who wrote a endearing and charming letter to Donald Trump. Gracious as always. That has been a strong lesson from the Bush family and from Bush 41 and 43.
And there you see, obviously, Melania Trump and Michelle Obama, the First Lady. Dana, about the Bushes, obviously this election, this campaign, there was a much different take. Their other son, Jeb, was running. But that letter really was indicative of H.W. saying, if you need my help, I'm here for you. I just can't be there at the inauguration or I'll be 6 feet under.
Anyone who's ever received a letter from George H.W. Bush cherishes it, and I certainly do. I remember on that last day in 2009, I said to the president, I'm really going to miss you. And he said, well, we can't wish for something that's not going to happen. Like, we cannot stay past 12 o'clock. And he was excited about the new chapter. I think one of the reasons that his popularity numbers have gone up is because of how he has conducted himself as a former president, taking the lead from his dad and being very quiet. And he said he didn't think that his successor would ever need to hear from him unless he was seeking advice. He was never going to be a critic, and I don't know what we'll see in the future.
Which raises an interesting question, Dana, because Barack Obama, unlike most past presidents, is going to remain here in Washington, and for good reason. Daughter's at school, and he'd like them to finish, and I think that's totally sensible.
Ladies and gentlemen,
but it remains a little unclear whether he will be quiet, as the Presidents Bush both were.
Let's be quiet now and listen in.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Are you going to reverse the immigration order in the next few days?
Congratulations, sir.
That's right. Thank you. Okay, Laura, we're moving. That's one thing that Donald Trump's going to have to get used to, is seeing all those people with him. I mean, he's never going to be alone anymore.
Vice President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, by the way, they will leave today, as he often travels, on the train.
Is he really?
Going back to Delaware on Amtrak later today.
No doubt he'll get quite a greeting on that train. He's a frequent passenger, as everybody knows, and Joe Biden has been, obviously one of the longest servants in public life in our lifetimes, that's for sure. And he's also an emotional guy, and no doubt he's feeling the weight of this moment as the transfer of power is about to take place. There's Ivanka Trump walking in. The role of the Trump family in all of this just cannot be underestimated. At a time when their fathers, sometimes harsh and raucous in some cases, statements and behavior, this family chose to served rather to stabilize him. There's Eric Trump and Tiffany Trump, his daughter, and his son. We know Donald Jr. and Eric will be running the business. There'll be lots of questions in the years to come about the division between that business and the government. There's Barron Trump, the son of Melania and Donald Trump. They are very much a family, despite the fact that they, come from disparate parts of this very modern American family, I guess you could call it. They have hung together throughout the course of this, good times and bad. And Ivanka Trump, interestingly, just the other day, said that she feels it's inappropriate when people say that she would be the true first lady. She said that role is very much taken by my husband's wife, Melania, who will be gracious in that role. She said she also thought it was somewhat sexist to sort of assume that there's only one role for a woman in the White House, and it must be First Lady, and if that's taken, you must be squabbling over it. She'll have her own role, to be sure.
In this campaign, this family that you're looking at there was really one of the biggest calling cards, Tucker, for Donald Trump.
That's for sure. I've never seen children advocate more effectively on a parent's behalf than his three older children did. It's striking. I mean, his boys were nonstop on television. How many times did you interview them?
Sure.
And each time they spoke forcefully, eloquently, in complete sentences, but with apparent sincerity. And that, for me, was one of the most striking parts of this entire campaign. Having grown up reading the New York Post, you would never imagine that Donald Trump would have a family like this. I'm sorry to say that it's true. His children, in my experience, were real and impressive. It was not fake, and I was struck by it from day one.
Very powerful. And the one thing that Donald Jr. said from day one, and Eric said as well, if you tell my father that he can't do something, you just sit back and watch, because he will.
Yeah.
And they said he would win this election from day one. Not surprising, but it was forceful and quite convincing in the way it was presented.
Chris, as we get ready for the introductions of the family and then the vice president-elect, this day and where this president to be takes this country, is it going to be fast, do you think?
Yes, it is going to be fast, and in his speech he's going to make a very direct call for action, say that there's been enough talk, now it's time to act. He has an agenda. I wonder, in fact, if it's almost too ambitious an agenda. He has so many things he's talked about, whether it's on immigration or the economy or trade or infrastructure or taxes, Obamacare. I wonder if he's going to overload the circuits on Capitol Hill. A lot of it he can do with a stroke of a pen. Obviously, in the last 4 years, Barack Obama has done a lot by the stroke of a pen with executive action. Donald Trump will be able to undo a lot of that with a stroke of a pen, and we're not sure how much he's going to do today or how much on his first full day of business on Monday. But then they've got to do some work with Congress, and that's going to be more complicated. And one of the issues is going to be whether he overloads the circuit or whether they're going to be able to work with congressional leaders to sequence it in a way that they can get it done. But there's going to be a specific call for action today.
Brett, I mean, there seems to be a relationship that has been built between Speaker Ryan and the president-elect, soon-to-be president, and the Senate Majority Leader.
And Donald Trump's record in business is that he will work with people whom he thinks are useful and helpful. And if you're president of the United States and your party controls Congress, you're going to want to have a good relationship with the leaders up there, and he seems to develop that. Paul Ryan's not an easy guy to dislike anyway, and the fact that he kept his distance from the president, the now president-elect, through the campaign seems not to have impeded the development of that relationship in any way. And they got a lot of, as Chris is suggesting, they got a lot of business to do together. It ain't going to be easy because nothing is ever easy on Capitol Hill, ever. And, you know, they may get it done. It'll take a while. But those relationships count. And I think, you know, Trump has shown a willingness to pursue them. Smart of him.
We just saw Rex Tillerson standing up there on the podium as well. He is not yet confirmed. There was a lot of discussion about the fact that on this day, when President Obama took office, 7 of his choices for his cabinet, Dana, were filled. Today, 2, perhaps on the low side, maybe 4 on the high side of the numbers that we're hearing right now. Your thoughts?
I think it is unnecessary for Schumer to have decided to hold these up a little bit, and I understand that later today around 4 o'clock, I believe the Intel Committee on the Senate side will be meeting to make sure that they can confirm out of committee Mike Pompeo, who will be the director of the CIA. This is not a time to leave any national security position unfilled. If I could add one other thing on the congressional agenda and overloading their circuits, I would just say, having been the spokesperson for 2 Supreme Court nominees, do not underestimate how much time and energy that consumes for the White House and on Capitol Hill. It is, you almost have to run it like a campaign. I have no doubt that Donald Trump will be successful confirming a nominee, but that will be a fight that the Democrats decide that that's where they have to stake a lot of ground, because there are other things where they could compromise and maybe get a deal with him, but the Supreme Court will be something that they will want to fight on.
We should point out that the crowds are starting to fill in here to the National Mall. You can start seeing them pack into those white areas and start to fill in. Again, security had been a little tough to get through early on. We'll see how much of this entire mall, there's the Capitol in the distance. Where we are is at the bottom of the screen there. And then beyond us, obviously, the Washington and Lincoln Memorial, where we were last night for that Make America Great celebration.
We're 12 blocks. 12 city blocks from the Capitol, and from our angle, of course, you see the white spaces of which haven't filled in yet. But it takes a lot of people to fill it up all the way down here to 12th Street.
There'll be a lot of people, obviously, who say how many people were at President Obama's inauguration, 1.8 million, and there'll be all kinds of people who talk about the numbers. But Chris, this is a moment for the people who said this was a change election.
Oh, absolutely. And it is a change election. I want to go back to something that Tucker said. It's a change election around the world. Mr. Trump is not going to talk about globalism today, but there is a sense that the economic system around the world isn't working for too many people, and that's why you see the Brexit vote to exit the European Union and other European countries doing that, and ferment around the world, and certainly ferment in this country, which led to the election of Donald Trump. And I think that's very much going to be a message of this president, is the idea that the country can't work for the elites, it can't work for the banks and the big companies and corporations. In an odd sense, this is parts of this message could have been delivered by Barack Obama and could have been delivered by Bernie Sanders. It's just that Donald Trump's solution is going to be different, but it's a much more conservative prescription, but very much that this is a change election. People were fed up. They were fed up with politics and politicians as usual. They wanted a change, and they've got it.
There's something called Trumpism, and a lot of people have tried to define it, and now he will define it through his actions. He's said that he's going to be an action president, Tucker. We've talked a lot about what might be first on the agenda. I mean, immigration is one of the most sort of hot-button issues that he has taken on from day one. What shape do you see that taking?
I expect that their arguments on behalf of a new immigration policy will be basically economic. So when we talk about immigration, again, it's about demographics and it's about the cultural mix of the country, the complexion of the country. I think Trump and particularly Stephen Miller, who's the driving force, I think, behind a lot of the rhetoric you're hearing from the Trump people on immigration, will frame it as an economic question and that American wages are being undermined by, massive low-wage immigration into the country, et cetera. I think that's a case they want to make. I think the math is on their side on that, and I think you're going to start to hear it. You haven't heard much of it for the last 2 months. They haven't talked much about immigration at all, including the wall, but they will.
Well, news does not stop on Inauguration Day. Just getting news that more than 100 al-Qaeda fighters believed to be killed by B-52 bomber and drone strikes on terror training camps in Syria conducted by the U.S. Now, this follows 108 bombs being dropped by B-2 bombers in Libya just yesterday, 2 days ago, as the administration outgoing decides to step up the attack, Britt, on terrorists in Libya and in Syria.
And sending a notice to those places and to the world of the reach of American power. These planes in the earlier raid took off from the United States. There was refueling in the air. They made this attack and flew home. And if you're sitting in Moscow or some other capital, you're looking and thinking, hey, where's these people, even with some of their older planes, the B-52s have been around forever, can reach us and reach much of the rest of the world and fly home and inflict such harm as it seems necessary to the military leaders to do. That is a strong signal, and it's interesting that Mr. Obama authorized this on his final day.
Indeed it is. Charles Krauthammer is with us as well. Charles, we watch Dr. Jill Biden and the First Lady walking in to take their places now. Your thoughts on what we're seeing here this morning?
Well, I'm thinking about a strange place, strangely enough, in West Africa, where sort of making a stark contrast to what's happening here. They had an election. I'm sure you've never heard the word Gambia spoken before during a presidential election. They had an election, the president refuses to leave. So the swearing in of his successor occurred in a neighboring country, Senegal, whose army has just invaded Gambia today to get rid of the previous president. We do not appreciate how utterly unusual it is to have had now over 50 transfers of power like this throughout our history, uninterrupted even through civil war. And that, I think, is the great event. It's the majesty of today's event. And I have to say, as a matter of critique for the Democrats, if you want to make an expression of displeasure with the outcome of an election, do it at the State of the Union address. That's a political event. This is a civic sacrament. And I think there's been sort of a diminution of that on the part of Democrats who are staying away. But you can't help, when you look at all these images, understand the power of this notion that we have, and that is so unusual, of the peaceful transfer of power and the acceptance of the legitimacy of the other side, which, of course, in the end is the key. If you don't accept the legitimacy, you don't have a resolution. And I think those who've shown up, particularly, I think to sort of the courage of the Clintons, the class of the Clintons in staying in showing up at an event, you can imagine the disappointment, or the feeling of the Bushes, who took a lot of abuse along the way during the campaign. It's quite a moment.
We're looking at Senator Durbin talking to Senator Cornyn and Governor Rick Perry. We just saw a shot of Senator Bernie Sanders, and you mentioned the Democrats and the future of the Democratic Party. There are questions between the Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren side and the perhaps Senator Warner from Virginia on the other side of the Democratic Party. Let's listen in as the First Lady gets introduced. Leading up to this election, but now there's real questions about the future of the Democratic Party as Mrs. Obama talks to Secretary Clinton. Charles. I think he wanted to hear exactly what was happening on that platform. He wanted some more natural sound.
I'd like to actually listen in on what First Lady and Mrs. Clinton, you can imagine what they're thinking being in such proximity to each other. But I think the First Lady and the Second Lady, Jill Biden, have demonstrated tremendous example for future First Ladies, Second Ladies, in the dignity and sort of the steadiness of their tenures. And also the example they set of family life and connection to their spouses. I think this is a real contribution that gets overlooked in the day-to-day arguments of our politics, and she will leave with her head up high. I'm convinced she does not want a future in politics. I don't blame her, but her example, I think, will persist.
There you see President Carter, former President Carter. Let's listen in for the next introductions here as we get ready to see Vice President Pence and Vice President-elect Pence and Vice President Biden.
You see some of the cabinet members who have yet to be sworn in or confirmed. I believe that's Elaine Chao coming in on the left there. Wife of Senator Mitch McConnell. And here is Melania Trump. They started their morning with a service at St. John's Episcopal, right across the street from the White House, and had a service there. The Pences were there as well. It's a long-standing tradition. I would say probably 2/3 of the presidents have spent their morning there as they got started for the day. Clinton did his morning services at an AME church. President Obama was at St. John's in the morning. So they started there, and now this moment that is about to take place, it's 11:20 on the East Coast right now, so we are about 40 minutes away from noon, which is always the hour and time that the inaugural oath will take place in the minutes around noon as we get ready for all of that to get underway. Just one quick thought about Senator Durbin, who wrote a scathing editorial to these other 69 Democrats who chose not to take part in today's ceremony, saying that, he even called out some of them specifically by name, basically scolding them for bad behavior, Tucker, and saying that he would be standing there today to toast to the new president throughout the course of the inaugural festivities, and he just thought they were flat out wrong.
Well, good for Durbin. I mean, in the end, the institutions these people represent are more important than any one of them individually. And the election of Donald Trump was about Trump, but not really. It never is about the man. It's about much bigger things that are happening. And to turn your back on this is to, in some ways, turn your back on one of the most important institutions we have. So don't do that.
You know, Megan McCardle, one of our colleagues in this business, is a very fine writer for The Atlantic and other publications, posted a message today on Twitter in which she said, Obama was my president, so is Trump, because I'm an American, and the person who wins the U.S. presidential election is my president. That should go without saying. But in this atmosphere, what I would say is good for her for saying that.
Yeah. Elaine L. Chao and Mrs. Julie McCarthy.
The story of Melania Trump is a fascinating one as well. Born in Slovenia, probably never imagined that she would be experiencing the moment that she is in right now. An immigrant, she talked a lot about her process, becoming an American citizen, and how much it meant to her to become an American citizen. People really all over Eastern Europe just, adore her and find her to be such an amazing example for them.
And she adores that boy.
Absolutely. That is her son, Barron, who is always at her side. They will stay in New York so he can finish out the school year, and then they will move to the White House. And no doubt they'll all be back and forth on the weekends and seeing each other quite a bit through the process, Brett.
I think we're going to let it breathe a little bit here and just be quiet for a while.
on the screen, guys. Back up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama, and the Vice President Joseph R. Biden, escorted by Senate Democratic Secretary Gary Myrick, Senate Democratic Leader and Rules Committee Ranking Member Charles E. Schumer, and House Democratic Leader Nancy Pelosi. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect, Michael Richard Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Stacey McHatton McBride. The Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Frank Larkin. The House Sergeant-at-Arms, Paul Irving. The Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Roy Blunt. Rules Committee Ranking Member and Senate Democratic Leader, Charles E. Schumer. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Paul D. Ryan. Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. House Majority Leader, Kevin McCarthy. And House Democratic Leader, Nancy Pelosi. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee for Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Roy Blunt.
Thank you all. If you have a seat, you can sit down. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Mr. President-elect, Mr. Vice President-elect, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inauguration of the 45th President of the United States of America. Today, the legislative, the executive, the judicial branches of our constitutional government come together for the 58th inauguration of the President of the United States. Millions of people all over the world will watch and will listen to this event. 36 years ago at his first inauguration, it was also the first inauguration on this side of the Capitol, President Ronald Reagan said that what we do here is both commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace every 4 years since 1789, when President George Washington took this exact same oath. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789, and the example it sets for democracies everywhere. Washington believed the inauguration of the second president would be more important than the inauguration of the first. Many people had taken control of a government up until then, but few people had ever turned that control willingly over to anyone else. And as important as the transfer of the first transfer of power was, many historians believe that the next election was even more important. When in 1801, one group of people, arguably for the first time ever in history, willingly, if not enthusiastically, gave control of the government to people they believed had a dramatically different view of what the government would, should, and could do. After that election that actually discovered a flaw in the Constitution itself, which was remedied by the 12th Amendment, Thomas Jefferson, at that inauguration, beyond the chaos of the election that had just passed, said, "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists." After 4 years of civil war, Lincoln's second inaugural speech tried to find reason for the continued war when he pointed out that both sides prayed to the same God. He'd earlier written about those fervent prayers that one side must be and both sides may be wrong. But in 1865, he looked to the future, and the memorable moment in that speech was "with malice toward none and charity for all." In the middle of the Depression, the country was told that the only thing we had to fear was fear itself. And President Kennedy talked about the obligation in democracy to country. The great question that day was, ask what you can do for your country. So we come to this place again, commonplace and miraculous, a national moment of celebration, but not a celebration of victory, a celebration of democracy. And as we begin that celebration, I call on His Eminence Timothy Michael Cardinal Dolan, Reverend Dr. Samuel Rodriguez, and Pastor Paula White Kane to provide readings and the invocation.
The prayer of King Solomon from the Book of Wisdom. Let us pray. God of our ancestors and Lord of mercy, you have made all things, and in your providence have charged us to rule the creatures produced by you, to govern the world in holiness and righteousness, and to render judgment with integrity of heart. Give us wisdom, for we are your servants, weak and short-lived, lacking in comprehension of judgment and of laws. Indeed, though one might be perfect among mortals, if wisdom which comes from you be lacking, we count for nothing. Now with you is wisdom, who knows your will and was there when you made the world, who understands what is pleasing in your eyes, what is conformable with your commands. Send her forth from your holy heavens, from your glorious throne dispatch her, that she may be with us and work with us, that we may grasp what is pleasing to you. For she knows and understands all things, and will guide us prudently in our affairs, and safeguard us by her glory. Amen.
From the Gospel of Matthew, the 5th chapter. God blesses those who are poor and realize their need for Him, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. God blesses those who mourn, for they will be comforted. God blesses those who are humble, for they will inherit the earth. God blesses those who hunger and thirst for justice, for they will be satisfied. God blesses those who are merciful, for they will be shown mercy. He blesses those who are pure in heart, for they will see God. God blesses those who work for peace, for they will be called children of God. God blesses those who are persecuted for doing right, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. And God blesses you when people mock you and persecute you and lie about you and say all sorts of evil things against you because you are my followers. For you are the light of the world, like a city on a hilltop that cannot be hidden. No one lights a lamp and then puts it under a basket. Instead, a lamp is placed on its stand where it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your good deeds shine out for all to see, that everyone will praise your Heavenly Father. Respectfully, in Jesus' name.
We come to you, Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, with grateful hearts, thanking you for this great country that you have decreed to your people. We acknowledge we are a blessed nation with a rich history of faith and fortitude, with a future that is filled with promise and purpose. We recognize that every good and every perfect gift comes from you, and the United States of America is your gift, for which we proclaim our gratitude. As a nation, we now pray for our President, Donald John Trump, Vice President Michael Richard Pence, and their families. We ask that you would bestow upon our President the wisdom necessary to lead this great nation, the grace to unify us, and the strength to stand for what is honorable and right in your sight. In Proverbs 21:1, you instruct us that our leader's heart is in your hands. Gracious God, reveal unto our President the ability to know the will, your will, the confidence to lead us in justice and righteousness, and the compassion to yield to our better angels. While we know there are many challenges before us, in every generation you have provided the strength and power to become that blessed nation. Guide us in discernment, Lord, and give us that strength to persevere and thrive. Now bind and heal our wounds and divisions, and join our nation to your purpose. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. The psalmist declared, let your favor be upon this one nation under God. Let these United States of America be that beacon of hope to all people and nations under your dominion, a true hope for humankind. Glory to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Missouri State University Chorale.
Here are the voices of every creature. Here is a place of strangers welcome. We who once walked in strangers' shoes. Once we were strangers, we were welcome. Once we were strangers, we were welcome. This life. Keep faith, keep watch, take heart, take courage, take heart, take courage. Heart, spirit, feel love, feel longing, feel longing. Here are the cities where we are gathered. Here are the walls this Lord. We are the dreams of every being. Filled with the dreams that build the day. Once we were strangers, we were welcome. Keep faith, guard mind, take heart, our spirit, take heart, our spirit, take courage, keep watch, belonging,
Well, the Missouri State University Chorale practices and performs about 2 blocks from my home in Springfield, Missouri, so it was easy to find them, and we're pleased they're here. It's also a great opportunity for me to introduce my colleague, the Senator from New York, Chuck Schumer.
My fellow Americans, we live in a challenging and tumultuous time, a quickly evolving, ever more interconnected world, a rapidly changing economy that benefits too few while leaving too many behind, a fractured media, a politics frequently consumed by rancor. We face threats, foreign and domestic. In such times, faith in our government, our institutions, and even our country can erode. Despite these challenges, I stand here today confident in this great country for one reason: you, the American people. We Americans have always been a forward-looking, problem-solving, optimistic, patriotic, and decent people. Whatever our race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, whether we are immigrant or native-born, whether we live with disabilities or do not, in wealth or in poverty, we are all exceptional in our commonly held yet fierce devotion to our country, and in our willingness to sacrifice our time, energy, and even our lives to making it a more perfect union. Today we celebrate one of democracy's core attributes, the peaceful transfer of power. And every day we stand up for core democratic principles enshrined in the Constitution: the rule of law, equal protection for all under law, the freedom of speech, press, religion, the things that make America, America. And we can gain strength from reading our history and listening to the voices of average Americans. They always save us in times of strife. One such American was Major Sullivan Ballou. On July 14, 1861, when the North and South were lining up for their first battle, a time when our country was bitterly divided and faith in the future of our country was at a nadir, Major Ballou of the 2nd Rhode Island Volunteers penned a letter to his wife, Sarah. It is one of the greatest letters in American history. It shows the strength and courage of the average American. Allow me to read some of his words, which echo through the ages. "My very dear Sarah," he wrote, "the indications are very strong that we shall move in a few days, perhaps tomorrow. If it is necessary that I should fall on the battlefield for my country, I am ready. I have no misgivings about or lack of confidence in the cause in which I am engaged, and my courage does not halt or falter. I know how strongly American civilization now leans upon the triumph of the government, and how great a debt we owe to those who went before us through the blood and suffering of the Revolution. And I am willing, perfectly willing, to lay down all my joys in this life to help maintain this government and to pay that debt. Sarah, my love for you is deathless. It seems to bind me to you with the mighty cables that nothing but omnipotence can break. And yet, my love of country comes over me like a strong wind and bears me irresistibly on with all these chains to the battlefield. Sullivan Ballou gave his life on the battlefield a week later at the first battle of Bull Run. It is because Sullivan Ballou and countless others believed in something bigger than themselves and were willing to sacrifice for it that we stand today in the full blessings of liberty in the greatest country on earth. And that spirit lives on in each of us, Americans whose families have been here for generations and those who have just arrived. And I know our best days are yet to come. I urge all Americans to read Ballou's full letter. His words give me solace, strength. I hope they will give you the same. Now, please stand while the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas, administers the oath of office to the Vice President of the United States.
Place your hand on the Bible. Place your hand. Mr. Vice President-elect, would you raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Michael Richard Pence, do solemnly swear.
I, Michael Richard Pence, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. God bless you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the United States, John G. Roberts, Jr., who will administer the presidential oath of office. Everyone, please stand.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Did I get that one right?
Chief Justice Roberts, President Carter, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, fellow Americans, and people of the world, thank you. We, the citizens of America, are now joined in a great national effort to rebuild our country and restore its promise for all of our people. Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. We will face challenges. We will confront hardships, but we will get the job done. Every 4 years, we gather on these steps to carry out the orderly and peaceful transfer of power. And we are grateful to President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama for their gracious aid throughout this transition. They have been magnificent. Thank you. Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning, because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C. and giving it back to you, the people. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed. The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country. Their victories have not been your victories. Their triumphs have not been your triumphs. And while they celebrated in our nation's capital, there was little to celebrate for struggling families all across our land. That all changes starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you. It belongs to everyone gathered here today and everyone watching all across America. This is your day. This is your celebration. And this, the United States of America, is your country. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. Everyone is listening to you now. You came by the tens of millions to become part of a historic movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. At the center of this movement is a crucial conviction that a nation exists to serve its citizens. Americans want great schools for their children, safe neighborhoods for their families, and good jobs for themselves. These are just and reasonable demands of righteous people and a righteous public. But for too many of our citizens, a different reality exists. Mothers and children trapped in poverty in our inner cities. Rusted out factories scattered like tombstones across the landscape of our nation. An education system flush with cash, but which leaves our young and beautiful students deprived of all knowledge. And the crime, and the gangs, and the drugs that have stolen too many lives and robbed our country of so much unrealized potential. This American carnage stops right here and stops right now. We are one nation, and their pain is our pain. Their dreams are our dreams, and their success will be our success. We share one heart, one home, and one glorious destiny. The oath of office I take today is an oath of allegiance to all Americans. For many decades, we've enriched foreign industry at the expense of American industry, subsidized the armies of other countries while allowing for the very sad depletion of our military. We've defended other nations' borders while refusing to defend our own. And spent trillions and trillions of dollars overseas while America's infrastructure has fallen into disrepair and decay. We've made other countries rich, while the wealth, strength, and confidence of our country has dissipated over the horizon. One by one, the factories shuttered and left our shores, with not even a thought about the millions and millions of American workers that were left behind. The wealth of our middle class has been ripped from their homes and then redistributed all across the world. But that is the past, and now we are looking only to the future. We assembled here today are issuing a new decree to be heard in every city, in every foreign capital, and in every hall of power. From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first. Every decision on trade, on taxes, on immigration, on foreign affairs will be made to benefit American workers and American families. We must protect our borders from the ravages of other countries making our products, stealing our companies, and destroying our jobs. Protection will lead to great prosperity and strength. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. America will start winning again, winning like never before. We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our borders. We will bring back our wealth. And we will bring back our dreams. We will build new roads and highways and bridges and airports and tunnels and railways all across our wonderful nation. We will get our people off of welfare and back to work, rebuilding our country with American hands and American labor. We will follow two simple rules: buy American and hire American. We will seek friendship and goodwill with the nations of the world, but we do so with the understanding that it is the right of all nations to put their own interests first. We do not seek to impose our way of life on anyone, but rather to let it shine as an example. We will shine for everyone to follow. We will reinforce old alliances and form new ones and unite the civilized world against radical Islamic terrorism, which we will eradicate completely from the face of the earth. At the bedrock of our politics will be a total allegiance to the United States of America. And through our loyalty to our country, we will rediscover our loyalty to each other. When you open your heart to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice. The Bible tells us how good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. We must speak our minds openly, debate our disagreements honestly, but always pursue solidarity. When America is united, America is totally unstoppable. There should be no fear. We are protected, and we will always be protected. We will be protected by the great men and women of our military and law enforcement. And most importantly, we will be protected by God. Finally, we must think big and dream even bigger. In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving. We will no longer accept politicians who are all talk and no action, constantly complaining but never doing anything about it. The time for empty talk is over. Now arrives the hour of action. Do not allow anyone to tell you that it cannot be done. No challenge can match the heart and fight and spirit of America. We will not fail. Our country will thrive and prosper again. We stand at the birth of a new millennium, ready to unlock the mysteries of space, to free the earth from the miseries of disease, and to harness the energies, industries, and technologies of tomorrow. A new national pride will stir our souls, lift our sights, and heal our divisions. It's time to remember that old wisdom our soldiers will never forget, that whether we are black or brown or white, we all bleed the same red blood of patriots. We all enjoy the same glorious freedoms, and we all salute the same great American flag. And whether a child is born in the urban sprawl of Detroit or the windswept plains of Nebraska, they look up at the same night sky, they fill their heart with the same dreams, and they are infused with the breath of life by the same almighty Creator. So to all Americans in every city, near and far, small and large, from mountain to mountain, from ocean to ocean, hear these words: you will never be ignored again. Your voice, your hopes, and your dreams will define our American destiny. And your courage and goodness and love will forever guide us along the way. Together, we will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And yes, together, we will make America great again. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. God bless America.
At this time, I call on Rabbi Marvin Heyer, Reverend Franklin Graham, and Bishop Wayne T. Jackson to provide readings and the benediction.
Eternal God, bless President Donald J. Trump and America, our great nation. Guide us to remember the words of the psalmist, who may dwell on your holy mountain, one who does what is right and speaks the truth, who knows that when you eat the labor of your hands, you are praiseworthy, that he who sows in tears shall reap in joy, because the freedoms we enjoy are not granted in perpetuity, but must be reclaimed by each generation. As our ancestors have planted for us, so we must plant for others. While it is not for us to complete the task, neither are we free to desist from them. Dispense justice for the needy and the orphan, for they have no one but their fellow citizens. And because a nation's wealth is measured by her values and not by her vaults, bless all of our allies around the world who share our beliefs. By the rivers of Babylon, we wept as we remembered Zion. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, may my right hand forget its skill. The doer of all these shall never falter. May the days come soon when justice will dwell in the wilderness and righteousness will abide in the fertile fields, and the work of righteousness will be peace, quietness, and confidence forever. Amen.
Mr. President, in the Bible, rain is a sign of God's blessing. And it started to rain, Mr. President, when you came to the platform. And it's my prayer that God will bless you, your family, your administration, and may He bless America. The passage of Scripture comes from 1 Timothy chapter 2. I urge then, first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercession, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings, for all those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. This is good, and it pleases God our Savior, who wants all people to be saved and come to a knowledge of the truth. For there is one God and one mediator between God and mankind, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself as a ransom for all people. Now to the King eternal, immortal, invisible, the only God, be honor and glory forever and ever. In Jesus' name, amen.
We thank you, Father, for letting us share this great moment together. Let us not take for granted the air we breathe or the life you've given us. We were all created by you with one blood, all nations to dwell upon this land together. We're not enemies, but brothers and sisters. We're not adversaries, but we're allies. We're not foes, but we're friends. Let us be healed by the power of your love and united by the bond of your spirit. Today, we pray for our 45th president, the vice president, and their families, and give them the wisdom to guide this great nation, the strength to protect it, and the hands to heal it. We bless President Donald J. Trump. We ask that you give him the wisdom of Solomon, the vision of Joseph, and the meekness of Christ. Solomon, who kept peace among many nations, Joseph, who dreamt better for the people, and Christ, who accepted us all. O Lord, mend our hearts and stitch together the fabric of this great country in the spirit of the legendary gospel songwriter Mahalia Jackson. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe the Lord will see us through. I do believe we are on our way to victory. I do believe we will walk hand in hand. I do believe we shall live in peace. I do believe. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe America we shall overcome. May the Lord bless and keep America, and make his face shine upon us, and be gracious unto us, and give us peace. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jackie Ivanko, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing while the President and official party depart the platform. You will be released by sections shortly.
And that is the peaceful transfer of power. The 45th President of the United States is now Donald J. Trump, speaking for 16 minutes in an inaugural address in which he talked about rebuilding and restoring the country, transforming and transferring power from Washington, D.C. to the American people, saying this moment is your moment. It belongs to you. It was a theme he came back to, Martha, a number of times in this speech. People taking control from the U.S. government, and essentially that was the message from this election. People were fed up with Washington. It wasn't working in either party. They elected this man, the 45th President of the United States, and he hit that again and again in this inaugural address.
He did. He basically said, I'm here to serve you, to give you back your government. He said, I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never let you down. We heard a lot of the echoes of these same themes that we heard on all of those speeches. He said, you came out in the millions to have your voices be heard, and today is the beginning of a new era for this country where the government gets back into the hands of the American people. That was the overwhelming message that he wanted to convey today, Brett.
a number of echoes about coming together. Let's bring back our panel: Britt Hume, Chris Wallace, Dana Perino, and Tucker Carlson. Britt, what struck you?
I thought the speech was not poetic, but quite strong. Very much Trump. The themes we heard throughout the campaign, the agenda items he proclaimed during the campaign, were all there to hear. And while it wasn't soaring rhetoric, he had a couple of lines that were quite powerful, I thought, especially when he said, you know, we share one heart, one home, and one glorious destiny. Something I think, you know, all Americans can agree with. But I would have to say that I think that he painted this dark landscape of circumstance in this country now, and then a promise to fix it all, basically. And, you know, he wasn't timid about his promises. He didn't generalize them. He didn't shave the edges off of them. I mean, he talked about we were going to eradicate Islamic extremism or Islamic terrorism from the face of the earth. That's a very big promise, one he's made before, but there it is now on this day.
Chris, your thoughts?
Well, this wasn't just a transfer of power. This was Donald Trump seizing power, in the sense that there's a new sheriff in town, and he made that very clear. He made it clear that he thinks that the country is really on the wrong track. I mean, there was one very powerful line there: the American carnage must stop right now. That what we have in America, with the economic dislocation, with the borders, education, the decay of our inner cities, he called the threats from overseas American carnage, and he made it clear that he felt that we had an establishment, both political and economic, that was out of whack, that served itself. People celebrate here in Washington, but they don't celebrate in the heartland of America. And he said a nation exists to serve its citizens, and that he intends to be the agent of that. This was the speech of an insurgent, of the leader of a revolt that has taken control in Washington, and he intends to push that agenda.
Dana, you have to wonder what was going through Secretary Clinton's mind as she watched that speech. She had hoped to be at that spot, delivering that speech. She obviously tapped into the minority vote, tried to use that to win. There you see the Cheneys, Lynn and Dick Cheney, and Senator Dole. But he had a line in here, Dana: when you open your heart to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice. When America is united, America is unstoppable.
I thought that was the best line of the speech. It was the one I also wrote down, and I felt that the speech was very muscular. Okay, so when there was a theme, it was well written and well articulated, and in his style. And what I believe he is trying to do when he says "Make America Great Again" is he's saying that if we are all united, then we will be successful. And the way that we do that is if we believe in our country and this idea of American exceptionalism. Except, he says there is change coming, that we, American values are not any better than anyone else. If we won't try to seek to impose those anywhere else, that kind of change is happening. There was also a very powerful line, I thought. He obviously spoke to the inner cities directly, and he said education, your personal safety, and jobs should come back to the inner cities. And then he talked about innocent children who are born anywhere in America. He said Detroit or the windswept plains of Nebraska, and that they all have the same hopes and dreams. I thought that was probably a very unifying moment. The last thing I mention is he used the word "I" very little, and I think that was on purpose. This was a speech about the people and about you, and he hardly ever referred to himself.
Yeah. I mean, he went after, when you look back at it, he went after the prior administration in several subtle ways. He talked about the establishment, that this is an uprising against people who basically have become too comfortable and too entrenched in this town, that time is over, he clearly said to them. He also talked about the inner cities and basically the belief that the back has been turned on them by this administration. You know, this was the first African-American president of the United States, and yet Donald Trump got up there and talked about how rough things are in the inner cities right now. He also used the phrase Islamic extremism, which is something we have never heard in the last 8 years from that kind of presidential podium. And I thought all of that was very striking. Tucker, take it away.
My sense, well, he referred to the Obamas, Mr. and Mrs., as, quote, magnificent in like the third line of the speech. His election itself is a repudiation of Obama's presidency to some extent. But I see Trump's hostility is focused every bit as much on the Republican Party and its leadership as the Democratic Party, and I know that is true of many of his voters. They're every bit as mad at their own party as they are at the opposing party. That's the first thing. The second thing is there's a freshness about the way Trump sees the country that I think is really disconcerting to a lot of people, but also really interesting. If you take the train from Washington to New York, and we all do, you drive through a post-industrial wasteland that all of us are inured to. We don't notice it anymore, but it's dead factory after dead factory. Trump is horrified by that. If you read the paper and people are dying en masse because of gang killings, we assume that's just the way things are. He doesn't. He's mad about it. There's something kind of nice about that. And the third point, obvious one, is this was not a conservative speech. There was nothing in here about paring back government at all. This is populism, and it's never been as purely distilled, I thought, as it was tonight. Or this morning, you saw a Republican president for the first time say on the foreign policy question out loud, we do not seek to impose our way of life on anyone. That has never been uttered by an American Republican president, ever. We're not exporting democracy or civil society. We're taking care of ourselves. That's a massive departure, whether you're for it or not.
They are walking through Statuary Hall there in the Capitol. The Bidens, by the way, we mentioned before, are going to take a motorcade to Union Station, and they will get on Amtrak and head back to Delaware. The Obamas are going to board a helicopter, and they are heading out west to California. The President and the First Lady, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, will head to a luncheon with lawmakers. And we should also say that for all of you following on social media, the transition has occurred. It is no longer real Donald Trump. It is at POTUS. And all of his followers will now go to at POTUS, which is already transferred on Twitter. So that is a common communication tool that we think he's going to keep using, Martha.
Remarkable. When he talks about his millions and millions of followers, they will cross over. And this is going to be a remarkable moment as well as we wait for the former president now, the 44th president of the United States, and Mrs. Obama to get on the helicopter. It's always an emotional moment to watch that president lift off and head off into the skies as the new president takes over. And we'll witness that in just a few moments.
As we head now, let's get some thoughts quickly from Chief White House Correspondent, and that's a new title, Chief White House Correspondent, John Roberts. John?
Brett, good afternoon. I followed Donald Trump across the country, up and down, backwards and forwards for nearly 18 months, and what you saw today in that inaugural address was the reason why he won the election. There are so many millions of people in this country who feel that the political system has abandoned them, has ignored their needs, has given them promise after promise and not delivered on it, and Donald Trump today said, that ends. And when we saw all those people come into all those rallies in so many cities across the country, they all had the same fear. And the fear was that their children were not going to have as good a life as they had. And they were also afraid that they were not going to have as good a life as their parents did. And that's why they looked to Donald Trump, because he was the one person who was saying, I understand what you're going through. It's wrong. I'm going to do whatever I can to change it as president. He has said the words. Now the task remains to see if he can make good on those words. It's a very difficult process. George Bush, who was sitting right behind him, came to Washington in 2000 saying, I am going to change the tone of Washington, and didn't have a whole lot of luck doing it. So many presidents come to this town thinking that they can change the way that things are done, and they don't get it done. David Perdue, Senator, behind me, good to see you, Senator. But Donald Trump may be the type of person who has the fortitude and the strength of intent to get this done. So we'll see, Brett. It's a very, very tall order. He doesn't have long to do it. First 100 days are going to be very telling. His team has said that they have had a strong transition. They are ready to take over. But the transition, that 71 days, is key, because if you do it well, you can set yourself up for a good 100 days. That sets you up for a good presidency. If you haven't done it well, you're going to have a rocky first 100 days, and then your presidency may not be as successful as you hoped that it would be. We'll see. He gets to work starting this afternoon, signing some executive orders. The real work, he says, will begin on Monday. That's when he'll tackle a lot of the thorny issues that he campaigned on over these last 18 months. Brett?
We're happy to have you as our point man at the White House through this journey as the Bidens are being escorted off there by Vice President Pence. It's quite something to watch.
It is quite something to watch. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Carl Cameron, who is down there on Capitol Hill. Carl.
Hi, Martha. Donald Trump's long road to the White House, now the President of the United States, was in many ways guided by signs of American anger. Over and over and over again, he talked about his feeling that the economy wasn't fair and that too many people were being left behind and that American principles and values had been essentially derailed. And the average guy and the average woman weren't being attended to. And today, the President of the United States in his inaugural address said, "For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the costs. This day will be remembered as the day the people became rulers of this nation again." That encapsulates what was his campaign. It signals that there will be a lot of heartburn in the Capitol, not just with Democrats, but even with Republicans. He has a very, very aggressive agenda and outlined only a portion of it with his speech today. Now comes the real work. And while there'll be partying and balls tonight across Washington, he will go into the Capitol and sign some executive orders, just a few today, mostly logistic. But he has promised to do a great deal on day one. And he acknowledged that today was one of ceremony, and for him the real work begins on Monday. And that means executive orders and a new agenda for Washington and the country, one that is meant to answer that anger that Donald Trump tapped into as a candidate and now governs the country as president with. Martha?
Carl, thank you very much.
As we're looking at these live pictures, the Vice President Pence escorting the former Vice President, Dr. Biden, to the motorcade, and we're getting ready for that moment where the Obamas will say goodbye. And after 8 years in office, obviously, no matter what you thought of these past 8 years, you have to give credit for the service. It's not easy to live in that White House. It comes with a lot of perks, but it comes with a lot of sacrifice. Let's listen in as the Obamas say goodbye. There you see Executive One, no longer called Marine One because it holds the former president, Barack Obama, and the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, taking off, heading out west. You know, it seems, Brett, just like the other day, that Chief Justice Roberts was delivering the oath in 2009, had to do it again, remember that, in the White House, because he kind of stumbled on it.
Right.
And now we are 8 years later, 583 days from a certain billionaire businessman going down an escalator in Trump Tower, and this is the former President Obama taking off in this helicopter. It's quite something.
It certainly is, and of course, I had the thought, Brett, when that helicopter lifted off, that where are they going to take him? Up to his house on Belmont Road, which is just a short distance from the White House, but as you say, he's going out west, so that allows him to go through this full ceremony and fly out to the Joint Base Andrews and presumably be flown from there to on something other than Air Force One to where he's going. The time seems to have flown, and yet, you know, to a great many people in this country, these were a long 8 years. And these are the people who put Mr. Trump in office. And I think it's very fair, as I won't be the first to remark, that if you think about the legacy of this man whom we see flying off in the helicopter now, it really can be summed up in 2 words: Donald Trump. His presidency gave us this new presidency in a very real way. And you heard it reflected in all the things that Mr. Trump said today when he was outlining the difficulties that he is seeking with his presidency to overcome.
You know, I know that Tucker, conservative commentators, maybe Sean Hannity even, would really like that image of him getting in the helicopter and going away. But let's just take a moment. Looking back at the last 8 years, what could you say was a good thing for the country?
Well, I mean, I think the very fact of Obama's presidency suggested profound progress. I mean, that was the core hope of the presidency: redemption of America's original sin. That was why a lot of people who didn't agree with him voted for him the first time. And part of the sadness, part of the bitterness of it all is that it's a more divided country and an unhappier country than it was 8 years ago. You know, there are certain presidents who are so large, either in their personal personas or in their historical significance, that they obscure their own legacies while they're there. You can't sort of see past them. And I think it was very hard to see past Obama. Perhaps President Trump will be a similar figure. And so it takes a while to assess what we've just seen. How is the country different from the country we lived in 8 years ago? My sense is that it's very different politically and culturally. But I haven't seen a single person write like a summation of how America has changed. I hope someone will.
We're just watching because the helicopter is sweeping around the entire mall period, which of course stretches from the Lincoln Memorial and past the Washington Monument and then over our heads here and up to the Capitol. And it is a moment that the former Marine One pilot always gives the former president now an opportunity to sort of look at Washington as it lies beneath him as he takes that one last lap around and thinks about, no doubt, all that has transpired in the course of the last 8 years, perhaps, you know, obviously some of the good times for the Obamas, but also the fact that he very much thought he was going to be leaving all of this in the hands of Hillary Clinton. And today there is a very different legacy that is told. And you also can't underestimate the difference between these two men in so many ways. You think back to the no drama Obama label that this president had. And I think about this morning I was thinking about other presidents that might fall into the category of Donald Trump. And, you know, people like Teddy Roosevelt or Lyndon Johnson come to mind, that kind of brashness, that kind of rough around the edges president. He's compared himself to Andrew Jackson in some ways. So it's just that the character of this presidency is just completely different at the get-go, Dana.
The other thing I was thinking about is something that Laura Bush wrote in her book, Spoken from the Heart, which was that at this moment, what President Obama is experiencing is this big, and Mrs. Obama, the lift of responsibility and how much lighter their load is in 1 second and how much heavier the load is for Donald Trump. Because I think the other thing that we could point to in terms of something positive is I know from working in PR, you never get the credit for things that don't end up in the paper. I think that presidents also don't get the credit for things that don't happen on their watch. While there have been terrorist attacks on our country, the catastrophic attacks that al-Qaeda had promised in the wake of 9/11 have not occurred. And I think that the fight against ISIS will be further engaged, not only for what President Obama did in the last 2 days, but you have a new president here, and again, this word muscular comes to mind, that fight will continue. But now when President Obama and Mrs. Obama go to Palm Springs, they will have a completely different load on their shoulders than they did for the last 8 years.
But Chris, this is really looking towards the future, and you see these Republican lawmakers walking into Statuary Hall, where this lunch will be this afternoon. That's Dick Durbin, obviously a Democrat from Illinois, but the Republicans seem to have a spring in their step because they believe that they can get some stuff done, and somebody's going to sign it.
You know, it's striking, Brett, that the president... I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, he takes office with the lowest approval ratings we've ever seen from an incoming president, and yet, in terms of power in this town, you know, he may not have gotten 50% of the vote, but he got 100% of the presidency. And moreover, with control of Congress with his party, he is standing at a point of unique and quite strong leverage at this moment as he starts.
I actually respectfully want to offer a dissenting opinion about Barack Obama, and this speaks to your issue of what the Republicans face, because I think his legacy is more complicated than that. I mean, he leaves office with a 60% approval rating, which is historically high, much higher than George W. Bush, much when he left in 2001, much higher than, or rather 2009, much higher than Bill Clinton when he left in 2001. And the new Fox poll that we put out last night shows that there are a lot of people who aren't thrilled about the idea of repealing Obamacare that put 20 million people on to speak down to the Republicans. They're going to find that there are certain parts of the Obama legacy that are going to be very easy to unwind and very popular with the Republican base, like the executive orders. And, you know, live by the pen, die by the pen. It'll be easy for Donald Trump, whether it's today or his first full day of business on Monday, to unwind those. But certain other things, and I think repeal and replace of Obamacare is a perfect example. There are a lot of parts of Obamacare that most Americans like, ending the provision on pre-existing conditions, trying to end the idea that young people up to the age of 26 can stay on their parents' policies, or if you're going to keep it, how are you going to find a way to pay for it? I think there are parts of the Obama policy legacy that are going to endure, and that the Republicans are going to find not so easy, either in a legislative sense or in a political sense, to undo.
You know, it's interesting that, you know, these are pool cameras. We're getting these shots from a pool, and we've seen a lot today of Bernie Sanders, the senator from Vermont. Now, let me tell you, before he ran for president, you wouldn't see a lot of pool shots at the inauguration of Bernie Sanders, but he had a movement in the Democratic Party, and clearly he is one of the leaders now on the progressive side of that party, who may be leading the party going forward, maybe not. Let's bring in our panel, others: Charles Krauthammer, Joe Trippi, Mercedes Schlapp, and historian Jay Winnick. Charles, let me get your thoughts on the speech and the moment.
Well, I agree with the conclusion that this was probably the most classically popular speech we've ever heard from a president. It was completely nonpartisan, and it was an appeal to a constituency that is utterly mixed. This is to the middle of the country. I think it'll be remembered as the forgotten man speech, which is what his constituency was. He spoke directly to it, and he said, I will fix things the way he did in his acceptance speech at the convention. What's interesting is that he's appointed a cabinet that is conservative in the classic Reaganite way. In other words, he's got a guy for HHS who wants to abolish Obamacare. He's got an EPA director who essentially wants to dismantle EPA. In other words, he's nominated people who will do things that are classically conservative, that seek to dismantle the entire Obama legacy, and that speak to the idea that Obama overshot as a man of the left and created this huge reaction where the right returns and undoes his work. So there's this interesting split. The president is not conservative in and of himself. He's more the populist, speaking against an establishment that's a bipartisan establishment. But he's surrounded by a team and has an agenda, one item after another, that is classically conservative and is going to undo item by item. How that works out in the end, no one knows, because we have never had that. But I go back to your question, Brett, at the first debate, where you asked any of the candidates, would you support the nominee? In other words, would you run as a third-party candidate? I think that after hearing this speech, we can conclude that Trump was a third-party candidate who won under the GOP banner.
Yeah. Watching all of the folks come in, we see Ben Carson, who is the nominee for a cabinet member, as well as Tom Price, who just walked in. And I think about the moment between Bernie Sanders and Tom Price, where Bernie Sanders said that we are not a compassionate nation. And he said, yes, we are. And that is part of the fight that we will see undertaken when we get into the Obamacare battle, which is ready to ensue, no doubt, in the early days of the presidency. There's some
Executive One.
Thank you. Executive One, which I was about to call Marine One, but it's all about the inhabitant on the plane. And in this case, it is the former president of the United States. And so Executive One has landed at Andrews Air Force Base and will take the Obamas out to California. They're going to have some time off in Palm Springs as a family before they come right back here, not too far from the White House, and take up residence as their children, their younger daughter, who's still in high school, finishes school.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that those kids grew up in this White House.
They did.
Sasha and Malia, and a beautiful family. Let's go to Joe Trippi. Your thoughts looking backwards at these 8 years of President Obama and what this day represents.
I think it was remarkable. The Trump speech in particular was, I think, you know, you talked about Bernie Sanders getting the attention of the poll cameras. When Donald Trump said the establishment protected itself and not the citizens of the country, Bernie Sanders could have spoken those words. This was and he spoke those words with the entire establishment sitting there. This is a guy who overturned the two dynasties that created and built those establishments. The Bush dynasty was sitting there. The Clinton dynasty was sitting there as he uttered this very populist, anti-establishment message, and now a lot of that establishment is still sitting in Washington in offices on Capitol Hill. It's going to be it's striking to me how not just how populist it was, but how anti-establishment both parties, how it took on both parties. And I think we talk about the peaceful transformation of power, transition of power. What's amazing is this one's even more miraculous in a lot of ways, because it's a transition of power, but it's also the overthrow of two-party establishments. And now this president has 4 years to get his policies through, and he's saying it's me and you, it's him and the American people. I didn't see enough of reaching out to everybody. He did give it, he did talk about it, but I would have liked to have seen him try to pull in a little bit more of talking to Democrats and others that did not vote for him.
Let's go over to Jay Winnick and get a historian's perspective on today. Jay? Your thoughts?
Anyway, I thought it was a remarkable moment, and I agree wholeheartedly with what Charles said, that this will be remembered as a speech for the forgotten man. I mean, to be sure, it didn't have that many echoes of Ronald Reagan, who talked about government as the problem, not the solution, and it didn't have echoes of FDR in some ways. FDR said, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. But what he did do was he reached out a hand to the people who are hurting, to the people who need help, to the people who feel like they have not been represented. And this was not a speech written for the elites, not for the New York Times, not for those in Washington, D.C. This was a speech written for the common man in middle America. And I think it really has echoes of Andrew Jackson, to whom he's compared himself. Andrew Jackson was brash and bold and irascible, and that's Donald Trump. And frankly, with Andrew Jackson, if we carry this example a little bit more, when he was elected president, the great statesman of the day the great Henry Clay and the great John Quincy Adams, they thought the world had come to an end and the world is going to explode. They thought we were seeing the end of freedom as we knew it. But in fact, Jackson went on to become a great president. He led a movement that became more than a movement. It became the Democratic Party. So where Donald Trump will take the country in the next 4 years is not certain, but I think it'll be summed up in 3 things he said in his speech. He said, "We will never let you down." He also talked about one heart, one home, one glorious destiny. And then, interestingly enough, as Joe said, he said, it doesn't matter which party you come from. So therein lies a great message. The speech itself, stylistically, was not brilliant, but I think it's a message that will really resonate, and time will tell just whether he can carry out what he's doing.
Some goodbyes there from the Obamas as they get ready to board the plane and head out west. Mercedes, arguably, this transition from Donald Trump's own words, now President Trump's words, has gone pretty smoothly. And he says nice things about the Obamas and how they have treated him and how the conversations have gone between the two leaders.
Well, you can see the effects of post-campaigning, just the words that were exchanged between President Obama and President-elect Trump during the campaign. It was striking. And now, all of a sudden, what do we see? We see this ability, this amazing moment in American history where we do have this peaceful transfer of power. But Trump was just masterful at saying this power is not my power. It's the power of the people. And that's where he is focused on becoming the president of the people. He spoke directly to the Coleman in West Virginia, to the families in the Rust Belt states. It was that message of saying, your pain is my pain, is our pain. Their success is our success. And I do think that there was empathy in his speech. It's something that I don't think Donald Trump is known for. But this empathy, reaching out and saying, I feel your pain, and I'm going to do what I can to ensure that you are not ignored again. I thought that was a very effective message. And I think that, yes, he directed several strong messages to the establishment and to the president indirectly, in the sense of saying, yes, Washington did not protect you. And I think that was very much a direct message to both the establishment Republicans, Democrats, President Obama, and he's making it very clear that he's going to undo Obama's legacy.
We should point out this is the lunch in National Statuary Hall inside the U.S. Capitol, and there are a number of dignitaries, the incoming cabinet, many of them still going through the confirmation hearings. They haven't been voted on as of yet. There you see Steve Scalise. There's Tom Price, HHS Secretary-to-be, if he gets through his nomination. We have a band playing behind us here on the National Mall. They're pretty good, but they're pretty loud. There you see Kellyanne Conway, campaign manager for Donald Trump. There'll be a lunch, and the president and the first lady and the vice president and his wife, Mrs. Pence, will be there, and they will have a lunch, and then the parade starts, Martha, and we'll be with you all throughout the day.
Kellyanne Conway, the first woman to run a successful presidential campaign. She will now be a senior advisor in the inner circle to the president for his work that will get underway in the White House shortly. James Rosen is right where we're watching all of this action take place, in the rotunda just north of the National Statuary Hall, where the luncheon is getting underway. James, your thoughts from inside?
Martha and Brett, good afternoon from the Capitol Rotunda, just below the Capitol Dome, which is looking spectacular after a $60 million renovation over several years. We just saw former President Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalynn file past us. We've seen a number of lawmakers, and of course we are awaiting the entrance of the president and vice president and their wives. We did see just a few minutes ago former President Obama stroll past us with President Trump, and I think there's some activity behind me now. As we see Hillary Clinton and former President Bill Clinton filing into Statuary Hall, surely one of the most remarkable aspects of this day, not just the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another, but of course the witness to that ceremony that is borne by the losing candidate, and here today with some grace by Hillary Clinton, the former Secretary of State and First Lady, and her husband, the former President of the United States. They're going to be dining, we can tell you, based on our look at the menu, on Maine lobster and Gulf shrimp, Angus beef, and some goodies for dessert. This is a tradition that dates back in some forms to 1897, but in its current form to 1953. And after the presentation of flags and after some remarks from Senator Schumer and Senator Blunt, Speaker Ryan will offer a toast to Vice President Pence, and then something we won't witness because the pool cameras will have been escorted out of Statuary Hall. Senator Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, will deliver a toast to President Trump. We can only imagine how he really feels about this moment, having witnessed the extraordinary spectacle of the Republican primary process. But they're all going to have to work together to accomplish the great goals that President Trump outlined in that extraordinary speech. Martha and Brett.
You know, James, quickly, there's been so much focus on these 69 lawmakers, Democratic congressmen who didn't show up. Not a lot of focus today. Obviously, there are plenty of Democratic lawmakers there, and it seems like business as usual going forward on one of these lunches.
Indeed, those Democrats who skipped this ceremony today are not even bystanders to history. They are not footnotes to history. They excluded themselves from history. And I think they probably will all at some point come to regret that.
James, thank you.
They are not there today, as Donald Trump said. Well, there's more seats for more people because we don't have enough seats for all of his friends and people that wanted to be there. So that's part of what we're watching this morning. Juan Williams has joined us here on the set. Juan, wonderful to have you with us today. You've been watching all of this. What do you think, sir?
Wow, I was just struck by the speech because it struck me as a campaign speech. I had expected something a little different. We all talk about Trump transitioning to the presidency, and today it just struck me that that was Donald Trump. People talked about Donald Trump writing the speech, but I think here we saw, in part, people like Steve Bannon, who's going to be in the White House, and others who have contributed to Donald Trump, and that kind of pump your fist, I won, when he talks about America first. America's going to be winning again. American carnage. Those are the lines that stood out for me in the remarks. And it was not a conciliatory speech in any way. It was more, I won, and here is my vision going forward. I think it also speaks to the fact, I note that looking out across the mall here toward the Capitol, it's not as huge a crowd as we saw for the two previous inaugurations under Obama, and also that there are protests even now going on in the city. I think it suggests something of how he has overturned the established order. So many people have said, both Republican and Democrat, but I think it's created a great sense of unease among his critics and opponents.
When he talked about that carnage, I thought that was an interesting moment. Yeah. He talked about the drugs that have ravaged the inner cities and small towns, really, across this country, something he cares very deeply about. Did you see any of that as a reflection on President Obama's presidency and perhaps, leaving behind some of those issues that maybe should have been addressed more strongly?
Of course. So what struck me, I think, is the idea that he said that the establishment had been serving itself and not serving the so-called forgotten man, as he described that population, Martha. And so he was not only, to me, talking to President Obama, he was talking to everyone, the establishment that was present there on the stand. And again, what strikes me is he's not someone that we can fit into the political order as we have known it in Washington, I think, for decades. Everybody. He is an outsider.
We're going to listen to the president. Let's listen in.
Former President Obama.
Speaking
at Joint Base Andrews.
Michelle and I, we've really been milking this goodbye thing. So it behooves me to be very brief. Yes. I said before, and I will say again, that when we started on this journey, we did so with an abiding faith in the American people and their ability, our ability, to join together and change the country in ways that would make life better for our kids and our grandkids. That change didn't happen from the top down, but it happened from the bottom up. It was met sometimes with skepticism and doubt. Some folks didn't think we could pull it off. There were those who felt that the institutions of power and privilege in this country were too deeply entrenched. And yet, all of you came together in small towns and big cities, a whole bunch of you really young, and you decided to believe. And you knocked on doors and you made phone calls and you talked to your parents who didn't know how to pronounce Barack Obama. And you got to know each other, and you went into communities that maybe you'd never even thought about visiting, and met people that on the surface seemed completely different than you, didn't look like you or talk like you or watch the same TV programs as you, and yet once you started talking to them, it turned out that you had something in common. And it grew, and it built. And people took notice. And throughout, it was infused with a sense of hope. And as I said in 2004, it wasn't blind optimism that drove you to do all this work. It wasn't naivete. It wasn't willful ignorance to all the challenges that America faces. It was hope in the face of difficulty, hope in the face of uncertainty. You proved the power of hope. And throughout this process, Michelle and I, we've just been your front men and women. We have been the face, sometimes the voice, out front on the TV screen or in front of the microphone, but this has never been about us. It has always been about you.
And former President Obama speaking at Joint Base Andrews on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen is President Trump getting ready to sign some documents, some executive orders. These are essentially things that you have to get done at the beginning of taking over the presidency. It's logistics, it's extending security to your family members, it is the proper transition by the signing. It's happening in the president's room inside the U.S. Capitol. It does look like the boardroom from The Apprentice, but it's not. It's the Capitol, and it is, there you see House Speaker Paul Ryan and the Vice President over his shoulder, Martha. You know, the former president said, he started saying, we've been milking this goodbye, and he was talking for a while there at Joint Base Andrews.
He said, I'm going to be very brief, but you know, I think you may still be going on at this point. And as you point out, this is really some housekeeping that takes place here. Ceremonial, the signing of some security documents as the president takes office. And you can see him surrounded by the family. Those are Don Jr.'s children and Ivanka's children to his right, watching Grandpa beginning to sign some of these documents as he takes over.
Let's see what we
first
can
action
hear.
of business. Yeah, let's see what we can hear. Absolutely.
It's coming though, right, Chuck? It looks like you added some letters in your name.
It's hard to copy. It's beautiful children. Keep pushing that. That's okay.
used to one way of getting things done, and he believes he's been very effective. It's been top down. He's the boss. He knows how to shut a deal down. He knows how to start one when there's no hope. He knows how to get one across. He's the boss. He knows how to shut a deal down. He knows how to start one when there's no hope. He knows how to get one across the finishing line. And he trusts his gut, and he does things from gut. And the problem with fighting with the intelligence community is that that's the kind of thing where when they come in to talk to you about a crisis with North Korea, they don't just need to, you don't just need to trust what they're explaining to you about this moment and what just happened, but a context and a history. And so it really is kind of a team sport, and that's going to be a big bridge for him to cross in terms of process.
You know, the other headwind here, and it has to be faced by a new administration. This is an administration that comes in with 62.9 million Americans voting for him, and 65.8 million voted for his opponent. Hillary Clinton got at the end 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump got 46.1. This is going to dog him. Now, mind you, historically, this has happened before. There have been a lot of very, very close elections in our own lifetimes. Rutherford B. Hayes won by 1 electoral vote against Tilden. They were so worried that Tilden was just going to declare himself the president that Grant had him in the night before and gave a secret inaugural oath to him. So for one day, there were 2 presidents, Rutherford B. Hayes and Grant. So closeness and tension have been in the history of American politics. It's not that he can't overcome it, but it is a headwind that he's going to have to confront.
Let's turn to historian Doug Weed is a presidential historian. Spent more than 2 decades researching and writing about U.S. presidents and their families. Served as special assistant to President George H.W. Bush. We hope is resting comfortably at home. If you're watching, Mr. President, good afternoon. We hope you're well. Doug, thoughts on the day thus far?
Well, what strikes me is we keep hearing people talk about the smooth transfer of power. It's not smooth, but it's dependable. And that's why it works so well. I interviewed Jack Ford, Gerald Ford's son. He said, you know, at any given moment, half the country hates my father and half the country loves my father. And people forget, John F. Kennedy was hated by many Americans. And the morning after he was inaugurated, there were sermons preached in Southern churches saying he was the Antichrist. There was a televised news conference by Harry Truman before the Democratic National Convention saying he would not come to the convention or endorse this man. So even great presidents, it's not smooth, the transfer. And LBJ, if you'll remember, Shep, there were chants in the streets, hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? We've had troubled times. There were 120 cities during LBJ's term that had neighborhoods burnt to the ground by race riots. There were tanks in the streets in Washington, D.C. And Richard Nixon's daughter, Julie, she was at Smith College, and people, other students would spit on her when she walked across campus. So I raised this just to say nothing's changed. It's turbulent. It looks scary. People get mad. I didn't vote for that guy. But it's dependable, the transfer of power. And I'm inspired by what I've seen today.
Oh, I'm fully inspired because, Doug, as you know, though historically this has worked as planned, as it always seems to, at least on the surface of things. But there are differences with distinction here in that, for instance, 8 years ago, the economy was in turmoil. We were losing 800,000 jobs a month. It was in free fall. We were about to lose a couple of our biggest industries. Republicans would tell you that a man is coming into office who has no experience with leadership, and they were very concerned about the state of the world. And today we have a president who's never been in the military, who's never sworn an oath of office, has never been a public servant of any kind, and comes forward with a sort of governing philosophy that the majority of Americans disagree with. And I just wonder if you think, historically speaking, if this is so different in those ways, or if we're just caught up in the here and now.
Yes, it is different, but not completely different. I told Maria Bartiromo that the transfer of power is like landing in Denver. It's always going to be bumpy. And we had the dramatic change of Andrew Jackson. He was against the big banks. I heard some of that rhetoric in Donald Trump today. It's globalism today. It's the establishment. Under Barack Obama, as beloved as he is by all of us, as beloved as he is, there's that very liberal University of California, Berkeley study that showed the rich got richer, the poor got poor at an astounding accelerated rate under Barack Obama, beginning under George W. Bush, but accelerated under Barack Obama. So there are forgotten people. And they spoke at the ballot box, and here's someone who's saying, hey, I see it. I see it.
They certainly did. His message resonated, and I'm from a small town down south. I've traveled extensively over the past 12 months. Have met a lot of Trump supporters, unlikely Trump supporters, frankly, some throughout the Rust Belt, throughout Steel City in and around Pittsburgh and the suburbs around Pittsburgh. People who worked in the steel mill, whose father worked in the steel mill, whose grandfather worked in the steel mill, whose families have always reliably each time voted Democratic. Same in the suburbs of Philadelphia and such beyond through Ohio and beyond, who this time have said, I can't stay with it. I have to find something for change. And I wonder, Julie, what you've heard today, what policy initiatives, what plans this billionaire from Queens, New York, who's never served anyone in his life, who was recently a reality television star and at one point a character on the Howard Stern show, not to belittle at all, but to remind what it is that he brings for those people who are counting on him for so much.
Well, he's got exactly the right message for those people, and he reiterated that today in his address. You know, the line, Washington flourished, but the people did not, is so resonant all across the country. And he's referring not just to Washington, but to the elites, the 1% that we've heard so much about.
Yep.
And it's so remarkable that this person, who's a billionaire businessman in New York, has been able to convince so many Americans that he understands their plight. And I just also have to point out this other line in his speech when he said, we're going to buy American, we're going to hire American. As someone who covers conflicts of interest, I can't help but think to myself, well, Trump's own company hasn't necessarily always bought American and hired American workers. So that's another example of him preaching something that he hasn't necessarily experienced or practiced. And I'm wondering if he's just going to keep being able to message like that, or if people will look at him after a period of time and say, well, we're not seeing results here, and stop believing what he says.
Well, when we get to taxes and start talking about taxes and we get real tax plans, that may be a key. One of the things that they've said is that there will be tax cuts for the rich on some level. They've also said that state taxes will largely be eliminated, which continues the transfer of money within the family. Whatever you think about it, that's the effect of it. And I've heard very little about breaks for the middle class, aside from we're going to bring jobs back, frankly, manufacturing jobs that are not coming back. I hope and pray that for America that he's the most successful president in the history of the world, that his actions meet his rhetoric. Thus far, he hasn't had that chance. Now he does.
Right. Well, you know that one of his biggest focuses will be economic growth and hiring, and he believes that this very expensive infrastructure plan is going to put people to work. That's what he said today, with American hands and American labor, new railways, new roads, new highways, new tunnels, new airports. He believes that's the first thing out of the gate that has to spur job growth and make people believe again that they're on a path out of the rut, even if the factory is not coming back into their town. So that, of course, brings this contrast and this tension to the fore, which is that it's far more money that Republicans believe they can spend. We're broke. The drivers of debt are Medicare and Social Security. Donald Trump doesn't want to touch them. The wall costs money. An increased military budget, new spending on military costs money. All the infrastructure costs money. A big, deep tax cut costs money. And there's not anything that's saving money. So there is going to be this tension with this new unified Republican government. They want to do all those things, too, that spur growth. But they don't see eye to eye exactly on how that's going to be done. He wants to see he wants a win on the board, points on the board immediately that spell jobs and hiring. That's why he's picking sort of these little fights with these individual companies, what I call Donald's deal of the day. Mm-hmm. And it drives conservatives absolutely crazy, but he wants wins. So I think you're going to see an effort immediately to try to convince those supporters that he is changing Washington, but they're not going to feel repealed regulations right away. No. They're not going to feel tax reform right away. And this Obamacare thing is making everyone extremely nervous. There is no replacement, no matter what the then President-elect said over the weekend. So we're
waiting for the introductions at the Capitol and watching as the former president departs. I keep saying it in a broken record way to the point of making it trivial, even trite. And if that's the case, I apologize. But just witnessing this here we come to do your work, and here we go to go play golf. It is, all the metaphors are there for you, and nobody else in the world can get this right. You say whatever you want about America can't get this right, America's declining in whatever way. The truth is, America's on the upswing. Everybody's not part of it, but America's been on the upswing for the better part of the last 6 years. And that's the man who led over it. And goodbye and farewell. The one on his left arm, I think, from what I know, from what I'm told, from what I hear, is real happy about today. She's worked very hard to try to maintain a little bit of a normal life for her family, and getting off to Palm Springs and then coming back and getting into an everyday routine to the degree that you can as former First Lady and former President. I think she's into that. I think that'll work well for Mrs. Obama. Let's now in the Capitol introducing. Let's listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and Mrs. Melania Trump, accompanied by Chairman Roy Blunt and Mrs. Abigail Blunt.
Well, welcome to this lunch, and if everybody would be seated. You may discover you're sitting on my nose. This is time to stand back up and I have it down. So, Mr. President, I now got to say twice officially. Mr. Vice President, honored guests, welcome to this inaugural luncheon. The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies has been pleased to host this lunch at least since 1953 with President Eisenhower. In 1981, President Reagan's first inauguration, the lunch took its current form and moved to this grand hall, the National Statuary Hall, which served until 1857 as the chamber of the House of Representatives. The statues that line the walls of this room are placed throughout the Capitol, and they recognize important figures in our national history. The collection in Statuary Hall doesn't change very often, but actually since this lunch was held the last time, it's had several additions. Rosa Parks is now in Statuary Hall. And she is, of course, seated rather than standing, as she should be. When Ms. Parks died in 2005, one of the few people who'd never held any public office or served in the military to lay to honor in the Capitol Rotunda, and several of us were there that day. Another addition, Norman Berglog, the leader of the Green Revolution, though this Green Revolution was about his great efforts to feed people, the demands in food production, and he was really a leader in that area. Talking to Governor Perdue last night about what's going to happen as world food demand doubles in 35 or 40 years and the great opportunity we have there. Barry Goldwater, a real inspiration to a generation of conservatives, was added to Statuary Hall over the last few years. And Thomas Edison of Ohio, who discovered more than 10,000 ways not to make a light bulb, and until he discovered the one way to make that light bulb. The painting in the middle of the room is from a great Missouri artist, George Caleb Bingham. He did 3 election series, the painting here, a 3 painting series. One was stump speaking, one was the county election, and this one is Verdict of the People. In the 1850s, when this was painted, often it was several days after the election before the results were announced, and all kinds of people are in this painting, people from all walks of life, people who are excited, people who are confused, people who wonder what's happened, and people who wonder what's going to happen are all there. Actually, he painted this painting about the same time that in this very room, some of the least successful debates in the history of our country were being held. And of course, that we paid the price for not being able to find solutions. You know, one of my favorite statues in the building is in a room that I have here in the Capitol right now. I had it in the whip's office when I was the whip in the House. And it's one of my favorites because nobody knows who it is. And I don't mean nobody here can guess who it is. I mean nobody knows who it is, and nobody's known who it was since about 1930. Couldn't have been in the Capitol building more than 100 years before people began to wonder, who is this person? And I think it's a great reminder that what we do here is a lot more important than who we are. So we have work in front of us. It's a wonderful opportunity. It is a great day. And I'm asking Barry Black, the chaplain of the Senate, to come and give us our opening prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal Lord God, our refuge and strength, we praise you that we have nothing to fear. We can stand fearlessly during this season of peaceful transition because we know your providence will prevail. Lord, we're grateful for this inaugural luncheon and for your providence that has brought President Donald J. Trump to this milestone moment. You have admonished us to pray for leaders and governments, so we pray for our new president. Lord, crown his labors with success, leading him to the destination you have chosen. Surround him, his family, and the members of his cabinet with the shield of your divine protection and favor. May President Trump seek your wisdom, justice, and grace, leading with your strength, which reaches out to those on life's margins, the lost, lonely, last, least, and left out. May he remember that those who would leave a legacy of greatness must strive to become servants of all. Lord, inspire our president to perform his God-appointed duties with such reverence for you that his tenure will be like the sun shining forth on a cloudless morning, like a rainbow after a storm, and like the singing of the birds at dawn. Bless our food and fellowship, we pray, in your sovereign name. Amen.
From Statuary Hall on Capitol Hill, and Roy Blunt, of course, the chairman of the Capitol Congressional Luncheon here today. The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies does this. They've been doing it in this form since about 1953. Think of a big fancy party you'd go to at a fancy house where the caterers would move into the garage and a bunch of people would cook for you and then they'd pass it around and it would be okay. Here, it's like that in that they have about a dozen chefs who are on hand to prepare the meal on site back behind Statuary Hall in a little makeshift kitchen that's equipped with stoves and ovens and refrigerators, so it's quite the thing. Lots of invited guests, and they turn the cameras off so that they can eat in privacy. What's worse than having a camera in your face when you're trying to chew some lobster? I mean, that's a bad thing. And speaking of, I should tell you what they're going to have today, because I like reading menus. Any of you who have joined us on Fox News Channel know that when there is occasion to read a menu, we like doing that. So here are the morsels on which they shall dine. Course number one is a Maine lobster and Gulf shrimp with saffron sauce and a peanut crumble, because we all need peanut crumble, especially on Fridays. They'll have a wine pairing with that, of course, a J. Lord 2013 Arroyo Vista Chardonnay, which sounds fantastic. And those of you who have been playing presidential inauguration drinking games across the country, I dare say most of you have not been using that particular vintage, but something more in an aluminum can, I would guess. That's what we would be doing at my house. Second course, because you need a second course, grilled Seven Hills Angus beef. And here's an interesting thing, with dark chocolate and juniper jus. Juniper jus. And potato gratin, that means potatoes with cheese, back in Oxford. Very delicious. And they'll have a grouping of wine with that as well. They'll have a Delicato Black Stallion 2012 limited release Napa Valley Cabernet Sauvignon, which sounds lovely. Drinking game or no drinking game. And then the third course today will be more chocolate, because what's better than course 3 with chocolate than courses 2 and 3 with chocolate? Today, a chocolate souffle with cherry vanilla ice cream, and I dare say it's not Ben & Jerry's, but cherry vanilla ice cream nonetheless, along with a champagne, which is not a champagne, and we'll get to that, Corbel Natural Special Inaugural Cuvée, California Champagne. And I say California Champagne because it is written here upon my blue card. I would not normally say that because I know well, on the Fox News Channel, not here on Fox Broadcast Network, but on the Fox News Channel, we certainly broadcast in France. And were we to say a California champagne, we would immediately get angry letters in all caps in all French, because the French will tell you that champagne comes from the Champagne region of France, and that champagne from California doesn't exist. It's a sparkling wine. The Corbel calls it a champagne. Since it's America first, it's champagne. So it is. And that's the lunch today, which we don't get to see. After lunch, they will come out and they will tell us about how it went. There will be presentations and toasts, including just about all of the dignitaries there. So we'll go back for that when they finish the luncheon. In the meantime, let's bring in Laurie Firestone. She was the White House Social Secretary to President George H.W. Bush. The Social Secretary works with the First Lady and event planning, and it is a fantastic job and of great importance in the building behind me. It's so great to see you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me today.
This is one of those days where I would love to be able to hire a teenager with a GoPro on a helmet to wander around the White House, even without audio, because what's happening back there is a dance I need to see. Tell us about it.
Well, it's a very exciting day, and just as this whole day has already been. But at the White House, once the president, then it was President Obama, left the White House at around 10:30 for the Capitol, everything gets started. And the housekeepers start cleaning rooms, they're scrubbing down the bathrooms, the bedrooms, they're shampooing the carpets. At 12 o'clock, at 12:01, once the new president has been sworn in, there are moving vans at the South Portico. And on the west side, towards the West Wing would be the Obama's van, and on the east side would be the Trump van. And they back up, so they're sort of the two back ends of the trucks are together. And I think it's kind of interesting that the commercial drivers and movers can move the furniture out of the van or into the van, but they can't go into the White House. And so the White House staff will pick up outside and carry the furniture in. The Obamas, as I understand, have been moving out slowly the last week, so probably it's only the last minute things for them. But the upstairs in the family quarters will be totally changed for the Trumps. Their things will be moved in, other White House things, furniture and artwork that have been chosen from pictures will come in from the warehouse. Those things will all be put in place. The cleaning, the kitchen will be stocked, every detail will be, pictures will be placed around, not only artwork hung, new pictures hung on the walls, but other artwork. And in the Bush's case, they had pictures put out in place of their grandchildren in the sitting room, in the West End sitting room, in their private sitting room. And so that when the Trumps walk in at 3:30, they will be welcomed to the White House, and it will be theirs. It will not be the Obamas. They will have
everything
a new
clean.
look.
Everything clean top to bottom. I've been reading about this to some degree because I find it really interesting. To me, it feels like you rent that beach house down in Florida or on the Carolina coast or something, and you get there and you walk in and you go, wow, this seemed like such a good idea, but now what do we do? There's no water, there's no cheese whiz, there's no crackers. With these people, those are the things that I would require. But in this case, the Trumps and all of their family have been able to tell those at the White House, we like this moisturizing cream, we like this kind of hand soap, we like this toothpaste, we like Rite Aid toothbrushes, not CVS toothbrushes, and they'll all be there, laid out in the places where they want, exactly ready and waiting for them. And there's an entire staff that if they missed any little single thing, they'll have it for them in a millisecond. And in addition to that, the White House florists have come in. They've taken all of the flowers out from the Obama administration. They were gone early. They cleaned up after all of that. And then they brought in a complete flower extravaganza all over the house to the liking of the First Lady and the President. It must be quite a thing to see, like a brand new spotless place.
Well, it is exciting, and of course the fact that so many of the Trump family will be spending the night there, and that was true with the Bushes as well. And there are 16 bedrooms, and probably half of them will be used by the Trumps tonight. And I might add that while this is all going on in the White House, in the Oval Office, they are completely transforming that as well. And I don't know what Trump has ordered, what desk he wants, but it'll be a new desk. It will be new sofas. They'll probably keep the rug down because there'll be a new one made, and it usually takes time. But even if he wants the draperies changed today, those will be changed so that when he walks in the Oval Office this afternoon, it will be his office, not Obama's office.
Yep, here and forevermore, at least for the next 4 years, or until whatever. It's sure great to see you. I thank you so much. I hope you'll come back because what did you think, just before we go briefly, of the new First Lady as she walked down those stairs and as she greeted people?
I thought she was beautiful. She looked so poised and so at ease, and I think she's going to be a wonderful First Lady. I think we are all going to be very proud of them.
We've been doing very well in the First Lady category for about as long as I can remember, and the tradition is upheld. Laurie Firestone, who was the White House Social Secretary to President George H.W. Bush, it's so good to see you. And since I mentioned George H.W. Bush, we think about him a lot around here. We love that guy. I just got an official update on George H.W. Bush, and I'll tell you the headline is he's doing very well down in Texas. Officially, oh, well, there's so many emails now, it's hard to find. But rather than reading it to you specifically because I can't find it at this moment, I'll tell you that they cleared his throat again today. He's still in ICU. He's in stable condition. He's doing well. We're told he was watching the inauguration along with members of his family. His wife, Barbara, is in the same hospital. She's expected to stay through the weekend, too, just as a precaution. They think the two of them are going to be just fine. And my guess is the president is watching on the Fox News channel on satellite and cable. But if you've tuned in for just a moment, Mr. President, we're thinking about you. On a heavier note, I was reading this morning in Politico about all the details of what Donald Trump has now learned. Before Donald Trump could take the oath of office, if there was anything pending in and about the nation that we don't know anything about, if there's something going on, like, for instance, there was a time when the Bay of Pigs was about to happen, and the incoming president had to sign off on that before he put his hand on the Bible and went away, because these are things that you're now in charge in like 30 seconds. So before you're in charge, you need to know. So if there was anything weird that's out there that we don't know about, he knows about it now. He knows the nuclear codes. He knows the biggest secrets. He knows what the U.S. military can do that you and I have no clue from. He knows about the gadgets and the toys and the drones and the firepower. He knows about our covert action. If he wants to know about anybody who he's entertaining, foreign leaders, foreign dignitaries, what their quiet secrets are, what their proclivities are, what their sort of day-to-day routine is, he can get all that on a drop of a dime. And the presidential daily briefing is just the beginning of it. Por ejemplo, if they have UFOs at Area 41, he already knows about it. I'm just saying, AB. They have a lot of funky stuff out there. They have a lot of things that we can do a lot of stuff with that you and I don't know about.
I know, actually,
he knows now.
one of the most amazing aspects of this controversy between Donald Trump and the intelligence community is that one day soon the president could likely need or ask the intelligence community to do something covertly that we would never find out about, that would really help us, obviously, as a country, but help him. And they can, it's not that they won't do what they're asked to do, but it's there that trust is so important. And the fact that they feel demoralized by the things he's said since December is really a factor, because there's a secret relationship there that we don't even know about. Not only, in addition, the time when he will do something that is made public and he'll have to come to us and say, I'm doing this because the intelligence community told me that we have to do it, and I believe every word they said.
He will have the ability to see inside the most sensitive and covert programs, writes Politico today, run by the United States and its allies around the world. He'll have access to surveillance tools, covert payrolls, and personal secrets of foreign leaders. He'll know about blacked-out Special Forces raids and UFO-like spy planes, the next-generation cyber attacks that would come in the opening minutes of any new war, and the dozens of secret classified procedures and laws written down by his presidential predecessors. There is a whole series of laws about which you and I have no knowledge, written by and for previous presidents. He knows these now. As President Trump will be one of just 4 senior officials to learn sensitive, market-moving economic data from the Labor Department up to 12 hours before it becomes known publicly. So there's that. And as quiet as everything is and as peaceful and orderly as the transition has been, I don't want to color it improperly for you. There have been demonstrations. Some have been violent, and there are some underway now. Griff Jenkins is live out on the streets of Washington, where I understand there's been a bit of something. Griff, describe it for us.
That's right, Shep. Earlier today, some demonstrators coming through downtown were charged with rioting by the police. We've seen a dozen or so arrests, but now the streets really heated up. I want you to see, Shep, the line of police in riot gear. I've been pepper sprayed. Everyone out here has been pepper sprayed. There have been a few pressure grenades. A lot of these protesters are an anti-fascist bloc. It's grown. You see rocks being thrown now. Rocks are going at the police. And about a dozen or so arrests, and we're having to move back just a minute because they're engaging the police, and we don't want to get hurt here, but we're trying to show you and keep our crew safe the sort of engagement. Shep, we're downtown at 12th and K Street. That's probably about 3 or 4 blocks from Lafayette Park near the White House. They started this at Lafayette Park at Logan Circle. And the police pretty much now are trying to take control of this street.
This has been going on one level or another for the past 2 or 3 hours. 13th and K earlier, again downtown, a block away from there. There was a car torched earlier. Some buildings were broken out. We show you this in small doses because this is just for context. It's one small area. That's not to say there aren't protesters. Some 60 different protest organizations were here, expecting well north of 150, 200,000 people here for a women's march tomorrow in protest. Happen to know a lot of people from New York are coming down from that. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of buses coming from places all over the country protesting what they perceive to be Donald Trump's lack of proper attitude toward women and beyond. So that all of those things are existing. At the same time, we're covering this peaceful transition of power. To that end, it's 2 o'clock on the East Coast, 11 p.m. on the West Coast. I'm Shepard Smith in Washington, atop the, what is it? Yeah. Where are we?
Chamber of
Chamber of Commerce building. You're welcome.
The White House.
Been here a while, just across from the White House, on Fox Broadcast Network and Fox television stations from coast to coast. Right now, the inaugural luncheon is underway, and Shannon Bream is looking at activities that are spreading past this moment. Shannon, to you, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shepard. We are about a block closer. I can see you, the back of your head where you are. Just behind us is the reviewing stand. Behind that is the White House as folks are gathering here, dignitaries being brought in, because this is where the parade will end up. The first family will sit in that viewing box and watch as it comes by. It's really unusual in many ways this year. First of all, it's about a 2-mile trek from the Capitol here to the White House. And along that parade route, a lot of different things happen. Some presidents stay in their cars. Some get out and walk. That always makes folks nervous because obviously there are large crowds here. It is a very controlled and secure environment, but still, you know, when it's the brand new president and his family walking around, it's extra work for Secret Service. They're prepared for that. What's unusual, though, is today this parade route will pass right by the Trump International Hotel. I mean, one way or another, we knew a year or two ago that Donald Trump was going to get to Pennsylvania Avenue, and that's where Trump International Hotel sits. So it's interesting, he'll cross by that property now as president on his way here to the White House to watch this parade, which we're told will be shorter than in years past. There are people from all over the country. A lot of the local groups, though, the vast majority, we're told 24 out of the 34 local groups who were invited are from counties that Donald Trump won, because you know there's been some controversy with some groups who were invited. Then they had a ton of pressure not to come. But we will have high school and university marching bands. We'll have a heavy emphasis on military and veterans. All the branches will be represented today. We've got veterans groups as well. But expect a shorter parade. A lot of energy and buzz building here as people are getting ready for that part of the day that leads right here to the White House, the brand new home of President Trump and his family, Shep.
It's worked out to be a pretty nice day, up to 47 degrees now. It doesn't look like it's going to rain. We hear the choppers up above, and that's because of what you see in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Again, this is 12 13th Street K, downtown Washington. Julie Bykowitz from Associated Press. This was expected. This was planned. Protesters have been bussed in from other places. They've made no bones about this.
Sure, and again, sort of falling on the weekend like it does, this turns into a 2-day event. Like you said, we have the march coming up tomorrow that's expected to be possibly rather large in attendance. And, you know, it's reflecting the divisions that we saw all throughout the campaign. And then right after Election Day, emotions were running high. And then we immediately went into this period of transition where the president-elect, now president, didn't sort of broaden the tent, offer much in the way of, olive branches to non-supporters through the campaign. And we heard that right up until today, talking about his inaugural address, very heavy on the same type of language that he used in his campaign rallies and in his thank you tour during the transition phase. Very sort of the same sort of themes, and really lifted some of the sentences right from his same speeches that he gave all throughout the campaign. And there is a curiosity about why is it that now that he is president of the United States that he doesn't sort of start broadening out and trying to appeal to people who didn't vote for him, or like you said, voted for him very late in the game.
There's no indication that there are words that suggest that's part of the plan, but there's no indication.
Right.
Not in the cabinet.
Look, I think even people who supported Hillary Clinton are actually very comforted by a lot of this cabinet picks because they have a different posture on Russia. True. But again, it's true that even his supporters hoped the transition would be a time after he had an interview a few days after the election with Leslie Stahl in 60 Minutes and told her, I'm going to bring the country together. And, he said nice things just like he did on election night. That was sort of the last that people heard of it. And it would actually make life much harder on Democrats if he was really reaching out, not only to put Democrats in his cabinet, meet with them, Democratic leaders, really start conversations with them, but also reach out again to those people that didn't vote for him. Look, a lot of people who didn't vote for him, didn't vote for Hillary because they didn't like her either, but they also don't support him. So there's a lot of people out there, both who voted for Hillary and who stayed home, who he needs to win over because it's very hard to lead without public approval. It may be the case, Shep, going forward in this new system with a diminution of the influence of the two parties, that we always have three-party or four-party ballots, and you always win the presidency with 46%. Bill Clinton won with 43%, but it's hard. You have to try to reach out, not only with those Republicans he disagrees with, but to get things done. He's got to make people believe these protesters are a symbol of people at home who don't want to protest. Believe that he actually has them in mind, besides the sort of hard 42% of the country that's his.
There's no indication of that. For instance, by way of example only, today at noon, whitehouse.gov, something you could go check out if you feel like it, transformed dramatically and is now a sort of law and order series of policy statements, at least for the moment. And among those policy statements regarding law and order and protests, quoting, "Our job is not to make life more comfortable for the rioter, the looter, or the violent disruptor. And we're going to have more law enforcement, more effective policing. Our job is to make life more comfortable for parents who want their kids to be able to walk the streets safely, or the senior citizen waiting for a bus, or the young child walking home from school. Law and order, we can expect more police crackdowns in a world where policing was sort of changing in America. Thoughts and attitudes about policing had been changing. We were reducing the levels of incarceration across the country because we incarcerate so many of our young people, especially so many men of color, and it would appear that the new president, John Bussey, is taking a different tactic.
Yeah, and I think, though, we should just make a distinction between somebody throwing a brick through a window or, in the case of George W. Bush's move up Pennsylvania Avenue, throwing an egg at his limousine, right, during that inaugural, with peaceful demonstration, peaceful expression of dissent, which you're seeing through a lot of cities today, and
50 of them at least.
You'll see in Washington again tomorrow. Homeland Security says that the number could be as large as 400,000. That sounds like that's a pretty big estimate, but let's say it's half that even. That's still a substantial, number of people freely, peacefully expressing their dissent. And when you do read on whitehouse.gov, or more importantly, when you just watch some of Donald Trump's speeches, the law and order emphasis can be disturbing if it's not very quickly followed up with an understanding of the rule of law, allowing people to express their dissent in a peaceful manner like this.
That's true, and that distinction hasn't really been made to this point, which I think you know, would go a long way potentially to helping him sort of broaden his appeal out to others, you know, just saying, yes, you know, law and order is extremely important. That's going to be apparently a hallmark of his presidency. But at the same time, especially considering what has happened over the past few years with relations between police and the communities that they police, just at least acknowledging that there is that tension and that, hey, you know, we're all Americans. It's patriotic to peacefully assemble. And you're not hearing any of that language, any of that sort of reaching out to offer that as a possible follow-up to the law and order point that he likes to make.
Who of the people we know that will be a part of his inner circle might be a conveyor of this message?
Well, I think we took a look at the last, you know, the Steve Bannon, Kellyanne Conway leadership began around August 13th, and the campaign was in absolute free fall. And within
a little action here, some stuff being sprayed in downtown Washington. Excuse me for the interruption. Griff Jenkins is watching. What are you saying? Just listen in. He's on the other channel. Listen in.
They are indeed very loud, and well, we want to show you this because, again, there was a discussion and a real intent on behalf of some of the protesters to simply disrupt the streets and challenge law enforcement, and that's what you're seeing here today. But honestly, the police have used some restraint based on what I've seen in Ferguson, covering Baltimore. You know, we've not seen protesters being beaten in the streets, but we have seen about 25 arrests so far.
90 total across the city, we're told, by D.C. police. And the stated goal of these demonstrators as an organization, there was some central organizing, was to sort of shut down the Inauguration Day. They had hoped to shut down many of the entrances. They did shut down 2 or 3 of them. There were some cars torched and that sort of thing. Nobody really got hurt as far as we know. But they certainly were not able to shut down the inauguration. And then these demonstrations in downtown Washington, those were expected as well. As we listen in, as Griff is reporting from one of our other Fox properties. Let's listen.
We're clear for now, but you just keep me posted.
These matters, sometimes the camera brings light and understanding, and you can go, oh, well, there's the picture. Now I know what's going on. And sometimes one camera in one position can be a distortion of the overall reality. And often in the matters which he was mentioning a short time ago, Ferguson and other places, the distortion is evident to everyone involved, and the distortion is evident to me today. There's flashbangs from authorities. There are people standing around. They want their voices heard. They know the cameras are there, so they'll continue to do this as long as they allow them. The police will come in orderly lines. They'll try not to rough anybody up on camera and the rest of it. And they want everybody's word to be able to be heard. It's the ritual we've become familiar with.
And a small number of people who are violent, who are unlawful, and the vast majority of protesters are protesting peacefully in other parts of the city.
And other cities across the nation. Every major to medium-sized city in the country that we know about has some sort of organized demonstration, as they have had in recent days and weeks, in some cases led by lawmakers. Bernie Sanders, Chuck Schumer were up in Sanders territory a while back, and it's happening in California and in New York, all the places you'd suspect.
Well, and you got to wonder if the police are extra concerned right now because we do have the parade coming up. So there's the potential for, you know, a little bit of volatility there. So I'm wondering if that's now why we're seeing a little bit more activity on the streets, just in preparation for, you know, a large parade that's coming through, and lots of Trump supporters going to be attending that. A lot of sort of explosive potential there, and I'm sure the police are working hard to try to tamp that down.
And Shep, you said this was a K and 13th, 14th Street. That's right downtown Washington. That is the core of the city. It's ringed by offices that are filled with lobbyists, with law firms, with political action committees, with political operatives. It is really at the heart of the city, and the police are intent on protecting it.
You're watching on Fox Broadcast Network, and actually on Fox television stations, because each station can choose to take or not take this coverage that we're providing, largely of the inauguration. By way of information, Fox 5 here in Washington, a fantastic television station with a really big newsroom, has broken away from our coverage so they can make this local story of the protests more their own, and they have reporters all over town you know, they're at the ready in case there is news to report. That's part of what the locals do. And our hope is that the parade, nobody gets hurt. Voices need to be heard. These are transition times in America. Everyone deserves his or her voice to be heard. But the hope is that that'll be a peaceful thing. For those of us who live in New York, as John Bussey and I do, these protests they're daily. I live in Greenwich Village, up in Midtown. We disrespect our president-elect. I mean, we all know the chants because they come by our building every day and they're on their way up to Trump Tower. It happens over and over and over and over again. It's not that you become numb to it. It's a reminder that there are a lot of people in the country who aren't happy about this, and that's how the process works.
Well, and this is such a unique president with properties all over the world and certainly throughout the country as well. And I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing sort of outgrowths of these types of protests, hopefully peaceful as they have been until now, at his different properties all around the country. There was one in New York just the other day, I believe, led by Michael Moore and some other actors who were sort of gathering people outside one of Trump's properties in New York. And it really sort of underlines the interesting position that the president finds himself in, you know, being a branding sort of expert. He's got his name on so much all over the country. And that, you know, in addition to all of the other issues we've discussed with the properties, that also makes it sort of an attractive target for people looking to assemble somewhere.
Indeed it does. In just a little while, the parade will begin. Of course, we'll have coverage here. In addition, they'll wrap up that luncheon, and there'll be some speeches and some toasts that happen there. We'll take you for that. Largely, it's a day of celebration, the celebration of the peaceful transfer of power from one administration to the next. And this is Fox Broadcast Network's coverage from coast to coast. The inauguration of Donald J. Trump as the 45th President of the United States, and you are looking live at the nation's capital. An overcast but relatively warm day for this time of year. Some protests in and about town here in D.C., but largely a peaceful transfer. And watching over it with us has been Fox News contributor, so Ronald Reagan's political director and his national campaign director for the 1984 campaign, winning 49 out of 50 states, which is a national campaign director for the 1984 campaign, winning 49 out of 50 states, which is a hard thing to do. Ed, it's good to see you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We've been talking about these.
I lost Minnesota. Reagan won 49 states.
and how Donald Trump says he wants to be the president for all the people, but really hasn't done that official sort of reaching out in policy or platitude even. Your thoughts on how he's going to be able to bridge that gap?
Well, my thoughts, the first thing is he won the job. Obviously, Mrs. Clinton got a few million more votes, but we don't elect people by democratic means. We have a Republican, we have electoral. He won it fair and square. He now has the job. He has to make the job work. The whole discussion of him going in as the most unpopular president in modern times is irrelevant. He has the job. He now has to perform. He laid out a very tough agenda of what he wants to do for the country. And if he can accomplish that with the help of the Republicans in the Congress, so be it. He's going to basically be a successful president. If it fails for some reason, then obviously the public will come back at him in 2 years or 4 years. And I think that's the way our system works. I think the key thing here is we had an example with George W. Bush when he got elected and lost to Gore. Gore went away. And at the end of the day, President Bush became a very strong president, had to go through a very serious crisis in 9/11. And we'll have to wait and see. I think that where I disagree a little bit with the comments earlier about my friend Newt Gingrich, who said, I don't know what his agenda is. His agenda next week is going to be to undo a lot of the executive orders that Obama did right up to the day, probably up till this morning. And he will basically take action that he can do without the Congress. He's going to put in a very strong cabinet, people that I think are going to be amazing as people get to know them. And the agenda is for change. The agenda is we're going to fix the system here. We're going to make the economy good again. The priorities of the American public is going to be very, very important. And I think that's going to be a very significant thing for him to do.
Challenges on a couple of levels for him through policies and changes that he wants to enact. He wants to build this border fence, which it sounds like is going to cost, by government estimates, anywhere between $10 and $32 billion, and that's just to kind of get it going. At the same time, when we need these infrastructure spending across the nation, which the now president has talked about so much, and yet the right wing of his party says there's no money for that, how are we going to pay for it? And at the same time, these changes that they want to make to Obamacare, repeal and replace is the popular and common refrain, yet they want to keep the 26-year-old allowances in there on parents' policies. They want to allow for pre-existing patients with pre-existing condition to have coverage, and he wants insurance for all people. All of this stuff costs money, money which does not exist, money which the right wing of the Republican Party is not going to fork over without some degree of pushback, I would think. I don't know how you get past those obstacles, do you?
Well, look, you're going to have to reset some priorities. And obviously what I think he's done, what he did in the course of his campaign, what he did to get in the speech this morning, is he sort of set broad themes. The bottom line on the border is border security. It doesn't have to be a $40 billion wall or a $30 billion wall, but we do have to fix the system much more effectively than we do today, and most of the members of Congress are in tune with that. Obamacare has been a theme for the last several years. Republicans have overwhelmingly passed repeal Obamacare, with the president always having the ability to veto it. Now we have to not only repeal it, we have to fix it. It's a very complicated issue. And my sense is if he works with his Republican majorities, and he sets the broad themes, and he lets them put the details together, and then he goes out and sells it to the American public, he'll have great success. If he tries to micromanage it, he tries to do things that the Congress doesn't want to go along with, then he'll have very, very serious problems.
Salesman in chief, he's very good at the branding and the message making, something that even his detractors would say.
And setting the big picture. And I think the idea that we've been kind of a globalist country for a period of time, to get back to, let's put Americans back to work again. Let's rebuild the infrastructure. Let's do a whole variety of things. And even as we discuss and we watch these scenes here in the streets, Americans believe in protest. Americans believe in freedom of speech. We don't believe in having protesters out there smashing cars and throwing rocks at cops and what have you. And I think to a certain extent, a lot of the people that rose up and voted for him basically want this stop. They want, they know the cops are the last blue line. They shouldn't violate people's rights, but at the same time, they should not have their rights violated, and they should obviously not have to go through the stuff that's going here. This is not a peaceful protest. Hopefully tomorrow, with 500,000 people coming to the Women's March, will be a peaceful protest. This is not a peaceful march. This is basically anarchy in the streets, and obviously people are going to get hurt by it, and the police have an obligation to protect the citizens of this town, this community, and around the country that these things are going on.
Yeah, wise and informative. I appreciate it. Ed Rollins, it's great to talk to you again, as always. Let's listen in just for a second now as we reset things down at 12th Street, 13th Street, and K, if you're familiar with the city. K Street, everybody knows, that's where the lobbyists are. That's where they do give the push and pull that is the workings of this government. And certainly, Griff Jenkins is reporting now on other Fox broadcast properties. Let's listen.
Best as we can, but the point I was making before that happened was that this is really only about 1,000 protesters. And, they seem to be achieving their goal of causing a little bit of unrest in the streets as you see right now. They started early this morning at the blockades by doing non-violent direct action, by kneeling, by sitting in front of the security checkpoints. The police pretty much let them do that. In one case at 4th Street where I was, they just simply closed, the Secret Service closed that checkpoint. But what's broken out here, again, was the work, and it was posted online. They were transparent. This is the anti-fascist bloc that started this, and now it's turned into something bigger than just one small group with a core of 500 to 1,000 protesters really challenging law enforcement here. And as you see, and we look down the line now, these officers are not becoming very patient anymore with these protesters. They are fighting to take the street back at this point. And now we see some National Guard as well moving through here. And we're being ordered by the police to just hold our position. We're trying to stay out of their way. They have a job to do. It's important to note, I think, that in the previous thing that set this off to begin with, the vandalism, the rioting, it was 2 officers went to the hospital in that situation. And now, as we've shown you, countless rocks and other debris being thrown at these officers. I don't know how many may have been injured, but I'm willing to bet a handful of them injured as well. Brett?
It's a small piece of what's happening in the city, and you don't want it to override the rest of everything. But because of the dramatic effect of it, it seems to. The local stations here in Washington are now on this sort of thing, and this is exactly what the demonstrators want. They want their voices heard on this day when the whole world is watching Washington. Cameras from every television network on the planet, I would guess, are here today. So this is getting a lot of play around the world, and it's, you know, it's the kind of demonstration that we in the United States appreciate and tolerate to a limit. We don't tolerate throwing rocks at cops, and you know, there's so many, and I'm sure some of you are among them, and my cop friends and others. This is not the right way for things to be, so they're going to go in there and take it back. They're going to arrest the people who did the protesting. The justice system is going to come forward. To say that this is anarchy in the streets, I think, is a vast overreach. But 500 to 1,000 people in a city that today has, I don't know, they were estimating up to 800,000. I don't think it was probably that many, but up to 800,000 people at inauguration. It's a slice of the pie, and it's maybe even a sliver of it. But it's part of the world today. Brad Blakeman is with us. He served on former President George W. Bush's senior staff during his first term. He was managing director of the 1988 inauguration, ran President George W. Bush's inaugural schedule back in 2001. Brad, it's great to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, Shep.
We always talk about Clinton Standard Time, Obama Standard Time, and Bush Standard Time. Clinton and Obama, you never know what's going to happen if you're a television news producer. You don't know anything. When you were on George W. Bush, the 43rd's time, you could set your watch by it, and that inauguration was like that. Looking at this versus that, it must bring back some fond memories and some heebie-jeebies too.
It does, but you know, it's almost surreal going past the White House and being in a position where you had to wait until your president was sworn in order to get to work. But I had the president fully scheduled for 21 days before he ever took the oath. And there was a reason for that, because you have to create that discipline within the White House and surety of message and policy and direction. And it's my hope that the same thing has occurred with President Trump. Everything went today according to plan. It was well timed out, well themed out. The messaging was good, the delivery. So I hope that will continue as we get into the workings of the Donald Trump administration, and we'll know better on Monday as they start their first official day.
Brad, what did you think of the TikTok today as an inside guy? Give us an inside thought on how you felt it went.
Well, a lot of what happened today is historic. So everything that the president did today was not out of the norm of what President Obama experienced. But I think one thing stood out to me, and that was when he went to the president's office within the Capitol, and you saw him there with his kids and the leaders having that banter back and forth. Typically, you would see a photo opportunity only, and the press would be ushered out, and the press was there for the entire banter between Pelosi and the president talking about nominations. And the president seemed very comfortable in the first few minutes of his job being president.
You know, I know a lot of people who have visited him over the past few days, as recently as the day before yesterday, and I get the same thing over and over again. He is jovial. He doesn't seem to have the weight of the world on his shoulders. He is handling this with the kind of ease with which people are accustomed to Donald Trump as TV star and Howard Stern character.
That's right. And I think, but for the fact that he's had this experience with the media and with his television experience, he's very comfortable with cameras around, probably more so than any other president who's ascended to that office. So I think the press is going to underestimate him. I think he's going to be very accessible to the media. And a lot of it's going to be on his own terms, granted, because he is the president. But I think you're going to be seeing a lot of Donald Trump, both visually and by word and deed.
How do you feel he is going to handle it when the ways of Washington, which do not change at any man's hand, not overnight, come and confront him with the reality that the wheels here move slowly and time is not on your side?
Well, this is very true. There is no doubt about it. It takes three to tango in Washington. It takes the executive branch, the judiciary, and the legislative. And sometimes they don't move to your timetable. And that's where the bully pulpit of the president comes in. That's where the leadership of the House and Senate come in. But look, he's a deal maker. This is what he has done his entire life, is bring people together of differing opinions and direction. And there's consensus. But I'll tell you this. One word that you're going to see back in Washington, which has been the equivalent of a four-letter word in Washington, has been compromise. Compromise is coming back to Washington.
Well, your mouth to the Congress's ears. Brad Blakeman with us, served as former President George W. Bush's senior staff during his first term. It's great to see you. The parade's coming up. We'll have fun with that. Stay with us on Fox television stations across the nation. And a live look along the parade route here in Washington. We're on a high 40s, not too windy, not too rainy kind of Washington day in January. I would guess hundreds of thousands have gathered. The estimates aren't out on the crowd yet from the inauguration, but I can report with certainty it was a much smaller crowd than they were anticipating today. The rain might have had something to do with it. Who knows? They'll give us estimates later. Metro, as they call it here, the local police department, as they come together in a joint force. But 4 years ago, there were approximately 800,000 at Barack Obama's second inauguration, after an estimates as high as 1.6 million 4 years before, though those estimates vary. It was a huge crowd, huge 8 years ago. 800,000 or so 4 years ago, and if there was half that today, I'm just not sure. We'll get it eventually, but the crowd wasn't as big as they thought, which means a lot more people get into the balls and a lot more people get front rows for this parade this afternoon. So I'm sure those who are here are having a dandy time. President Donald Trump has promised to create 25 million jobs over the next decade. He's also said he will reform taxes and trade and regulations while in office. He's promised to spend on infrastructure, spend on border walls, spend, and also cut taxes and lower the deficit, which would be really good if he could do that. For more on the president's new economic plans, the Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis joins us now live from New York. If you can do all of that, they could give you an even bigger title.
No kidding. I mean, a lot of people are asking questions about exactly what you're bringing up, because here are the big things that Donald Trump wants to do to boost that economic growth to 4%, right? He wants to cut taxes. He wants to take corporate taxes from 35% to 15%, and then he wants to collapse the number of tax brackets for individuals from 7 to 4, cutting taxes across the board. Now, look, Shep, even some of the conservative think tanks out there say you can't do that and fund this other stuff. You can't do that and even fund the government we have right now. The other stuff he wants to do, he wants to build out infrastructure. There's a lot of support for that across the aisle with Democrats, and that means $1 trillion in tax credits now. These plans keep changing. As Ed Rollins says, he's good at the big picture, but there are a lot of people who come in and fill in the details. $1 trillion for infrastructure, that's roads, that's bridges, our third world airports, as he describes LaGuardia, Trump describes LaGuardia. And finally, the third part of Trump's big picture plan is trade. He wants American jobs back in this country, and to do that, he wants better deals for America and for Americans who work in manufacturing. And one of the things he's talking about that's been so controversial is American companies that go overseas, build a car or build something else, and then try to sell it back into our country. He wants to slap them with a big fat 35% tariff. So that is very controversial. And, you know, you ask me about whether the Trump rally can continue. Let me tell you, Wall Street hates that attitude on trade. They are not big fans. That's something they would sell on. That's not something that they like. So what's so fascinating about this presidency that is now only, you know, we're minutes into it, right, is that there are going to be different coalitions building and forming on each item that he goes after. And it's, you know, from this point, it's not entirely predictable who's going to be on what side.
You know, you talked about this 4% growth in the economy, Jerry. That I can't sit here with a straight face and just let that go, because the way you grow an economy is the population grows at a percentage and the production grows at a percentage. Well, the population is growing at about 0.75, production growing at about 0.75. You add those together, that's 1.5. Where do you get 4% growth at one? That's not a real thing, because if the economy outgrows itself, that's when you have a bust. What we're aiming for boom and bust, it's nonsensical, frankly.
Well, you know, what's interesting about that, I think, is that if you look at where the economy is right now, and, you know, this has been the slowest recovery on record, right, but also the longest, this economy does seem poised for better growth right now. So you know, part of being president is getting lucky, right? You know, you come in at the right time, you ride a crest, you ride a wave of, you know, economic sentiment that maybe you do or you don't create. He could be the recipient of a better economy just because Americans are finally they're spending now too.
The spending is on. There's no doubt about it. Good to see you, Jerry Willis. Thanks. You see the flames over there on the right-hand side of your screen. It's, you know, there's a little bit here. There's a little bit. Thanks. You see the flames over there on the right-hand side of your screen. It's, you know, there's a little bit here. There's a little bit there. I'm just trying to make sure you don't get the impression that the city is in chaos. It is not in chaos. Washington is very orderly today. 12th or 13th Street and K is a bit of a mess. I bet you the 405 freeway is packed. And that the Long Island Expressway has a car broken down and it's probably flooding somewhere. All of those things are just true things. You can say them anytime, but everything else is pretty orderly.
It's one trash can fire and about 400 cameras, you know, around it. Well, you know something on the economy, Shep? Obama's been the recipient of the good economy. It began getting better years ago. It's continually gotten better. Jobs have come back. We're under 5% on the unemployment rate. 2.9% economic growth in the last quarter. It's gotten increasingly better over time, and Jerry's right that there's, you know, it's poised for even better performance. because people have deleveraged, they've gotten rid of a lot of debt over the last several years, and they're back in the mood to spend. So Donald Trump may inherit an even better economy, but you're already seeing, the uptick. The question about Donald Trump's policies is who's going to get the tax cut? Is it going to go primarily to the people at the top, or is there going to be a big enough one for the middle class to make a difference?
We don't even know.
We don't know. Who's going to get the benefit of those corporate tax cuts that are in the offing? Are they going to go into dividends and share buybacks, which means the shareholders get the benefits? Or are they going to go into increased business spending, which case that could improve the jobs picture? How do you increase jobs by meddling in the affairs of companies, where the companies are thinking, oh, my God, I don't want to make that move because the government may call me up, Donald Trump, and say, you got to bring those 400 jobs back to the United States. No faster way to put the dead hand of government on innovation and spontaneity and the ability of growth of companies to make fast, good economic decisions than to do this kind of meddling.
Well,
the dead hand of government.
Adam Smith.
Indeed.
Well, and you're already seeing companies understanding what's going on here and sort of pitching what they were planning to do anyway as reflective of the incoming and now president. And so it's
so right.
It's an
They're giving him
picture.
the love
Yeah.
of their previous
Which you
decisions.
can't blame them. That's a great marketing move.
It's shtick at the end of the day.
It's all shtick.
Yeah.
All this stuff is shtick.
Yeah. Automation did much more to diminish manufacturing jobs in the United States than China ever did. Are we going to stop automation? I don't think so.
I was thinking just yesterday about the way that our everyday, there's certain things that all of us do in our own environments. As a New Yorker, I go to the subway. I used to buy my tokens and I would go down. One thing after another. There's no longer a human being at the subway. It's just a swipe. You go to the automated machine. I walk to the McDonald's on 14th Street, or on 6th Avenue between 14th and 15th, and I go in there and get my coffee in the morning. I don't speak to anyone. I push the buttons on the kiosk, never speak to anyone, walk up to the thing, there comes my coffee, and like any good New Yorker, I don't have to speak to you or look at you. But along the way, I've not really dealt with anybody doing any jobs. I get into the taxi cab. I don't have to talk to them. I just push the buttons. All of these jobs are gone, and they are not coming back.
We have
and they
not
can
dealt
say
with
it.
that as a country.
We've never dealt with this.
Amazon is wiping out thousands and thousands of retail jobs. We all may appreciate the convenience of being able to shop online, but we also have to face the fact that there's a diminution of really critical entry-level jobs as a result of the online world and of automation.
And there's no driver in that subway anymore either. A lot of them are automated.
I just want the drivers to stay in the cars, okay? Not on board with the driverless car yet.
Well, that's a problem. I don't know how you're going to do that in the big city.
Tens of thousands of truck drivers will one day face the fact that they are automated vehicles now, self-driving trucks.
Is it time to start talking about automatic minimum pay for everyone, as they're doing in other countries, and it's being discussed a little bit here?
It's being discussed a little bit here, isn't it?
Not under an administration like this one.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, and not with the voice necessarily to give it a lot of momentum, but what you're describing is basically pay and probably not work.
You know, it's really interesting because he's been in a transition, and we've looked at all these changes he wants to make. He's just sort of gone off the reservation on tax reform. He's said there's a replacement in effect for Obamacare,
which there is not.
And the Republicans, not only they've been a little vocal on Russia, but they've been squirming behind closed doors about his ethical issues, which he didn't really resolve, and then especially on this big hand of government that John is describing into the private market. This is everything. If Bernie Sanders was doing this right now, if Barack Obama had done it, they would have been shrieking.
That's
and
so true.
This is why you just see this plastic face of Paul Ryan occasionally when a microphone is pushed under his face say things like, we will codify this in statute, and it will be so much better when we pass tax reform. But that's not going to happen immediately.
Nope.
Between now and April or August,
but here's what,
are they scared of him?
Think of the things they're being silent on.
Yeah.
They're giving him a honeymoon. We'll see how long it lasts. But in the face of the honeymoon, they've been silent on a lot of
Here's what
things.
Paul Ryan's counting on. And the Republicans, look, the positive spin on this, right, is that you have from the Republican standpoint, is you're controlling both houses and the presidency now. You've had gridlock now for years in Washington. Really, nothing of great substance other than healthcare reform has happened.
Yeah, because they did it around them.
That's right. So So now there's an opportunity for some momentum to legislation going through the Congress and approval by the presidency. And what Ryan's hoping for is that the Republican agenda gets approved now. So you might actually see a lot of stuff get done, which may not, you may not agree with it politically, but at least it's going to be movement.
Donald Trump's not been articulating a conservative agenda, a Republican agenda, I suppose, for he's the leader of the Republican Party, but not a conservative
We haven't
agenda.
even talked about trade, and that's particularly where he diverges very sharply from.
It's antithetical to all that is conservatism over my lifetime, Julie.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there's a number of issues like that where it's really going to be a rubber meets the road kind of situation for him, because trade especially, he was so different than most of the Republicans we've ever heard on trade issues. And how does he sync that with the desire to, get things through Congress, not lose support in Congress, which right now is giving him a little bit of a honeymoon period? I think some of it will come down to the order in which he presents his policies and tries to get things through. That's why we're hearing a lot of talk about health care at this point in time. That's a point everyone in the party agrees on. You're also hearing talk about infrastructure, which would be an easier one to get through than some of the other ones.
Everybody can agree on getting rid of the potholes, improving the airports. But how about possibly weakening NATO? Not everybody agrees on that, certainly not the Republicans. How about a pro-Russian stance? That's another bit of contrary. How about taking on Angela Merkel, your key ally in Europe, and talking about more people leaving the European Union, which has been a bolster to global security and global peace for years now?
Yeah, these aren't exactly Republican talking points. He's way off on out on the reservation out there. If Democrats were doing this, he said, "How are we going to fix it? We're going to let the government negotiate with the pharmacy companies." That's called single payer. Stay with us. Thirteen minutes before the hour, 13 minutes before 3 o'clock in your nation's capital. And it should be parade time. It should have been parade time. We should have had a troop review. But maybe we're still on Obama Daylight Time or Obama Standard Time. We've discussed in the past, and with no ill feelings of any kind, by way of observation, under Obama and Clinton, time was just sort of a concept. It was kind of a pushy-pulley thing. Under Bush, it was a thing. Here, it's wishy-washy again. So they're having toasts now after the luncheon, the inaugural luncheon, and then they'll have a troop review, and then we'll get the parade going. So let's listen to this.
I tell them to tell me what time that was, and they asked me why, because I said that's the exact same view that Abraham Lincoln had. and I wonder what his ideas and thoughts were. The challenges what he had at that time were the greatest to our Constitution ever in the history. Our challenges today are different, but we still have big challenges. So today we have a gift for you, Mr. President. While you were being sworn in, the flag that was flown over the U.S. Capitol. But Mr. Lincoln had very inspiring words. The times were different, but in his annual message to Congress, I thought these words meant the most. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy president. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, we must act anew and think anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. Mr. President, I wish you the best of luck.
Mr. President and Madam First Lady, congratulations on the inauguration. The American people pray for your family and for the success of your administration. Following up on the history theme that Mr. Blunt so beautifully started us on this morning, and Mr. Schumer continued, and I follow our House Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy. Yes, in this room, this was the original chamber. Lincoln sat there, and here we are gathered today in that old House chamber where Lincoln served beneath the same clock that Lincoln heard ticking, but under the gaze of Cleo. Mr. President, right up there above that door, the muse of history, Cleo. For almost 2 centuries, Cleo and her clock have reminded the men and women in these hallowed halls that we are part of history, that our words and actions will face the judgment of history, and that we are part of the long and honorable heritage of our democracy. That is Cleo's advice. We come to this sacred inauguration day united in respect for our democracy and determined to make a difference in the lives of hardworking Americans. I have the privilege of presenting a flag to the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, one of the House of Representatives' own, right, Mr. Speaker? We know that Vice President Pence is strengthened by his faith, by his family, and by the foundation of experience he built here in this halls. I told him, Mr. President, he knows the territory. He knows the territory. It is now my honor to present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. We pray for you, for your beloved wife, Karen, for Michael, Charlotte, and Audrey, all of your family. God bless you, Mr. Vice President. And remembering that this flag that we pledge to every day for liberty and justice for all is our calling. I look forward to working with you. Now it's my honor to present you with this flag.
Well, those of us who served in the House or still serve in the House think the Senate is never quite as quick as the House. But maybe when it comes to photographs, we are. And my good friend Chuck Schumer is going to come and make that presentation.
Well, thank you, Roy. And first, let's have a hand for Roy. He did a great job, he and his staff, on this inauguration. Now, Mr. President, earlier this year, Iris and I were truly blessed. We watched our older daughter, Jessica, marry the boy of her dreams. We are so happy. That's when I learned, though, that nothing's official until there's a photo of it. So, Mr. President, now it's official. I present to you the photograph of your inauguration.
So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and Mrs. Trump and Mrs. Pence, a gift that you're going to have a chance to look at more later and a lot more over the years is something that really a tradition that started now. This is the 8th inauguration where the Lennox Company has made a special presentation of a gift made uniquely for each of you and uniquely for this event. This year, the company proposed and the committee determined that the bowl they had in mind was something that you would value for a long time. The one that the President has and the First Lady has is an etching of the White House looking directly across at the Jefferson Memorial, and the one that the Pences will be presented with and have at their home would be the Capitol looking down at the Lincoln Memorial. The artist who was with us the other day talked about trying to capture LaFont's design for the city as well as how this city came together. Timothy Carter was the designer. The glassmaster Peter O'Rourke made these. They also have a compass in the bottom of them, or an etched-in compass. And remembering, Mr. President, as the Vice President already knows, that the center of Washington is not at the White House. It's actually right here in the center of the Capitol building. And the city is then laid out northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast from that place. The other unique thing for the First Lady and her parents that would never have been such an important thing before, the glass came from Slovenia. The designer thought that the best glass in the world for this particular design, which he began to work on last summer, was glass from Slovenia. Maybe he knew something that none of us quite knew for sure at that time. I'd now like to have the toast to the Vice President and the President. And the Speaker and I both served with Mike Pence, so it was a challenge for me to give up this moment. But Mike Pence, a man of the House, the Speaker of the House, will bring that toast, and then the Majority Leader will come and toast to the President. And, Mr. President, if you have anything to say at the end of those remarks, I'd also like to say, so I don't forget to do it, thanks so much to the staff that made all this effort happen today. Stacey McBride, the staff director of the Rules Committee and the staff director for the Joint Committee on the Inauguration, Maria Lohmeyer, who came on board to do this. Her last event was the Pope's visit, so that just got her ready, Mr. President, for your visit. The great work of the Capitol Police, the Sergeant-at-Arms of the House and the Senate, the cooperative effort of the D.C. Police. Our goal today was for this event to be an event where people came, and when they left the event outside, that they felt like they had all the freedom that you could possibly have and still have all the security you needed. I hope people left feeling that way, and if they did, it was the great work of so many other people. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Roy. This is a great honor and privilege to toast my dear friend and former colleague, Vice President Mike Pence. I just really enjoy saying that. I think about the times that we've walked back and forth just down this hall on the way to a vote. But if memory serves, more often than not, we walked that way because we were being hauled into the Speaker's office for being admonished for being rabble-rousers in the Republican Study Committee. We've had so many great memories here. I know this job makes you an officer of the Senate, but you, Mike Pence, will always be a part of the people's house. We talk about our two bodies quite a bit, and if I had to use a sports analogy, I would say we play rugby, they play golf. Just saying. I'm reminded of something, though, that I think is pretty profound. That makes me think of Mike Pence. I'm reminded of the words of Mike's favorite author, Mark Halperin. As long as you have life and breath, believe. As long as you have life and breath, believe. Ladies and gentlemen, there was no one that I have served with who brings more belief to his work than Mike Pence. No one believes more deeply in our country and her people. No one believes more deeply in our capacity to do great things. He is a happy warrior. The president could not have chosen a better partner for this work than Mike Pence. So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, we raise our glasses to you, to Karen, and to your beautiful family. May you have every blessing and success as the 48th Vice President of the United States of America. Sláinte.
Well, the theme of today's inauguration is uniquely American. There are some words that come to mind when you hear that phrase. Big, bold, energetic, enterprising, and resilient. Always looking to the next horizon. Sure sounds like our country, and it sure sounds like Donald Trump. Our president has surmounted formidable challenges getting to this moment. He's been underestimated often, but he never let it stop him from succeeding. We're wishing him similar success as he turns to the charge of governing. We face many challenges, but we've been challenged before and emerged stronger. We live in changing times, yes, but some things endure, and we celebrate one of them today. This inauguration is a reminder of our common story as Americans. And on this most uniquely American of occasions, I ask you to stand and join me in raising a glass Mr. President, may you find every success in the years ahead. May you unite our country behind a common vision and renew the promise that makes our country so great. Hear, hear.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Paul and our great Vice President. I don't think anybody wants to hear me speak anymore today, right? So we'll cut it short. But we have so many of our cabinet members here. I see my generals. Those generals are going to keep us so safe. They're going to have a lot of problems the other side. They're going to look at a couple of them. These are central casting. If I'm doing a movie, I pick you, General Mattis, who's doing really well. Even Chuck likes General Mattis, right? And General Kelly. And we had a very interesting talk. Kiddingly, he thinks we're doing great at the cabinet level, but we're going to do just fine. We're going to do just fine. But you know, I'll tell you, there is something that I wanted to say, because I was very honored, very, very honored when I heard that President Bill Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton was coming today, and I think it's appropriate to say, and I'd like you to stand up. I'd like you to stand up. And honestly, there's nothing more I can say because I have a lot of respect for those two people. So thank you all for being here. And we're going to have 4 great years, hopefully of peace and prosperity. We'll be working very, very hard. Our cabinet's lined up and ready. I know eventually Chuck's going to approve them, I'm sure. I really believe that. And we're all dealing together. We all want the same thing. We're all good people. Whether you're a Republican or Democrat, doesn't make any difference. We're going to get along. Again, thank you very much. It's an honor. And Roy, you have done a spectacular job. You and Tom Barrett. And I want to thank you. Your wife. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Two quick final things. You can remain standing if you want to. Shh. Shh. So quickly, 2 things we need to do as we leave. One, just to mention the gifts, the mementos of this event. There are some note cards and a really great box put together by the government printing office, but the note cards representing all 3 branches of government and identified with this event this day were done by a St. Louis artist, a friend of mine, Ed Fisher. There's a pen and a letter opener in there, a little business in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. John and Debbie Ortman and Ortman Woodcraft did that, mostly made out of fallen trees. And then there's a piece of anti-glass that would be, again, dedicated to this event and appropriate to put anywhere on your desk or in your house you want to put it. And to close the event today, Father Conroy, the chaplain of the United States House of Representatives.
Let us pray. As we leave this place, we give you thanks, O Lord, for the meal we have shared and for those who worked hard to prepare and deliver it to us. May we be always grateful for the kindnesses we receive. We thank you as well for the celebration of this day when our nation once again models for the world the greatness of peaceful transition of power. We ask a special blessing upon our new president, Donald Trump. Give him an understanding heart to discern between good and evil. May he be strengthened in his work and grow in understanding as he proves ever attentive to the American people. We pray that he might become his best self. Bless as well all those who are in place to exercise power in our nation. Save them from seeking those things eschewed by Solomon: long life, riches for self, and the lives of enemies, and impel them to seek the gift of discernment so as to understand justice. Lord, may the people of this nation stand with our president and all our leaders to face any challenge, endure any difficulty without fear, learn how to accept every success and every failure with grace, and support our president and leaders with encouragement and prayer. Now, as we move forward this day and through all days, may all that is done be for your greater honor and glory. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Pence, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
Well, so they know at the lunch, it's now time for lunch in Los Angeles. As there, it is 7 minutes past 3 o'clock, and we are tardy here on Inauguration Friday in Washington, D.C. The sun is to set today at 5:15 Eastern Standard Time, which is 2 hours and 10 minutes from now. Now that this luncheon meets afternoon snackage is over, there will be a troop review, as is customary and required, and then the parade will begin. And when you begin to see the cameras along the parade route, there's one in Quad 4. We could take a quick gander at that. This is just right outside here. And those are the reviewing stands, which normally for these sorts of events are filled and packed, and those seats are impossible to get. And we've seen now drive-along shots from our local affiliates and from our Fox people, and as well as online. Look it up if you want on YouTube or whatever your social is. The crowds have dwindled in an enormous way. Maybe there were a few 100,000 earlier. In some areas, there's no one. So this parade, which is starting much later than normal and will go much shorter than we're accustomed to, will not be well attended. The rains have been falling sporadically. The winds have picked up just a little bit here in Washington. You see people look a little uncomfortable whenever you wear purple. I mean, it just makes me think of LSU. You shouldn't do that. At any rate, the parade is not going to be very well attended, but we're going to have it for you here on this Fox station, and we'll have the troop review for you in just a moment. Eric Trump walking through the crowd there. The first family will make their way to camera 1, which is, or feed 1, which is the reviewing stand, which is built from scratch each year. And for the last few cycles, I think since Reagan days, they've been building this exact same thing. They rebuild it in exactly the same way. I guess they don't have anywhere to store it. But, and again, it seats about 1,600 people. The first family will be there at least for some time. I wonder, and we've been wondering openly here, where will they sleep in the White House tonight, or will they jet on back to Trump Tower?
They've said that they're planning to spend the night in the White House with the extended family, so.
It's 16 bedrooms available, so they can get them all in there. This troop review coming up in just a moment. That's tradition, right?
Yes, and I think that Donald Trump is actually enjoying all these traditional rituals that we didn't expect him to participate in full. There was talk that he might not even do this congressional luncheon, but he did, and I think that he was obviously moved at Arlington Cemetery yesterday, and
quite a shout out to the Clintons today. He's been doing a lot of that.
That was really
that was a notable moment in the lunch.
Very
where
gracious.
he says he's honored that Bill and Hillary. I mean, he got up at the end of a long lunch. There were a lot of people in the room that he's kind of got to develop relationships with. He could have spent a lot of time talking about them, but it was a shout out for Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. Says he's honored that they came, and he says we're all good people, whether you're Democrat or Republican, we're all going to get along. Now, whether or not that comes to pass, we'll see. But that was a kind of notable moment of the language of inclusion that I think people have been looking for all day.
A lot of my friends have been up to visit Donald Trump at Trump Tower. I know somebody who's been there every day for the last week or so. And to a man and woman who's visited, they've said he really wants to mend these fences with the Clintons and the Clinton family and to put all of that talk behind them. There will be no investigation. There will be no prosecution. He's made it perfectly clear. And, a lot of that was just campaign talk in the first place. After all, we had a series of investigations and a series of findings of nothing. So, campaign talk comes and goes.
And it's not just the Clintons and the Clinton family. It's the Clinton machine and the Democratic machine. She lost, and that machine has kind of come apart. But it's the Democratic Congress now that he's got to have a certain relationship with to get some of these bills passed.
And that's really an interesting differentiation, because the Clinton Foundation is the Clinton Global Initiative is drying up, and it's the end of the Clinton era, but they're still very influential. They have the best Rolodex in the world.
Yeah.
So, does he want to get friendly with them, or does he actually want to talk to the Democrats in the House of Representatives? Those are different groups of people.
Yeah.
For sure.
Troop review is next. Jennifer Griffin will be on hand for that, our Pentagon correspondent, our national security correspondent, and good friend. Jennifer, how are things?
Well, Shepard, we're looking behind us, and Hillary Clinton is walking out as we speak, about to get into her vehicle. I saw her embrace Ivanka Trump, who seemed to be members of the Trump family were waiting to greet her as she exited the building. And as you've mentioned, one of the more poignant moments inside the statuary hall was when Hillary Clinton received a standing ovation after Donald Trump, President Trump, called out to her by name and said that how much he appreciated President Clinton and Mrs. Clinton being there with them today. It was also notable, Shep, that the first person he thanked, and he mentioned that he was going to keep his remarks short, was he talked about members of his cabinet, members of those who he hopes will be in his cabinet, but particularly the generals. He seems to really like the generals, particularly General James Mad Dog Mattis, who he talks about a lot, who he says is right out of Central Casting. That's what he said moments ago during that toast. So all eyes on the military. The rain began just as President Trump ended his toast inside Statuary Hall. He will be walking out the door behind me, the same door where he exited and escorted President Obama to that awaiting helicopter, Executive One, Marine One as they call it, when President Obama and Mrs. Obama took off for the last time here in the Capitol. He will be reviewing troops as the parade is set to begin. There are 13,000 U.S. military troops that are set to take part in this parade. The parade will last about an hour and a half long. If you compare that, Shep, to the President Eisenhower's parade, that was the longest parade on record, and that was 4 hours and 23 minutes. So we will see President Trump arrive out to this honor guard behind me, and he will review the troops as part of the parade as it starts here on Capitol Hill, makes its way 2 miles down to the White House. Shep?
Did you say 4 hours and 23 minutes?
That was Eisenhower.
I love a parade, but come on now. Our coverage of that parade will commence after a quick commercial break. This is Fox News coverage on Fox Broadcast Network. You are looking live at the Capitol, the troop review to be underway momentarily by the new President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. There is, after the pomp and circumstance is over, after they settle in for the evening, here comes the world, the new world for Donald Trump. Vlad Blakeman joins us now. He served on former President George W. Bush's senior staff during his first term, managing director of the 1988 inauguration, and ran President George W. Bush's inaugural schedule in 2001. Brad, obviously there's a whole new world ahead. We're led to believe that the new president already has the nuclear codes, has the biggest secrets, knows if there's something big that's imminent. What faces him now?
What faces him now is tomorrow morning he will receive his daily brief, security brief, FBI brief, CIA brief, an intelligence brief, and then he will be briefed during the day on every possible occurrence that's happening domestically and around the world that will require his attention. In addition, he has a military aide now. That military aide carries the infamous football, which has the nuclear codes, always within steps of the president. The president's food is prepared by a special group of people called the President's Watch, or the Mess, which are military people within the White House. If the president goes off the White House grounds, they test his food, they prepare his food. Every minute of the president's time is scheduled. There's a need and wants test for the president. If you need to see the president, you always will. If you want to, you won't, because the president has a finite period of time in the day to conduct the nation's business. So everything that happened prior to today has completely changed. And tomorrow, when he wakes up, he will be the President of the United States. It'll be a Saturday, but it will be a Monday as far as he's concerned.
Brad, when he was walking down the steps of the Capitol, about to go out and see the crowds gathered on the Mall and about to take the oath of office, at that moment, he'd already been informed of a lot of things that no American will ever know, right?
Absolutely. And before that, when he was at Blair House, he was given the nuclear codes that were activated at the precise time that he became president. As a matter of fact, the White House staff of Donald Trump was not allowed physically within the 18 acres of the White House until a new president was sworn in. Now they have the charge of governing. And the question is, how quickly can the president get his cabinet passed through Senate confirmation? How fast can he get staffed up in the bureaucracies? This president, I don't think, is going to waste any time. No grass is going to grow under his feet. And I think this weekend, he's going to get to work. He's not going to wait till Monday. And his staff is being assembled right now at their desks.
You know George W. Bush so well, and he's famous. He's a famous kidder. He can break the tension in a room with just a smirk and a chuckle, and he's great at it. And I've always wondered, I wanted to ask you, on the day when George W. Bush learned all the secrets, granted his father knew them before him, but I just wonder if there's ever a moment where you go, oh, do I really want to do this?
I think presidents have that thought constantly, and there's only a small group of people you can really talk to about it, and that's the President's Club. Right now we have 5 former members, and the good news is the president's going to be able to seek their counsel, and I bet you he will. And sometimes, and most times, we'll never even know that those conversations took place. But the president's going to need a shoulder sometime to cry on, and a shoulder of experience to lean on. And I think you're going to see a lot of that with Donald Trump, because I think he values former presidents and their judgment. As a businessman, you want to seek the counsel of the people who have been there and done that. And I think he's going to be very transactional in the way he approaches government, but I also think he's going to reach out to people across party lines to seek consensus.
We're led to believe, and I have no reason to doubt, that President Obama offered some frank and specific advice to the president on a number of issues. I'm sure security was among them, but as was health care and how to begin to deal with the choppy waters that engulf this city.
Well, the way to do that is to learn maybe from your predecessor's mistakes. Obamacare, for instance, not one Republican voted for it. Donald Trump now has to repeal and replace it. That's where negotiation skills come in. He's going to have to reach across the aisle and get consensus on generational changing legislation that will change the landscape of health care, not only for his term, but for presidents who follow him. Unlike the president who just left office, his signature piece of legislation may be gone in just a few months, even though it may take a few years to totally do away with Obamacare as we know it.
One thing that this president will face, not unique, but new for the moment at least, Barack Obama rarely had a great dissension within his own ranks. There's no question that the budget hawks, the conservative right of the Republican Party is not going to want to spend the money that's required to do the sorts of things that Donald Trump has proposed. That's going to require, as you said, compromise. And history tells us that those who have run on conservative platforms and made conservative promises to their conservative constituents are not going to just immediately roll over, at least history would say.
And this is very true, and that's where the art of the deal comes in. Donald Trump's not only going to need Republicans, because Republicans control the majority of the House and the Senate, but he's also going to need Democrats to give Republicans the ability to distance himself with the president for their own political or personal opinions as to what the president is trying to do in governing. So I think Donald Trump is in a unique position because he is a transactional person, that he's going to make deals because he feels it's in the best interest of the American people. And the bottom line is his ability to make those deals. Some presidents shy away because they don't like to get their hands dirty. Look, I think one of the great, I guess, people we can maybe aspire him to would be LBJ, who is a guy who relished the art of the deal and getting in people's faces and making things happen. So I think Donald Trump is going to be that type of president. I don't think he's afraid of negotiation. I think he relishes it.
Brad, it's nice to talk to you.
Pleasure.
Brad Blakeman with us. We've been watching Jennifer Griffin now, right? Jennifer Griffin on hand for the troop review, which is just outside the Capitol there. Jennifer, looking forward to this.
Well, Shepard, in fact, the people I feel sorry for right now is the Honor Guard. They and as we mentioned, 13,000 members of the military have been standing in formation for over 45 minutes now. The rain has come and gone, but they are standing and not a movement among them. So he will review the Honor Guard and as well as the troops, and the bands will begin playing. This is a parade that is largely made up of military bands. In fact, if you look at the list of those who are participating, this is the first time in about 20 years that none of the D.C. public schools marching bands applied to participate in the inauguration. They are not participating. This is mostly military groups. The 1st Cavalry Division, Horse Cavalry from Fort Hood, Texas. You've got the Boone County Elite 4-H Equestrian Drill Team from Burlington, Kentucky. 1st Infantry Division, Commanding General's Mounted Color Guard from Fort Riley, Kansas. You've got the Honor Guard, the caisson from Fort Myer. So this is a heavily military parade. You also have the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts of America, as well as a number of Wounded Warrior and members of the Wounded Warrior Project, as well as the American veterans, the Paralyzed Veterans of America, and disabled veterans. This is really a parade that has a military theme, and it's notable, as we mentioned before, that Ulysses S. Grant was the first to start this parade, this reviewing in front of the White House on an inauguration day. He, of course, was a general. So we will expect that to begin shortly. But when President Trump wakes up tomorrow, there are a number of national security hotspots that he will be faced with, decisions he will have to take. Just in the last few hours, we learned that one of the last things that President Obama did and that his military was ordered to do in the last 24 hours, there were 2 major airstrikes against Al-Qaeda and ISIS. ISIS we knew about in Libya. There was an airstrike in which 85 B-2 bombers were sent from Whiteman Air Force Base, and 85 ISIS fighters were killed in Libya. But now we've just learned there was also a B-52 airstrike yesterday in which 100 al-Qaeda fighters were hit in Syria at a training base inside a building west of Aleppo. These are problems that are going to be on his plate. He's going to have to make decisions about how to take the fight against ISIS, the fight against al-Qaeda, and whether all eyes are also on North Korea. They've been threatening to test an intercontinental ballistic missile. So these are some of the things that he will face when he wakes up tomorrow as Commander-in-Chief. Shepard?
Jennifer Griffin live outside. The positioning there, she was talking about this poor Honor Guard. I mean, they can do anything, obviously. They're, they're better men than I, obviously. But one thing when you're cold, you want to move around a little bit. You get the blood down to those toes, get it moving into your fingertips. You got to get a little active. You got to bounce on those boots. They cannot do that. So for now, by my count, at least 49 minutes, not a soul has moved. It's so much as a finger. And it's chilly. we have heaters under a tent, and it's in the mid-40s, but there's a wind now, and the nation's capital is always a wet mess, as you know. So the humidity is extremely high. We're expecting some fog in here tonight, and the wet makes you feel even colder. It sticks to your bones. So hopefully they can get this review underway and get the parade underway. Some of my friends who work at some of our local Fox stations across the country are messaging, you guys were supposed to finish at 4 Eastern today, but it looks like the parade might not even be started by that. I guess this would be the moment where we should, as the quotes would go in the newsroom, alert the affiliates, we're going long. The parade to begin just a little while. It's scheduled to last about an hour and a half. Will it last that long? We're not really sure. But if they were to start it at this moment and it went an hour and a half, that would be 15 minutes before sundown. That would be historically very late for this parade. Normally usually by 1:15 or so, that thing is up and going. But I guess they ate slowly, and they had 3 different courses of wine, so I'm in complete understanding. The troop review, just as sort of a formality here, but I thought AB, they would have gotten to it pretty lickety-split, but apparently no.
Yeah, well, you wonder what's going on inside there. You know, we saw some great images of the lunch wrapping up, and you know, the new president, of course, toasting Hillary Clinton and President Clinton for attending. And then it's sort of been a little bit radio silent since then. And, you know, you do have to feel for the troops just standing there, but I'm sure we'll be getting to it pretty quickly. It looks like people are moving around and making their way outside. Finally.
And here we go. Let's see if they have a microphone on this so we can listen in.
POTUS is on the steps, walking down.
So now the parade to begin in earnest, a couple of hours late, but, you know, it's going to get going. 36 minutes past 3 o'clock in Washington. I'm Shepard Smith from Fox News on Fox television stations across the nation. Because they are late, we had originally, for our local stations, you and Master Controls up and down the line across the country, we had planned to give you back the air at 4 o'clock. Many of you have 4 o'clock newscasts or 4 o'clock programming, Eastern Time, that's 3 Central. We're going to stay with this. We've decided to stay with this from the network, at least through the new president doing the walk, the traditional walk in front of the reviewing stand here at the White House. We don't know the timing on that. Is it an hour from now? We're not sure, but we're going to stay with that, and we'll try to keep you updated through the general channels. But the word for now is 4 o'clock is not an out time, for we are staying with this. Now, there's a lot to be excited about here. Everybody loves a parade, and this one, if you've not attended it, is always fantastic. Usually it's a little slice of America and pieces from America all over the country, all different kinds of people from everywhere. So the parade goers are always a lot of fun to get to know. There's a lot of camaraderie in the stands. And then the parade itself is often, you know, the high school band from Peoria or whatever. And there's some of that today, but it's largely military. One of the things that we've observed that I want to let you know about, it's one of the things we're going to be watching, not focusing on, but watching. If you're one who loves a parade and can't wait to come see the new president, you come out and you've spent the day here, and you've been here in many cases since 8 or 9 o'clock this morning. It's been chilly and rainy, and by now you're tired, and the parade is, a lot of those people have left. But the protesters have not. And we have reason to believe that in front of the Trump Hotel, for instance, the protesters vastly outnumber those who are here as well-wishers. So we're going to watch this and see what happens, like we always do, as Kennedy has been doing. Many of you may know Kennedy from her days at MTV. She's now a host on the Fox Business Network and a oftentimes contributor on my program on the Fox News Channel. And she's with us on Fox television stations today, having just been the guest of a congressman from Kentucky. She's at Lafayette Park, right across from the White House. How goes, Kennedy?
It's been a really interesting day. It was fascinating seeing how the crowd responded. I was a guest of Congressman Thomas Massie at the swearing-in ceremony, and we were very close to the proceedings. And as various lawmakers and past presidents came out, there were cheers, there were boos when New York Senator Charles Schumer gave his speech, of course, and then leaving the mall encountered tons of protesters in various groups throughout trying to get back to the K Street corridor, which is very close to where we are right now in Lafayette Park. And this area is essentially surrounded by protesters from different parts of the country with different causes. There are a lot of signs. Some of them are very graphic. I wish I could show you some of the pictures I can't even put on my Instagram feed. But it has been quite a day, and vastly different reactions to the swearing in of this 45th president.
Kennedy, the parade is making us. Did you have fun? First of all, Kennedy, was it fun today?
I have been having a fantastic time this entire election season, because regardless of where you stand, the whole thing has been such a circus that to see it culminate in this dramatic swearing in was deeply satisfying. And it's so much fun seeing people's reactions, because there are progressives who are so disappointed. There are conservatives who, you know, they feel like their party, their team has been out of power for so long. They were rejoicing, but very subdued. And it was much more subdued than the reactions that we saw in 2008 or 2012 for President Obama's respective inaugurations. But it's always interesting to see the. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, for our audience who's not familiar, Kennedy's a libertarian and a strict one. There are many on the conservative side of the Republican Party who frankly weren't for Donald Trump, but they're glad to have power back. They just have so many questions about how he's going to govern and whether he's going to be able to adhere to their spending whims.
And it's almost impossible to predict where he is going to put the emphasis, where he is going to cut government. There's been a lot of talk about cutting various programs in departments of energy, at the State Department, the Commerce Department. I know that there is some legislation being floated to abolish the Department of Education, but then at the same time, you have a new president who's talking about insurance for everybody, and there are a lot of conservative cost cutters that are wondering how exactly you are going to pay for that. There's not going to be a lot of entitlement reform from either party or this administration. There's certainly not going to be military cutbacks. So one has to wonder where you are going to make those cuts without the country at some point having to pinch pennies.
Well, you know, we've been hearing about how terrible the deficit is from the Republicans for the past 8 years, and it wasn't that long ago, I think, that Paul Ryan and others might have said something like, well, deficits don't matter, we got to get the business done. They matter to the conservative right of the Republican Party. They always have, and that's not ending.
They absolutely do. And, you know, you look at debt, which has doubled under the last 2 administrations, and we simply can't afford to go from $20 trillion in debt to $40 trillion. And there have been plans to somehow cut spending and therefore neutralize the debt, but we're going to end up spending so much money just to pay the interest on the debt. Anyone who's maxed their credit card and has only been able to afford the interest payment on that card, you know that it's no good because you can't use that credit card anymore and you don't have any more money to buy fun stuff. So that's essentially what many in conservative circles are worried about.
And those in conservative circles would remind us all, were they sitting here, that the drivers of the debt are Medicare and Social Security. And this president has vowed not to touch Medicare or Social Security, not to raise the Social Security retirement age, not to change the rules of Medicare. So that entitlement spending is not going away, and that's the biggest driver of the debt, bigger than everything else, including the military combined. So if you're not going to do that, it's going to be very hard to find any dollars to cut, especially if insurance for everybody becomes not just a slogan but a real thing. Insurance for everybody, that's expensive.
Yeah, if the government is paying for insurance for everybody, we can't afford to do that. However, if insurance is available to everybody, and that is the new caveat to that phrase, that's a different story. If you have what a lot of Republicans are talking about, free market solutions, healthcare savings account, interstate health insurance, so you don't necessarily have to buy only in the state you're living in, then those are some proposals which might lower costs and free up opportunities for people. But it still remains to be seen if the economy can get going. A lot of optimists are saying that you will have that tax base. If you've got more people working, if you've got businesses hiring and building factories, if you've got consumers spending money, then that only increases the tax base. And then also add to that, Shep, you have plenty of states who have now legalized recreational marijuana, and they are enjoying a totally different kind of tax base, which oddly enough many of the protesters are enjoying in Washington, D.C. today.
Which you can do, I think, without much of a penalty, though none of us have partaken.
You can't do it on federal lands, though. It's illegal to do it in the mall, and, you know, Washington, D.C. is basically one big national park. Mall. But the police have more on their minds than
weed. There is another way to cut spending, and it has been mentioned lately by Republicans, in fact by Donald Trump. The way it works now is the insurance companies negotiate the cost of prescription drugs with the makers of those prescription drugs. And one of the sort of brand new things, I'd really never heard of it at all, never heard anyone say it. But one thing that was suggested by the new president was that maybe we have the federal government do the negotiating with the prescription providers, and that is called single-payer health care, which you might have heard about from Bernie Sanders. But I guess if you rebrand it and call it Trumponomics Savings-a-thon a la Medicine Parity, then maybe if you rebrand it as that, or maybe there's an acronym for that, then you could sell single-payer. And then the Bernie bros and the Trump-tastics could all get together and have their own parade and start it before 3:45 in the afternoon. I don't know. It seems good.
Here we go. Well, it seems like something, certainly, but whenever I see Bernie Sanders applauding something that Donald Trump is launching, it always puts fear into my liberty-loving heart, because I know behind that plan there is government coercion.
Well, there probably is. But guess what's happened? I love a parade. It's happened. The parade has begun. That is the first family there in the first car on the first street. And they are making their way, as Brit Hume would say, out to begin the parade. And a fantastic day it's going to be for all. Our Rich Edson, I know he's not available, but our Rich Edson's out there watching, and we have cameras set up all the way along the way. There's a fantastic Jed Clampett kind of looking Clampett's Go to Hollywood press truck, which you may remember from previous incarnations of this. It drives along in the front. The signal breaks up a little bit. All the media crazies are on there, and they're taking pictures. It's usually fun to watch. It does remind me of the Clampetts coming to town. But we don't know how long they'll remain in the car. We feel like they will probably truncate this parade because we're to go the length it is designed to go. It would then be quite dark here in the nation's capital. And there are still protests underway. As I mentioned a moment ago, it's the reporting of the Wall Street Journal on Twitter that the protesters outnumber the supporters, at least in front of Trump's hotel there in the D.C., about 10-1. That's the reporting of the Wall Street Journal. So what will happen? I figure nothing, but it's worth watching. Parade time.
You know, it looks a little bit more subdued than usual. Remember that George Washington didn't have a parade. He went up to get inaugurated in the temporary capital of New York City, and sort of along the way and afterward, there were his old troops that got out and cheered him on, and that was kind of a extemporaneous parade. But it gathered speed through the years, and it got quite colorful. Jim Badat has written a terrific book, Democracy's Big Day, on inauguration and on the parades, and he describes how over time it really became a kind of a festive demonstration of American culture and American life. You would have farmers and livestock and coal miners dressed up as coal miners and cowboys on horses. In fact, in Eisenhower's inaugural parade, a cowboy rode up to him on a horse, and as he was sitting in the reviewing stand, showed off his rope skills by lassoing him. So it was this kind of fun.
Did you take notes at all these events?
It was kind
or
of,
do you
well,
just remember them?
This is in Badat's book.
Oh.
Very good. It was kind of this fun, real great expression of Americana, and that's what it's become, you know, over the years. But again, this year, a little bit more subdued, a little bit more kind of military bands as opposed to the high school, college bands, though there'll be some that we've expected in the past. And we'll see whether or not he gets out and walks. That was a hallmark of Jimmy Carter, of Barack Obama. Barack Obama got out twice, about 8 minutes each time, kind of walking along.
Bush the 43rd as well.
Yeah, Bush toward the end got out and walked as a way of just expressing their connection with the people who had joined them in this great moment.
In front of the people's house.
I think Jimmy Carter and Rosalind are the only ones who have walked the whole time.
They did. They walked the whole thing.
But he is going to have to get out. And it's an interesting day for Donald Trump because, as you know, he's usually surrounded by about 15 security guards, his own personal ones, before he merged that with the Secret Service team, which, by the way, they're still blended. But Cadillac One has been outfitted. I think that's what it's called. It has security enhancements, a door he can't open from the inside. There's extra supplies of his own blood in case there was ever a situation where where an ambulance couldn't get to a locale on time. And he is a security conscious man. He really is. He doesn't like to be exposed in an open setting. So it's an interesting transition for him. And this parade is really symbolic and important for him to be sort of out there, being with the viewers and the enthusiasts and seeming accessible.
Dr. Ben Carson out there walking the walk.
There he is.
Yeah,
yes.
there he is.
Enjoying it.
I kind of, if I'm trying to figure out, okay, what's Donald Trump doing right now? Well, he's in a car. He's in the back seat of a car, so I figured he would be tweeting. And yet we haven't had a tweet in the last 3 hours. I'm expecting we'll get one soon because Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
Well, we're watching the news coverage. He's a big fan of watching cable news.
True.
And does it every single day.
I wonder if there'll be
times
time
a day.
for that.
It might not. That's going to be hard tomorrow if you listen to what Bragg Blakeman said in terms of what tomorrow will bring. But
well, you know what he does? He gets up and watches Fox and Friends every morning.
But and he's going to watch that tomorrow, I think. But he wanted tanks in this parade. And missile launchers.
Not a great idea on a swamp.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds very, I don't know,
They're a
criminal.
little too heavy for.
It sounds a little too Red Square, but there have been military vehicles in past parades. That's it wouldn't be the first, but I think the parallel to Red Square would have been drawn.
They did ask. No kidding here. They asked about missile launchers.
Yeah.
Traveling in the parade. Yeah. It's on Google, so I know it's true.
But I think we've come a long way from the guy with the lasso.
Yeah. Rich Edson's out there watching this parade as it's coming by John Marshall Park near the start of the parade route. Rich, you were in the band, right?
I was in a band. Played a little high school trumpet back in the day. It's certainly been a while, so Shep, can't hang with these guys. This is the U.S. Army. They're walking by us right now, and this is the very beginning of the parade. So President Donald Trump has not come by yet. We're about 4 blocks into the parade, 4 blocks into the Capitol. Folks got here around 6 o'clock in the morning. That's when the security checkpoints opened up. So here we are 10 hours later, and they're finally getting a show out of all this. They got a little bit of a preview. That's when then President Obama and then President-elect Donald Trump came this way towards the Capitol from the White House to take the oath of office. And now it will be Donald Trump just a couple of minutes from now, Shep.
What are the crowds like?
Crowd's pretty good. They're about 5 to 10 deep on both sides. It's really filled in over the last couple of hours. There have been a couple of protesters who've worked their way in here because this is open to the public. You do have to go through security. Folks do wait a couple of hours, but anybody is allowed in. But for the most part, those folks were shouted down. It's a very, very pro-Trump crowd, at least on this street corner in this stretch.
What's your understanding of how long this should play out?
It looks like, and this is from what we've been hearing from Trump campaign or from transition and now administration folks, is that it would take about 90 minutes, and that's what they were hoping for, it to be a bit shorter than what then President Obama had in his first inaugural back in 2009, which exceeded 2 hours. But as you were saying, much of that depends on the pacing of this. There are 8,000 participants, according to the organizers of it. There are 40 different groups recognized. And then from there, you know, does the president want to walk? And you mentioned Jimmy Carter. He got out right around here. This is a building that was just about to open up the new wing back in 1977 of the National Gallery of Art. And Carter did the 1.5 miles all by himself with his wife, of course, and walked outside of that car. So, Jeff?
I was just going to say, I hope he told her in advance that she was going to be walking so she didn't wear heels, because that could be nightmarish.
Sorry, Shep, I didn't hear you. I got the revolutionaries behind me. Yeah.
Well, it makes the rain makes the streets look so clean, you know. Before this, they get out there, and every 4 years, maybe more often, but if it's anything like the FDR Drive or the West Side Highway, it's less than that. But every 4 years, they go out, they repave, they restripe, so it all looks really good on the TV cameras. And then, frankly, what they hope for, the people of aesthetics, is that you get just a little bit of rain because it makes for a nice look there on the street. It does. And this is to tell you that all the streets around the Beltway look just like this.
Well, I actually think also because it's sort of late in the day and dim, the lights from the motorcycles, the police motorcycles, it's a great effect.
Yeah, it's a great look.
You wouldn't see it in the bright light of the day.
Nope.
It's just the bonus of the late in the day on the grizzly weather day parade.
It is. And many of you in your local towns there, some of your Fox stations normally come in with news at 4 o'clock Eastern, sometimes 3 o'clock Central even, I suppose. Not today. We're going to stay with this until the new president, President Trump, gets out of the car and begins to do the walk. We know he will do the walk at some point, or that he's scheduled to. Frankly, we don't know anything. We know that he's scheduled to. What Donald Trump does, and that's that. Doug Weed is a presidential historian. He spent more than 2 decades researching and writing about U.S. presidents and their families. Serves as the assistant to President George H.W. Bush, and is with us live. The tradition is that they get out and walk, but I guess they do what they want.
Yeah, especially as you said, Donald Trump. You know, Shep, I gotta say this. When I met Donald Trump, and he became the 7th president of the United States that I was able to meet, and have interviewed extensively 6 of them, 7 of the first ladies, 14 of the children of the presidents, 19 of the siblings of the presidents. When I first talked with Donald Trump, he brought up you.
What?
He asked me about.
That's scary.
He asked me about Shep Smith. You know, well, you're a
Am I on the
politician.
naughty
You want
list?
to know, you know, how's Shep treating me? And I just thought it was amusing because many times people will ask me, in your interviews with the president, what you see that surprises you. And the thing that surprised me about many of the presidents is this symbiotic relationship they have with the media. And that may be changing now with Trump and Twitter. But George W., for example, could talk about the editor and the publisher and the producer and his father and sometimes his grandfather, and now he's employed here. They have a real encyclopedic knowledge of these personalities such as yourself and the writers, because their political future depends on it. But that may be changing.
I feel like I need to change the locks and the passwords all of a sudden. Of all those fascinating people who have had such fascinating lives and have seen so much of the world from a view that the rest of us never get, who to you was the most surprising and why?
Can I go all the way back in history, or just
Hopefully not back too far. You haven't been around that long, Doug.
Well, there's a lot of pain associated with the victory that these people have. It's a great day for them. They're on top of the world, and yet there's a lot of pain that happens in their lives, that happens in all of our lives. And an interesting thing, Shep, that's going to happen in the next few minutes that we won't see. The president, it will go dark. You won't see the president. They'll be waiting for him to come out and appear to watch the rest of the parade. During that time, usually, he goes into the East Room and there's a gathering of the relatives of the president. And books come out of that 1 hour meeting, the Kennedys, the Bushes. So they have a family reunion, the Obamas with people from Africa. They have a family reunion that most of us will never have in our lifetime. And all these cousins and nephews and nieces, and they've all been telling their friends, I'm going to say this to the president, and they've all got their little conspiracy theories and their little notes to pass on, and they've only got a few minutes. The president and the first lady come down, and their family acknowledge all their cousins and friends, and sometimes John Kennedy, in fact, he and Jacqueline went upstairs and went to sleep. They were exhausted. You can see why.
We all know that there are two Donald Trumps. People who've known him for years, and I know a lot of people who've known him for decades, say that his private persona is very different than this public persona that we've been witnessing over the last 15 months or so. So many New Yorkers have known him through the media, through the New York Post, through the Howard Stern show for, since the 80s. What is the thing about Donald Trump that you've learned through this process that you think might most surprise our viewers?
Well, he loved his father, and he had this relationship with his brother. It's a repeating theme, Shep, of history. I call it the man in the shadows. When Augustine Washington was dying, all his hopes, all his future depended on Lawrence, who was there at his bedside. He got the iron works, he got the land where Mount Vernon was built, he got the education, but there was a little 11-year-old boy at the end of the bed in the shadows who got nothing. His name was George. And shortly after Augustine Washington died, Lawrence died too. It was George, the man in the shadows, who thrived. And you see it in the Kennedys with Joe and Jack. You see it in the Eisenhowers with Milton and Dwight. And now we see it again with Freddie and Donald. For there was Fred Trump, the father, who wanted to pass on this great ability, this building these new buildings in Queens and Brooklyn, to his son Freddie. But Freddie became an alcoholic. He had problems. He died young, just like Joe Kennedy did. And lo and behold, it's the boy in the shadows, Donald, who was sent off to military school to punish him, to wake up, to discipline him. It was the boy in the shadows who's emerged as President of the United States. And Fred...
I believe we lost our connection to Doug Weed. I think I know why that happened. When the clock struck 4, the satellite window ran out. And that was that. It's 4 o'clock on the East Coast, 1 p.m. on the West Coast. This is Fox News, celebration of the peaceful transition of government in America. President Donald J. Trump now coming up Pennsylvania Avenue, and the parade for those who have stuck around in the chilly and the rain to watch this afternoon. At some point, the president will get out of the... And he's being announced there along the route. At some point, we believe he'll get out and walk around and glad hand some folks. Let's listen here for a minute. we've been watching on, if you have been checking your social media for videos along this parade route, you know that there are places where it's a little thin. I mean, after all, they've been out there since 6 o'clock this morning. The parade got a late start. It's been a long day, but not here. Not here in the shadow of the Capitol, as they are thick as thieves out there. Not a metaphor for anything. Just lots of folks out who've been so excited about this day. We all know them. I have some friends who said, I've been celebrating every single day since the middle of November, and I'll celebrate until this day, and I'll celebrate with our new president, and I'll celebrate for America. And there's another crowd that's been avoiding their Facebook feed and turning away from the local news because they just can't take it. Too much to stomach. And if I still had Doug Weed, I would ask him, this now president who spent time with some aggression toward minorities, some distrust of certain religions, who belittled, whether he wants to admit it or not, he absolutely did, because it's a fact, a man who was physically challenged and in a wheelchair. Is this who that man is? Was that rhetoric he thought his people wanted to hear? Was that the division that was necessary to win the office? Or is that in his heart? Because if that's in his heart, I know a lot of people who are concerned, and what they want to hear is, it's not in my heart. I love y'all.
I think everyone, as you have mentioned, all these friends of yours who have been close to Donald Trump, everyone who gets into private settings with him says that he is completely charming, completely connected, caring, remembers things, asks about your family, lets you do the talking, not in a meeting deal setting, but in a visit setting. He's very loyal and good, boss, and very engaging and charming. The way that he is in public, and we don't know if it's going to end today, but the way he's been on the campaign trail is something that other people who know him very closely describe as a tool that he relies on, which is offense. When you are nice, you're being weak. If you are being measured, you're being wishy-washy. Offense is strength. Strength is winning. And offense sometimes includes cruelty. But he picks a fight to stay on offense on purpose. And it's what he does. Happy New Year, losers and haters. It's what he does. He needs a foil. So the private Trump is really different from the public Trump. And that's Dr. Ben Carson came out and said that the day he endorsed him. Well, there's two Donald Trumps. And so it's what he does as a leader, and we're going to see how it affects his presidency, but it's always on offense. If it isn't Hillary and Obama anymore, it's the media now. Then it'll be those Republicans in Congress doing the wrong thing, but he always has a foil, and he stays on offense.
I think that those who are targeted by those sometimes odious comments and behavior would say what you see is what you get, and don't expect somebody to change because they're in office. President Obama warned the electorate, saying what's going to happen when these comments and this personality has maximum power. Whether he changes that demeanor, we'll see. But that was a factor in why a number of Democrats chose to avoid the inauguration today. It wasn't just the comments about John Lewis. It was the concern about Russian meddling in the election. It was the concern about many of the behaviors of the now president during the campain process. And we saw some of the language kind of come through again in the inauguration speech. So probably the best betting is what you see is what you get. Let's see how that transforms into needing the compromise now that he's going to need to get his bills passed.
Speaking of media as a foil, I think we just saw the parade move by the museum.
Yes.
I mean, that's going to be one really interesting relationship to watch develop. Speaking as a member of the media, yeah.
If you've never visited it, you should. It's spectacular.
Yeah, and just President Trump's interactions with the media, I think it's anyone's guess how it's going to go.
Yeah, we can take it. Hey, they're coming up on if you've just passed by the museum, we're coming up on Lafayette Park. And if it's Lafayette Park, that means Shannon Bream, who's our often Supreme Court correspondent, now the morning anchor on Fox News Channel on satellite and cable from 9 to 11 Eastern, at least for the next 100 days. And today she's a parade watcher. How goes it, Seminole?
Well, Shep, I got to tell you, the energy is building here. We are at the reviewing stands. They're just behind me, and just behind those reviewing stands is the White House. So this is where the parade ends. The First Family and other dignitaries will be in that enclosed space to watch as the parade channels by them. And already a number of VIP arrivals here, a number of people who are up for cabinet positions yet to be confirmed. Some of them have had their hearings, some have not. Alabama Senator Jeff Sessions, a Republican who is now, of course, the Attorney General nominee, when he arrived and hopped off the bus that brought several folks here, the crowd went crazy. They recognized him immediately. He waved and then took his place in heading into the stands. We've seen General Mattis as well. The crowd also equally excited about him. And then they were brought in on buses, a lot of these VIPs. And then all of a sudden, walking up the street, as we may see with President Trump when he gets close enough here, as is often the tradition, we saw Dr. Ben Carson, who was one time, of course, a rival for the GOP nomination running for the presidency. He is now the nominee to head up the Health and Human Services Department. He simply came walking up the street. There were a couple of officers on bicycles sort of escorting him. And out of nowhere, he sort of appeared and walked up, and it slowly dawned on the crowd as they realized who the gentleman was walking up the street, quietly, Dr. Ben Carson. And again, they erupted into cheers and applause for him as he now arrives here and takes his place, where eventually the First Family, the president, will arrive and watch the rest of this inaugural parade that they are now leading. Again, we have to speculate about whether or not the president will get out of his car. But again, this last block leading into where we are is where we would expect that he might get out and do some waving to the crowd. The rain started here and folks got their umbrellas out. Everybody thankful that they had coverage, those who were in the stands. It seems to have tapered off here now, and so possibly that will help him to stay dry and warm if he decides to get out as they approach here at the White House, Shep.
I bet he will. He's been playing this man of the people thing for so long in his rallies and all the rest. For him not to get out would be a little weird. I know they're running short on time, but heck, he's the timekeeper. He as usual, he can do what he wants, Shannon.
He can. He's the president now. And yeah, we're on his clock. We are on his timetable. And I think you're right. I think he feeds off the energy of the crowds. We saw it in so many of his rallies over the past 18 months or so, and would expect the same today. Shep.
I think it's happening right now on your cue. He must be monitoring us there in the limo. I was told by producers they were getting out. It doesn't look like they're getting out to me. Producers. Can't trust them, can't kill them. Ha ha. Shannon, this is something we've been looking forward to for a long time. I love this parade. It's not miserable out today. It's pretty nice, and the crowd that looked like they had dispersed on our field cameras maybe 2 hours ago, looks like they just went away for a while. Maybe they went into a restaurant or something to warm up, because they're back out there in big numbers.
They are. Maybe they got some snacks, maybe a little coffee, a little hot chocolate. The interesting thing about this parade, which is so fun to watch every 4 years, and it is much warmer, as you know, than it was the last couple of inaugurations. It's a really relatively mild day for here in January in D.C. But the funny thing is, there didn't used to be an inaugural parade. The first inauguration that was in Washington, of course, was President Thomas Jefferson. And a few years after that, what they started doing is having some type of military escort that would take the president to the Capitol. So if you want to call it a parade, it was sort of on the front end of the festivities. It wasn't until President Ulysses S. Grant, years and years later, that it actually turned into a situation where there would be, President Grant, there would be a situation where he would review afterwards, and the parade would be a big deal after the inauguration versus some kind of processional taking them to the Capitol. It's now turned into this, which we enjoy, and as you can see, a mix of signs there. Some people happy about this today, some not happy, but that is the First Amendment in full swing.
Let's go back to that shot. I know some of it actually needs to be censored. Apparently they're not censors out there, but I saw some swastikas a little while ago, some complaining about taxes. Trump, Putin, I mean, ours, ooh. There's a lot of horrible out there. Make America horrible again. Then again, I mean, that's part of the system, Julie. Thank God you can.
It is, and what's really nice to see is that there's not a lot of disturbance along this route at all. I mean, from what we're seeing here, there's nothing amiss other than just very peaceful, protesters among the groups of supporters who are out there.
I think that one of the things that some of the protesters might take to heart is that it's interesting that the cabinet is getting filled with people who have pretty divergent views. Not everybody agrees with Trump's pro-Russia stance. Not everybody agrees with him on trade. It looks like there's going to be a conversation that goes on, which is kind of a positive, right? That within your cabinet. Brad's earlier point, though, about this being a deal-making president like LBJ, the difference is LBJ had the currency of favors that he had granted while in Congress for years. And that's how you create compromise, is that you call in those favors over the years of your administration. All the things that you did for the other congressmen, voting for their bills, helping them get legislation passed. This is going to be difficult for Trump to do. He does not have that currency of favors in the political environment of Washington. He'll have to form that up.
I've wondered, Paul Ryan represents more than just the Speaker of the House. He's going to be the one who has to make things happen when it comes to legislation. And don't even forget that the Tea Party is still alive and that there are great concerns about budgets and the rest. And Paul Ryan's going to be right in the middle on that. He has been Trump's target before. I would assume, given what I know about the structure of the system here, he will be his foil again.
That could very well be. But what Paul Ryan has going for him is Pence, a longtime colleague in the House. And what Paul Ryan has going for him now is a Republican in the White House. They may not see eye to eye, but this is of a party now. He has a greater shot at getting his agenda through with Donald Trump in the White House than he would have with a Democrat.
Julie Bykowitz is the White House reporter for the Associated Press, and it's a large White House reporting team, as the AP always has.
We do. We had 10 reporters at the start of the Obama administration, and we have 9 reporters at the start of the Trump administration. And so we're going to be covering the field, hopefully. Lots of different people to circulate in and out of the White House or executive office building, as it may be. I think they're still deciding where precisely to put the press.
There's always a challenge. Oh, look at this. Let's listen. Looks like we've got action here. I bet we're about to see the president. What do you bet?
Yeah, that seems right.
It's no Macy's parade. You don't get the balloons, but we do have Donald Trump now and the whole family. Good to see the kid out, too, right?
There they are. So it looks like he's in front of his D.C. hotel, actually, as he gets out to start the walk here.
And this is the spot where the Wall Street Journal reported there are many more protesters than supporters. We'll see if that's the truth. Let's listen. So they're just down the street from the hotel, so as they walk in this direction, they'll get to it shortly.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Don't surprise me. He's very proud of that hotel.
Which, by the way, he leases. They have a management contract.
With the General Services.
And one of the rules of the General Services Administration regarding contracts is if you are an employee of the people, an employee of the government, you cannot have a management contract with the General Services Administration. And Donald Trump is now your employee, think of it that way, because he is. And there is an argument, a legal argument to be made, and it will, that contract is now illegal. But for now, it doesn't matter. It's Trump Hotel. That's that.
Right. Also out on the news today is that he has not resigned from his companies that he said he would. He's president, but he's still also head of the Trump Organization.
And this is 11th in Pennsylvania for those of you who are interested. One of the things that you should remember is he will now be getting market-moving information, potential market-moving information, big government information, 12 hours before everybody else. And to eliminate even the appearance of impropriety, one would traditionally, not by law, but traditionally, divest from all of your holdings so that there will never be the appearance that you we're doing something that would in the end benefit yourself or your loved ones.
We should ask Julie this question, since you cover ethics in government. Julie, how's he going to thread this needle? You know, he says that his sons are now running the company. He's not running the company. But you can imagine the get-togethers at Christmas, at Thanksgiving, at whenever, hey, how's the deal in Dubai? Just kind of
it's going to be awfully difficult, and I sense that they hope that this issue will just go away, that people will stop writing about it, stop talking about it, Democrats will stop raising it. I don't sense that's the case. I think that this will dog him throughout at least the early days of his presidency, possibly to the point where maybe he rethinks it.
Isn't this ultimately red meat for the Democrats? They want to keep this thing alive right through the midterms, right?
They sure can, but I mean, will it resonate with voters? Who knows?
We were waiting for this moment when he got out in front of Trump Hotel. We weren't allowed to say we think that's what's going to happen because there are security concerns, but that's what we've been thinking. I mean, who wouldn't think it? It's Trump. And personally, if I may, for just a moment of levity, I certainly expected that there would be at least some Trump steaks or some Trump bottled water or some Trump something to pimp out there, It felt like the timing would be good. I mean, you could have just walked into Trump International and shown us around.
Yeah.
Our cameras would have followed.
The press was kept out of Trump International this week.
Yeah.
Inauguration week.
Not everybody was kept out. They tried to keep everybody out, but a few people got in and out. We've now gotten what we would, in the business would call the money shot. That is the president, first lady, and the first son, for that matter, getting out, the last of the first sons.
Yes.
Getting out and making their little walk, which we should let our stations up and down the line know. 4:30 is our time now, 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central. That's when we'll be breaking away. For local news and other local programming, Master Control Operators, that's for you. Doug Weed, a presidential historian who's been watching along with us. I don't think a president has ever marched during the presidential inaugural parade in front of his own hotel with his own name up there, but I'm not sure. Doug?
I don't think so. Almost every question like that that's asked, there's precedent, and it has happened. But I think you just asked one that hasn't happened before. I don't think so.
The last time he took us in there was for a news conference, and they had their products on display, and I don't think he's going to be able to do that sort of thing as president. I say that, but I'm not sure about it. I guess is there anything in history that says you can't?
Well, he seems to have a lot of leeway the way they're interpreting these rules. And one of the rules, for example, the nepotism rule, I find that fascinating. 18 sons of President of the United States have served as the personal secretary to their father when he was in the White House. And they changed the rules after John Kennedy appointed his brother Robert Attorney General. But they still did it by getting around the law, by hiring them on the party payroll. For example, Chip Carter had an office in the White House but was paid by the Democrat National Committee. Jack Ford had an office in the White House but was paid out of the Republican National Committee. So I suspect at some point he may have his kids in there helping them, and especially Ivanka. I think he's going to tap her.
Let's listen to the music.
Presidential Color Guard, comprised of representatives from each of the 5 military services. These young men represent the joint services in their respective branches in hundreds of ceremonies throughout the year.
Following them is the United States Navy Presidential Escort Ceremonial Guard Platoon. Based in Washington, D.C. and representing the United States Navy, it's a ceremonial guard established in 1931.
And then the United States Air Force Honor Guard Ceremonial Flight. The all-volunteer unit has represented the Air Force at official ceremonies around the world since 1948.
Following them is the United States Coast Guard Ceremonial Honor Guard. Representing the United States Coast Guard in the Department of Homeland Security is the 72-member Coast Guard Ceremonial Honor Guard, which was established in 1962.
And in those brilliant uniforms, the Commander-in-Chief's Guard, A Company, 3rd United States Army Infantry, the Old Guard. Established by General George Washington in 1776 as his personal escort and guard, the Commander-in-Chief's Guard carries 12-pound Brown-Bess muskets with 13-inch bayonets.
Following them was the Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps. Representing the United States Army is the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps.
Ladies and gentlemen, leading President and Vice
Brad
President
Blakeman has been watching along with us. He served on former President George W. Bush, so Bush the 43rd senior staff during his first term. And these are moments of nostalgia. Do you remember where you were and what it felt like on this day back in your day?
I sure do. On that day, I was actually waiting at 12 noon for the approval to get into the White House. My office was in the West Wing. I was in charge of the president's schedule, and I had to get to work. I really didn't go to any inaugural event. I was just waiting to get access to my office, to get at my desk and prepare for the next day's work.
How's the chaos in there on a day of transition like this?
Yeah, organized chaos. You have literally, Shep, hundreds of people with assigned jobs of moving the old president out, moving the new president in, hundreds of people assigned to specific tasks down to the second as to what is going to happen where. It's the National Park Service with the 18 acres. It's the Usher's office that controls the residents. It's the General Services Administration that is in charge of the federal office building of the president, the West Wing and the old executive office building. It's a choreography that is really something to behold.
Brad, it's been great to have you today. Thank you so much. If we could look at camera one from the quad box, it's the Clampett mobiles that give me greatest pleasure. The two vehicles there on the right-hand side of your screen and the left-hand side of the screen with the big cages, all the cameras in there, that's the ones that give us the track-along shots, and they're really amusing to watch. Out in front of the review stand now on camera 4, the first family is arriving. Some of the crowd's not as big as had been expected. They're turning off of H Street now. Is that what I just heard? Turning on to 15th Street. So anyway, they're making their way. Bringing right across from the White House, bringing our panel back in. A.B. Stoddard, the associate editor of RealClearPolitics.com, John Bussey, associate editor at the Wall Street Journal, and Julie Bykowitz, the national political reporter for the Associated Press. Memories from today.
Well, I think it's been an amazing day. I think I think that the scene on the dais was really heartwarming. The speech was not as unifying as people would have liked it to have been, but everyone rose to really welcome Trump and celebrate him. And the lunch, there was more of that. His very gracious comments, personally thanking one-on-one at the table Hillary Clinton for coming and then saying it at the microphone.
Some unusual visitors on the dais today. We don't usually see donors.
Yes,
some notable
and
ones were
actually
there.
Sheldon Adelson, the biggest donor of the Republican Party, and his wife Miriam were up on the dais, very close, unprecedented, and then at the lunch, which also has never happened. So a day of firsts, and I think we will learn in a few days that there were more that we didn't even know happened.
We will. Twitter will help.
I think that's exactly right. I think the things that we're going to learn over the next couple of days about what we've just seen will be quite interesting. So a memorable moment for me, I can't imagine another situation where this would ever occur with a president getting out and walking along the parade route right in front of a property that he owns. It just really highlights the unique situation that we're now in as a country. And, you know, we'll have to see how it unfolds. I mean, this is day one, so lots more days to come, lots of Trump properties and Trump businesses out there, and we'll see how the new president handles those business affairs.
Reality is he's been a pitch man. He's been a brands man. He's been a brander. He has been a marketing professional, and he has been among the best in the country. When he was down and out, which he was after a series of bankruptcies, he used the media in New York City and the Howard Stern radio show and the rest to keep himself relevant. He weathered those highs and lows, got himself out of money troubles with the help of family in some cases, with the help of foreign entities in other cases, and made his way back, and then made a pitch to the American people. He was on point where others were tone deaf, and he recognized something about the public. And this man whom the New York Post once called a con man, whom Mitt Romney called a con man, now you may call him Mr. President. Thank you.
This day, another great day for American democracy. Really just a beautiful, pageantry. The rest of the world watching this will have just listened to the speech. They will have heard nationalism. They're going to hear. They heard America first. They heard a feeling of America having been cheated by the rest of the world and by trade. They heard a description of the domestic scene as carnage, was the language that the president used. I think that the allies abroad and the business community here, worried about that trade, those trade issues, those national security issues, are going to be a little bit chastened by this.
Alarmed, maybe.
And perhaps alarmed. And it's very important to remember that for national security and for economic growth, you need allies abroad and you need business confidence at home. We'll see whether or not those relationships were emboldened or hurt by this.
You talk about how allies would receive this, how our friends around the world would receive this. What about our enemies?
Our enemies, it depends on who you're talking about. Is Russia our enemy? Perhaps not
until
to this,
just a few weeks ago.
Perhaps not to this administration. It certainly is to members of Congress. I think that Vladimir Putin has already said he's happy that Trump won. Xi Jinping in China is looking at this as an opening. If the U.S. is going to retrench from bolder trade engagement with Asia, he's going to move in. Why? Because it's in the self-interest of China.
Let's listen. The review stand. Listening to the review stand. Oh, we don't have that. Well, the announcer is going back there. Camera one will show you the feed number one. We'll show you the TV trucks making their way around the corner there. And they'll come to the front of the White House in just a few minutes. It's a day that began with a lot of questions. First of all, would the day rain out? Would those who have been brought in many cases, bust in from other cities and other parts of the country, be able to do the kind of disrupting that they had stated publicly that they hoped to? The answer was they were able to shut down a few entrances. There were a few cars torched. There was a bit of violence. But they were not able to shut this process down at all. And by all accounts, according to Metro PD here in D.C., anybody who wanted to come today was able to come today. Then would the rains hold off? Would the crowd show? And indeed they did. Excuse me, smaller than in years past, but that was to be expected. A bit of a different tone and tenor today. Regular folks from all over America came to Washington in groups, large and small. They were out and about last night. They've spent the day along this parade route and have waited to see, will the President of the United States, our new president, come out of his car and greet the folks? And the answer was, of course he did, right in front of Trump Tower. If there's a moment for me, it's the moment that so is emblematic of what it is this nation is all about, and that is this free and transparent transfer of power that happens with kisses on the cheek from the families who are on their way out for the families who are on their way in. The two different views, one of the president who is leaving and one of the president who's coming, and the orderly and peaceful transition of the two with the standard protocols in place and smiles all around. It helps soothe the soul. If you're excited, you're glad to get rid of them. If you're sad, you're sorry to see them go. But this is your period to have that moment on a Friday in Washington, D.C. And
This This is a special edition of Outnumbered, streaming live on the web. As you can see, I'm Harris Faulkner. Here today, Sandra Smith, Meghan McCain, the Fox Business Network's Elizabeth McDonald. We affectionately call her EMAC. And today's hashtag One Lucky Guy, the executive producer of Imus in the Morning, Bernard McGurk. And he is outnumbered. You also have a show that's 3 hours long on WABC right here in New York.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. Yes, called the Bernie and Sid Show, following the Imus in the Morning show on WABC, the vaunted
Very cool.
WABC radio here in New York. Absolutely. Thank
You're
you.
also in a tuxedo to celebrate.
I am. This is a big day for me.
You forgot to tie your tie, actually.
I didn't forget.
I see the cummerbund, but then you have like the bow tie untied.
And I'm not going to be a bunch of suckers anymore. America first is the bottom line. I didn't see anything wrong with it or negative. I mean, that's what he said he would do. What is he supposed to start talking about? I mean, I don't know what they were looking for.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of two speeches. It was for, first, those people who, like Meghan, may not have voted for him, but are kind of waiting in anticipation to see what's going to happen. And he talked about,
hopeful.
you know, if you're black, you're brown, no matter what you look like, we're all Americans. I mean, I thought that was speech number one. And then speech number two was for his hardcore supporters. He put some meat on the bone for all those people.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't as surprised as so many pearl-clutching liberals seem to be about this speech. The only reason why it's unorthodox is because it's not a campaign speech. It is an inauguration speech, but this is red meat to the base of his supporters. It is a 100% populist message. It's not necessarily a conservative or Republican message. That's also why people are maybe scratching their heads a little bit about it. There's never been a speech like this before. We've never had a president like this before. And can I just say one quick thing? As someone, I haven't done inauguration days like this, but I've certainly done motorcades and things like this. This family is exhausted. I mean, the hour that they had to get up, the week that they have had, the weekend leading up, the outfits, the hair, the crowds, everything. I just keep thinking of how tired. They don't look it, but I just keep thinking how tired they must
Trump
be.
in her Ralph Lauren suit. She looks absolutely
It's almost
gorgeous.
a new Camelot.
But this line in his speech, I'm sorry, I thought the speech, I mean, I've read through it several times now, but There's one moment that grabbed me when he said, "We will be protected by the great men and women of our military and law enforcement, and most importantly, we are protected by God. Finally, we must think big and dream even bigger." I thought that was really a big moment as well.
Bold, and confident. Absolutely. You know, it was, has been pointed out, it was the forgotten man speech, the people who voted for him. And I loved what Charles Krauthammer said. He was actually a third-party candidate who won under the Republican mantle, actually, because he's an outsider, it was anti-establishment.
You know what? And the expectation that he would come out of the gate as this, like, full-blown conservative, I think you probably weren't paying attention to him. That's some of the questions a lot of, like, ideological conservatives still have about questions like trade and foreign policy. So I don't know why everyone's so surprised. This is who Donald Trump has been for months and months and months when he was campaigning and running for president.
You know, one thing that I've noticed just from monitoring social media is that people saw it from their perspective, much like they saw the election.
Yes.
You know, it's from your perspective. And since we're talking about it, and you mentioned certain parts of it that were highlights, we've got kind of the best of. We're going to recap the speech now. Let's watch this together. And by the way, because the parade is going on and you see the Trump family, First Lady and our new president getting out and getting back in, you see them. We're going to keep that on one side of your screen no matter what's going on. Let's watch the highlights of the speech.
Together we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. We will face challenges. We will confront hardships, but we will get the job done. Every 4 years we gather on these steps to carry out the orderly and peaceful transfer of power. And we are grateful to President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama for their gracious aid throughout this transition. They have been magnificent. Thank you. Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning, because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another, or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people. This moment is your moment. It belongs to you. It belongs to everyone gathered here today and everyone watching all across America. This is your day. This is your celebration. And this, the United States of America, is your country. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. Everyone is listening to you now. You came by the tens of millions to become part of a historic movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. Now we are looking only to the future. We assembled here today are issuing a new decree to be heard in every city, in every foreign capital, and in every hall of power. From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. America will start winning again, winning like never before. We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our borders. We will bring back our wealth. And we will bring back our dreams. Whether we are black or brown or white, we all bleed the same red blood of patriots. We all enjoy the same glorious freedoms, and we all salute the same great American flag. And whether a child is born in the urban sprawl of Detroit or the windswept plains of Nebraska, they look up at the same night sky, they fill their heart with the same dreams, and they are infused with the breath of life by the same almighty Creator. So to all Americans in every city, near and far, small and large, from mountain to mountain, from ocean to ocean, hear these words: you will never be ignored again. Your voice, your hopes, and your dreams will define our American destiny. And your courage and goodness and love will forever guide us along the way. Together, we will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And yes, together, we will make America great again. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. God bless America.
All right, so now we come back to the full screen of the inaugural parade that's underway in Washington, D.C. The president getting ready to make his way to a standing position where we always see the families go, and so we've watched this route. It's been interesting to see them get out and how the crowds are reacting. We see some protesters' signs mixed in with that, but we see a lot of people who stood in some very long lines today and waited a long time to see him.
I was going to ask Megan about was something that was pointed out on Fox News by a commentator, was that there was no mention of Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump's competitor in all this, in his speech, and historically there is. Hillary Clinton was there today with Bill Clinton and made her appearance and stood strong. Did you find that unusual?
Listen, I hate Hillary Clinton, but I am glad that but I will give her this. She did show up, and she had the maturity that 68 members of Congress did not, and that cannot be an easy thing for her to do, given just, you know, what a tough campaign it was between her and Donald Trump. He thanked her in the luncheon that came second. Of course, I would prefer to him to thank her just, again, in the spirit of democracy. I think we have to play fair if we're asking Democrats to play fair as well. But there are a lot of things about this speech that were incredibly unorthodox and unusual for an inauguration speech, which historians will be reading about and talking about for a long time. It was extremely populist message. I know that, again, we know I wasn't a core Trump, I wasn't an original Trump supporter. It took me a while to understand the movement. We didn't start out on a good place with the comments he made about my father, in fairness to me, which we were talking about in the green room, Bernard. But it is a extremely populist message. We're giving back to you. There's actually a meme that's all over the internet right now because there were actual words taken from a Batman movie from Bane the villain that were used in the inauguration. I don't know if it was done on purpose. That's why it's always good to have pop culture people looking through your speeches, by the way.
And it was a speech that sort of made you want to feel good about being American again. You know, he took Al Gore to the woodshed with being populist, right? We thought Al Gore was a populist. Wow, Donald Trump is to the nth degree. But, you know, for years, for 8 years, I feel like Americans feel like they've been on the other side of the mirror, on the other side of the looking glass, like we've fallen down a rabbit hole. You know, with Obama, it was sort of the self-congratulating moral authority, shaming their way into power, keeping the D.C. establishment in place. always, far too eager to be remembered by history and what they said and their legacy, instead of thinking about what is the regular, the forgotten man and woman who have been really, kicked in the teeth by globalization. So he brought it back to that. He brought that message. I've never seen a president speak so directly to the American people as he did today.
Well, and really directly to what wasn't working in his opinion, while the man who put all those things in place is sitting like 3 feet from him. I mean, the line that really stood out to me was about the transition of power not being from president to president, not only being that, but also from the office of the president to the people, the government to the people, and putting the power back into the hands of the people.
But it was a little dystopian. I'm just one moment, Bernard. Words that were used in this inaugural address that were used for the first time in any inaugural address: bleed, carnage, depletion, despair, tombstones, trapped, unrealized, unstoppable, wind spent. So there is some language in here, particularly American carnage, I think, that people will be talking about for a long time.
Yeah, and bleed, though. I mean, it was used in this context: black, brown, white. We all bleed the red blood of patriots. I mean, that's nothing negative or sinister about that, I don't think.
No, that's fine. I mean, I have no problem with that.
Here's the thing: it wasn't all I, me, and this and that. It was about the people, and he did make some sweeping declarations. He's going to eradicate ISIS from the face of the earth. He seemed to go, the superlative route. We're going to rebuild the nation's bridges and tunnels and make America great again. A lot of sweeping, big promises.
But you know what's so interesting is, we've got the left protesting. They broke Bank of America windows, McDonald's windows, shop windows, car windows. They talk about being inclusive, never mind the 63 million people who voted for Trump. They're not inclusive about that. But there's such a disconnect right now in the media and how the media, the left-wing media, is taking this speech. My family's right down the middle. They're Reagan Democrats. And they don't see it the way the left-wing media is taking it. The left-wing media is saying this, as Chris Matthews on MSNBC said it was Hitlerian. And other colleagues at his network they're saying this is the darkest speech we've ever seen. I didn't think it was dark. I thought that, yes, he was speaking the truth about what the inner cities which have been annihilated under the last 8 years. He's laying it out in his vision. I am so struck by how there is a disconnect with how this is being reported in the media right now.
I'm sure the Anti-Defamation League will take Chris Matthews to task for trivializing Hitler and the Holocaust by invoking that
You think they're standing outside waiting to do that right now?
Oh, sure. Guaranteed. Of course, if they're going to be consistent.
There's signs ringing, "We bring the integrity."
But you know what? Quite frankly, I'm so over speeches. Obama gave a lot of really beautiful speeches for a long time that turned a lot of people into fans of his. I don't really care about what he's saying. I care about what he's going to do on Monday. I care about repealing Obamacare.
That's exactly what he said. He said in the past it's been all talk, no action. It's going to be different this time, and I believe him. I really do believe him. I mean, the guy had a comfortable life as a millionaire, billionaire, whatever. He could be doing 70 years old. Take it easy with Melania on some island somewhere.
Careful.
But no, just enjoy life with the grandkids.
Bernard McGurk, we're going to keep our eye on this parade route because, as we know, the first family is making their way, and of course, there's 3 balls that the new president Trump and his family will be attending tonight. Meanwhile, Trump has often promised his administration that he would hit the ground running, but that might be easier said than done, considering most of his cabinet picks are still in limbo. Senate Democrats have only agreed to hold confirmation votes today on Generals James Mattis for Defense Secretary and John Kelly for Homeland Security. That's way short of the pace Republicans set back in 2009 when the Senate confirmed 7 of President Obama's nominees on his inauguration day. Bernard McGurk, I'll go to you first on this. What do you make of all that?
I think their intention is to thwart any progress that he can make. Look, instead of fearing that he's going to be the worst president ever, I think they're starting to fear that he might actually be successful. So they want to actually slow him down. I mean, President Obama did some of that with some of the executive orders leading up to the inauguration here, and also with the UN Security Council vote on Israel, making things difficult for the president to accomplish stuff. And the Democrats are going to follow suit. They're going to slow everything down, get in the way, throw all the monkey wrenches they can.
They really have been, but they haven't really been getting anywhere, have they, Megan? I mean, is there anybody at risk of not getting passed through.
I've just been shocked about the behavior of Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. Elizabeth Warren refusing to shake Betsy DeVos's hand at the hearings. I'm sorry, if a Republican had done that to a Democrat in a hearing, it would be all over the internet, blasted all over cable news. We really haven't heard about it that much. If they mess with General Mattis, that you know how much I love and worship at the altar of all things, Mad Dog Mattis. If they stop this and make any attempt, you want to see protesting and rioting, I'm telling you, me and my brothers will start it out.
By the way, it should be pointed out that neither Hillary Clinton or Elizabeth Warren are named in the 27 revolutionary pioneer women for the Women's March. Neither of them are on that list. So that's interesting. The Women's March happening tomorrow.
But Angela Davis is on that
Angela Davis is on the list. But getting back to what can Mr. President do on Monday, this is the New York Times own list that they put out in November. This is what President Trump can do via executive orders on Monday. He could suspend immigration from terror-prone countries, roll back environmental regulations, approve the Keystone Pipeline, freeze federal hiring, even propose term limits on Congress.
Well, and we're already reading reports today that he's gotten the ball rolling with regard to climate change.
Yeah.
So, and we wonder, what will that look like going forward? Because we're not the only country that's in that agreement.
Right.
Right. So that's one thing. And then we know Obamacare is coming. I just look at the list of congressional members who say that they're going to stick around and be there for any votes that might pop up for confirmations this weekend. We may actually see that happen.
Right. Well, it's easy for us to sit here and say, Democrats are trying to slow the process down, but would it be the other way around? Had Hillary Clinton won and Republicans were trying to stop?
Well, as this was pointed out early on, it wasn't that way back in 2009. So there's no and back in 2009, you didn't have a bunch of Republicans boycotting the president's inauguration. So there's no reason to think that it would have been that way if it was Hillary Clinton. Look, they're against a lot of the policies with the energy secretary, of course, the pro-America energy policy. We're going to exploit our natural resources. They don't want to do that. They want to unilaterally handcuff the United States while the other countries go off and, pollute the air and excel economically. Obamacare, of course, they don't want it repealed. The HHS guy, they want to slow him down. Meanwhile, people are suffering out there.
I'm going to get in with this. This is an urgent from our producer, Chad Pergram, on the Hill right now. So the Senate is now jointly debating the nominations. Like, they're right at it right now.
Yeah, my dad's there right now.
Mattis for Defense Secretary and Kelly for DHS. So we had said that this was going to go on today. It's actually, he just sent out an urgent message that it's happening right now. So, I think Barack Obama had, when he first became president, 6 or 7 confirmations, we said, on that first day. We know historically it's been anywhere, I think George W. Bush had 3 or 5. It's been somewhere around there, fewer than 10, but more than 1. So this would technically, I guess, be one of the exceptions to that. It would not be traditional that wouldn't happen. And before the day passes, we may see that, it may happen. It's hard to say.
I think they're focusing
I'm fascinated
on
by what's going on the screen and how much time they're spending outside their vehicles right now.
Vice President Pence.
Yeah, that crowd has gotten what it came for. They've been out there. It's not too awful, the weather in D.C. It's in the 40s, 50s. Yeah. They've had a little bit of rain, but not what was forecast, so they got a break in that sense. But sitting on concrete or wherever you happen to be for that long and you couldn't have an umbrella.
This is a short parade.
Yeah,
historically
but they had to be in place, though.
This was scheduled to be 90 minutes, right?
Like a bus ride. You couldn't get there 5 minutes before it started.
Like Times Square.
So they've been there, and they've gotten their weights worth. Because look at what they're getting to see there. That's awesome. And we saw the Trump family too. So
to our history buff on the couch, right? Their previous presidents have taken some of them 3-4 hours for these parades.
Yeah.
And he only scheduled 90 minutes for this.
Yeah.
In addition to the balls that he'll be attending, he's going to attend 3.
Yeah, that's true. It was so tightly choreographed, and it went off like clockwork.
Yeah.
Everything from minute to minute.
I like that they've toned down the pomp and circumstance. I have to say, I really thought it was overblown with Obama, and it was days and days, and I can't remember the number of balls, but I know it was way more than what President Trump is doing, and it goes along with his messaging of being like the president of the people, the populist message, that I don't care about these types of things. I'm a billionaire. I live in a giant penthouse in New York. It doesn't matter. It's dumb. And
my wife has on that really awesome blue Ralph Lauren dress, which I'm hungry for. It's so gorgeous.
The inaugural Ball Committee, Trump's inaugural Ball Committee raised a lot more money than Obama's did, but they have a lot less parties, and that means that because the money they raise minus the cost of all the balls is made up by the taxpayer. So we're actually saving a lot of money because there are less balls.
Right from the get-go, we're saving.
That's exactly right.
True? We're actually
that's a fact.
saving?
That's a fact. And that's what, because less balls, and he raised a lot more money. And so the taxpayer pays a lot less money, and that was part of the thinking behind why he did it this way.
So there'll be 2 official inaugural balls, and then the Armed Services Ball, which will be at the National Building Museum. He is expected to make remarks and take the dance floor at all 3.
Wow.
With his wife, right? To your television watching that.
I have a little something.
What are we
for you
doing?
Because I know you have the sniffles.
Oh my gosh, can you guys hear that?
No, I'm sitting next to you.
I'm trying not to talk in your direction because I
would. That's
hate
okay.
to
I
get you
have kids. I mean, those things, you and I were. You know, with our children, they're like petri dishes. Those kids. They walk around, they sneeze on you, and you feel like you've been slimed from like the remake of the Ghostbusters.
I don't know that I can put this in and talk at the same time. Are you trying to tell me something, Harris? You're trying to shut me up?
No, I'm trying to help. You know what?
I'm just teasing.
I'll take
I'm
it.
probably terrible. I do that, and I'm on the air sometimes if I have to, if the kids have sneezed on me in the wrong way.
Did you catch the politician's reaction sitting behind President Trump?
All right, what did you see?
I saw,
Rick
can I just
Perry
tell you
blowing
one thing?
a bubble with bubble gum.
No.
Will win everything. Yes, it's fantastic. It's all over the internet. Just get out your phones.
Wait, who was blowing the bubble
Rick
gum?
Perry blowing a bubble of bubble gum behind Donald Trump's head. Really, Rick
Okay,
Perry?
I saw a meme, but I
Really?
wasn't sure if it was
That's
from...
it. It's
Oh
all
my
over the
gosh.
internet. It's
One,
all over the
President
internet.
Obama gulped and did not look happy when Donald Trump, the President Trump, said this line: "The wealth of our middle class has been ripped from their homes and then redistributed all across the world."
Right.
Not happy at that. But then they cut to Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan, and Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan looked really happy when he was saying essentially that the government works for us. We do not work for the government. They look pretty jubilant at that line.
George W. Bush is looking pretty cool, too. There's some really funny memes of him on the internet getting his, like, rain gear over him and pulling it off. And I was like, I'm always going to love George W. Bush.
I love any day that you can see
And
that
I love the
much
First Lady Bush.
American power in one place. I mean, if you just look at it in total, I mean, you had Bob Dole there, who's in his 90s. You had men there who have been part of our, nomenclature in politics for a very long time. Some of them have run for president, like Senator Dole. Others have not. But Hillary Clinton today walking in, I saw the two of them as they were walking in hold hands for just a moment, and I thought, what do you say to your loved one that's gotten beat twice in the presidential, and you were a president twice?
Big sigh came out of her.
Right? What do you say at that moment?
God has a plan. I know something about losing and being forced to go to things afterward. In my family, make it very spiritual. At least that's how. I don't know if the Clintons did the same thing.
She was it seemed very downcast. To your point.
Sandra and I were talking. She looked sad.
She looked sad and barely cracked a smile, whereas Bill was beaming. I don't know, maybe he was looking forward to seeing Melania. I don't. But look,
oh my gosh.
Listen, he was beaming, he was smiling, and you say Hillary Clinton was there.
This is the second time.
Hillary Clinton
let me get this to the floor director. Matt, can you bring us the naughty chair, please?
Hillary Clinton,
where's Bob Beckel's swear jar?
She sort of had to go because Bill Clinton is a former president. I don't know if she would have went had it not been for the
fact. No, she had to go.
Yeah, she would have had to show up.
Can we talk about those people who didn't show up, though? My husband and I are watching today, and I'm like, I'm not going to call them out by name because that's what they want, right?
They want
That
attention.
helps them fundraise at some point. But how embarrassing is it on their behalf?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too,
Harris. How can you talk about being part of leading a country if you can't, suck it up and go to this?
Exactly. I was thinking, why not show up and show you are going to fight for what you believe in? If you disagree with President Trump, you're going to be there and stand toe-to-toe.
In fact, that's what Elizabeth Warren, and I have some respect for what she said. She said, I'm going to be there because I've got to back up and fight.
Yeah, right. And actually, some estimate is out there that 4 out of 10 of the Democrat congressmen who did not show up come from states that Trump won. So tactically, I don't know how that will work in the midterms if they're up for re-election.
It just baffles me. It baffles my mind to think that, you're absolutely not going to show up for the inauguration, but you have to be there next week.
Yeah, I had a friend call it metaphorical flag burning, and I think that's the best way I would use to describe that.
Wrong time, wrong place.
Speaking of which, not all of our leaders choose to honor our nation's long-running tradition today. Nearly 70 House Democrats refusing to show up for the inauguration in an act of protest against the new president. Syndicated columnist Charles Krafthammer says this boycott went beyond the pale. Watch in an op-ed. Oh.
Watch, sorry. Are we going? It's the internet. All right. In an op-ed, Democratic Senator Dick Durbin seemed to suggest his fellow Democrats may not be fulfilling their duty to the country. Durbin writing that despite his own opposition to President Trump, he would attend, and here is part of that op-ed. My presence is an acknowledgement that once again, America has achieved what so many nations have failed to do, peacefully transition to new leadership. It is critical to a democracy that those who lose the election acknowledge the choice of the American electorate. And sorry, on the internet, I guess our toss to Krauthammer didn't happen. But again, do you agree with metaphorical flag burning?
Without a doubt. Listen, these people are no better than Miley Cyrus crying on Instagram. They're just throwing a temper tantrum. And it all started, they got the cover to do it because the heroic Congressman John Lewis, who was a civil rights icon and all that stuff, has got the ball rolling. Now, but in his capacity as a congressman, I mean, he's fair game. You can criticize him. And it seems that he is a sort of a serial malcontent. He did the same thing back in 2001 when Bush was inaugurated at that time, and he likened your father to George Wallace.
Oh, and it deeply affected my father when it happened.
Has he ever forgiven him?
No, he has not forgiven him. He also made race-baiting comments about Mitt Romney. He also said that George W. Bush, he never apologized. He also said that George W. Bush was an illegitimate president as well. All Republicans are evil in George Wallace in his eyes.
So the problem lies with John Lewis. He's got a problem. I don't want to throw out accusations or speculate, but there's something within him that's problematic.
You know, if you're calling my family members George Wallace, you can throw out as many accusations as you want back, Bernard.
But it's totally wrong and disgraceful to do that to your family.
Absolutely.
It's inflammatory, hyperbolic rhetoric that just undercuts everything that he's
Some people are actually wondering, is John Lewis racist himself? That's what some people are wondering out there. You don't know what it's in a guy's heart and head, but you know what he has done, and maybe you can connect the dots.
I don't know. Can I just
know.
make this point? Representative Adam Schiff, a Democrat out of California, he said this is the wrong time, the wrong place. He said this in the LA Times. He said this is the wrong battleground. Do not boycott the inauguration. I equate it, you say flag burning, I equate it to the athletes who are taking a knee against the flag. I mean, it's, again, the wrong time, the wrong place.
I think it's bigger than that because, quite frankly, if they're not scoring touchdowns, who cares about them? I mean, these
I just find an offense to our traditions.
Yeah, I mean, these are elected leaders.
Yeah.
And maybe not all of them voted for Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders. Maybe some of those people in their constituent groups might have voted for those Democratic leaders, but might have voted for Donald Trump, or maybe they didn't go to the polls at all. I mean, how about respecting the fact that you were sent to Washington to do a job? So when the fight comes for Obamacare, if I'm President Obama, I'm ticked that they're not at the inauguration because they may not have as big a voice at the table when my legacy is on the line.
Also, it's not about you. It's about America. Like, stop making it so personal and about your self-interest. Go ahead.
You had a lot of these former Obama voters. They voted for, in these working class states, they voted for Trump, and that's the problem. It seems that the Democrats hate democracy when these white working class voters get all uppity and forget where they belong, and then they have a problem with democracy, and they're going to stay home and boycott.
I think what really offended middle class voters and the Democrat union worker, or they realized that, you know what, we're paying taxes, we're paying their salaries to enact these policies that are really devastating our pocketbooks, and then they're shaming us with this self-congratulatory moral authority, like they're so superior. We're paying their salaries to have them do that to us.
They're perpetuating hate. They're perpetuating divisiveness themselves by doing this. This is one day that should be sacred. I mean, it's what the forefathers intended. Maybe they should read the Constitution, or at the very least, go see Hamilton, all right? If that's what you need. You know, by the way, going to see Hamilton was what saved Obama going there, was what saved Hamilton from disappearing from the $10 bill. Otherwise, he was gone. A stupid play. That's how frivolous and shallow a society we've become.
All right, so there are going to be things that are going to go on Capitol Hill, and there are going to be votes that are going to be taken, and I just wonder the role that these other lawmakers who decided just to, you know, flick one of their fingers into the air to the inauguration. Right now, what you're looking at in the bottom, there's a lot going on right there. There's the parade on the left, and then in the bottom right-hand corner just beneath me is Capitol Hill, and that is the Senate floor. I mentioned moments ago that the Senate is now voting on the nomination of James Mattis one of the people who Meghan McCain really likes and says is close to her
Love.
heart. Matt Dognatis, the General up for Defense Secretary right now, and so the voting is underway. It didn't take long to get this procedure going. Of course, we saw the confirmation hearings last week, and we knew that they were going to try to get one of the two things done today, this being one of them. So we're watching for that, and as soon as that goes forth, we'll report it to you.
You know who else has been watching the confirmation process closely, as I look at Liz McDonald, is the stock market. There's been some uncertainty there that has weighed on stocks, and we've seen the U.S. stock market sort of take a breather. I was just wondering your thoughts on that, because actually I was just looking at sorry to get wonky, an intraday chart of our stock market, and it spiked at the end of the day as these festivities were underway and the Dow finished up 100 points on the day.
Yeah, the Dow's up about 9%, 10% since the election, 1.9 trillion added to people's 401ks and, brokerage accounts. It's a heck of a run. The question is, the optimism is now in there. Is the downside the fact that he may not get his full agenda through in there yet? And that's why I think there's some pulling back. Some analysts say that, that's what's going on. There's some taking cash out of it right now.
Amazing to have watched the market respond to the confirmation process, though. Yeah. It's actually been a market
That's
mover.
A good point. And, there's always that talk, I don't want to get wonky on you, but the talk about the strong dollar would hurt Trump with his manufacturing, getting manufacturing jobs, because that would be a tough interplay right there. But what strikes me, too, is, investors like George Soros, who lost, $1 billion in the week after the election because he went bearish on the market. I guess he was reading too much of Paul Krugman at the New York Times, who thought the whole economic system in the United States is going to collapse. So, it's interesting who's winning and who's losing and who's making money and who's not and how. And the question for people out there is, when do you get in? I think it could dip a little bit, and then you do want to get in, because I think we're in an aging bull market. I think we've got more.
Well, he's going to be closely judged, and because he's promised 4% growth for this country in his first year in office.
He's promised a lot today.
Yeah.
That means you got to get a lot of government spending, because government spending does add to the GDP numbers.
Well, which he promised to do. You got the fair trade deals, the pro-America energy policy, the infrastructure building. It may increase the debt and the deficit, et cetera, but it's going to be good for the nation and the economy in the short term, no doubt about it.
Can I ask a question? And I hope this isn't naive, because I don't know as much about business as you do, Emac, and you do, Sandra. How much of this is knowing that there are people that actually come from Wall Street and understand how Wall Street works, like people like Steve Mnuchin that are being put in his cabinet? Because obviously I feel good about General Mattis because I know so much about him and my brother served under him. So that's why I feel confident about this choice. Does that relate at all to the stock market?
I think Donald Trump, from day one, when he came down that escalator, he painted a picture of a President Trump that would be business friendly. And small business, large business has been so hungry for that. Yeah, and it was like he just gave them everything that they were wanting to hear for the past 8 years.
You're absolutely right. And, you've reported on this, Sandra. You guys have talked about it. We've never seen this ever in the history of the United States, that small business creation went upside down. It went negative net creation. And they make, 75%, 2/3 of the jobs in this country? Yep. This was such a hard administration to live under if you're a small businessman. So I was just thinking, Tom Coburn, the senator, said there's $400 billion in government waste and redundancies that Donald Trump could get rid of. So you have businessmen going in there in the cabinet trying to make government work again. Is that why there was such a ferocious backlash against Donald Trump from the D.C. establishment and the career politicians?
So I mentioned Obamacare before with regard to all of the 68 or so of these lawmakers, these Democrats who didn't show up to the inauguration. They are going to have to come up with some ideas as Republicans push forth with this. One of President Trump's biggest promises, of course, is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And come Monday, it will likely be in front and center for the president and his party. This is a new Fox News poll, shows Americans divided over the health care law. 50% view it favorably versus 46% who view it unfavorably. But when asked what should be done about it, a majority, 57%, say they want Obamacare either fully or partially repealed. How do you read those numbers?
I read it that the working class, the middle class, and even millennials, the premiums are so exorbitant that a lot of middle class families, more than what their mortgage costs, monthly mortgage payments, they're foregoing having insurance, so just paying the mandate and crossing their fingers and hoping that nobody gets sick. And so you have to repeal it. Those people are hurting. It's true that the disadvantaged and the unfortunate have gotten health care because of Obamacare, but the responsible working class and middle class people are getting screwed. It's a big redistribution of wealth is what it was. So I think the responsible people should be taken care of first. If you can repeal it and replace it at the same time, great. But if you have to repeal it immediately to help needs to be on the way to these middle class people who are suffering, people who I know who are in this predicament that I just outlined.
I think the argument can be made, actually, no disrespect to any of the people, that millennials got hit the hardest on this.
Sure.
Taking all the penalties because the premiums spiked so much. I can't even tell you how many conversations I had with so many people I know of all walks of life in my age range that were like, I chose to take the penalty. It was just a lot easier. I didn't want to keep paying $1,000, $1,500,
So what did they do
100%.
for health care in the meantime? They paid that penalty?
You know what? Some of my friends completely opted out, gambling that they're so healthy.
Wow.
Because it's $1,000, $1,500 in Arizona. It raised 150% premiums with one healthcare provider in all counties that you have the option for in Arizona, except one. You know, because you have a home in Arizona as well. I mean, it was never reported on. I mean, in the way that I thought it should. Just how hard healthy millennials got screwed. Sorry to take your word, Bernard. From Obamacare.
For Democrats, it would have been frustrating to report on that, though, because then that would have forced them in this particular presidential cycle to look at the class that they were not focused on, and that was the middle and lower
They
classes.
have ignored the facts, the economic facts, for so long. And by the way, if everything was so great, why didn't Hillary win? So, getting back to Obamacare, what's going to happen, there's also this distortion going on. That Donald Trump's going to take away everybody's health insurance, health care, and we're all going to die. So that's the storyline narrative, right, that's going on out there. And Judge Napolitano has said wrong. There would be a constitutional fight. In other words, Obamacare, you gave some people out there insurance. You can't take that away. That's under the takings clause, according to the judge. So they can't take it away.
That they're
so you're not
going
to lose your coverage. I don't think he can't take away coverage.
Right.
Well, I don't understand. But it's a zero-sum thing when you think about it. I mean, if you're going to, unless we don't have the money just to have a single-payer health care. That would be the ideal. Of course, it would be a bloated bureaucracy and all of that nonsense. But
that's a very Democrat view.
Barring that,
Tanks,
but
Vermont,
if we had the
Bernie
money,
Sanders state single-payer.
that would be great if we could do it, but we just don't have the money for it.
Right.
And so what they did, again, is they gave, for example, they rewarded irresponsible behavior. If you all your life, you were irresponsible in your career and jobs, and you're smoking and you're drinking and this and that, all of a sudden you're 45, you have diabetes, respiratory problems, and you need health care, and you're like, now what do I do? Well, you should have thought of that 20 years ago. Now you have the responsible family that did the right thing. It's got 3 kids and can't afford the premiums, and the deductibles are so high.
But it was flawed since its inception because it was based off the idea that millennials, if enough young people came in and paid for the older people, then it would be sort of this cycle. And the problem is that not enough young people paid into it. So,
I still
and
can't
it's
get
like,
over the hysteria and the overreaction in the media about this and the people who are Democrats. There is so much hysteria and overreaction. I see it from people I know that he's going to kill people by taking away their health insurance. What? That's not going to happen.
I want to draw our
Take a chill
attention
pill.
back to the screen here because this is really beautiful. We knew that this would be a decidedly short parade. This is our nation's capital right now. Think about all the things that have happened since we got up this morning and all the things that we've seen. I mean, just the visuals of the first ladies together, the presidents together, the vice presidents together.
Yes.
It's been a day. I mean, I saw some people on social media saying, I've never watched this much of it, but everybody's so into this that I'm watching from work or wherever. And of course, now that we're online with Outnumbered, we're able to bring this to you online so you can small screen us and listen to us if your boss walks by and you're not supposed to be doing it. But, just look at what this day has entailed. It's been a really...
I love that. Big picture.
I get exhausted even thinking about everything that they've done. And then they've got a long night ahead of them. And then they wake up and start all over with festivities in the morning.
Yes, they do.
I keep thinking about all the people who are just tuning in now, and then I think of you, Harris, watching C-SPAN all day.
Oh, yeah.
That you already like everything.
You just put that out there.
I'm sorry. She watches C-SPAN.
I know. My husband walked through the kitchen this morning, and he's like, really?
All day.
The other channels have, like, music and
in your
stuff.
office.
And I'm like, no, I'm happy.
Are you a geek?
But
Are you geeky?
All day long. Twice
You're
on
right, though.
Tuesdays.
You're 100%, 1,000% right. The pageantry, the majesty, the transition of power that we witnessed today, which was incredible. We had our first African-American president conclude his 2 years, his 2 terms as president. I mean, that's an historic occasion. And this outsider, smash mouth, politically incorrect businessman come in and take over. It is really a huge
reality
day.
TV icon.
I mean,
still going to tweet.
It's unbelievable when you think about it, and you look at these pictures with the mall lined up, and these people, you know, the parade down Capitol Hill with the swearing-in ceremony, all these luminaries of politicians together. It is quite the. I got goosebumps many times.
Have we gotten any numbers on crowds yet? I was just trying to look.
You know, I know it was talked about today that it was a little bit smaller than what Barack Obama had when he became president the second time.
Which was 1 point.
I mean, the first time, 2009, I mean, on that inauguration day, I mean, that was just a historic number of people. Yeah, I mean, but then later in 2013, that's what this is kind of being compared to. Go
ahead. If you're anticipating these kind of protests, which we all knew were coming and will continue tomorrow, I can see why you maybe would opt out of going. I mean, I had the opportunity to go this weekend.
Especially if you got your kids with you.
Yes, and I was thinking about, my place is near Reagan Airport, and I was like, just the logistics of getting in and out are going to be such a nightmare with all these protesters. That probably impacted some of it.
I was in D.C. yesterday, and they closed Memorial Bridge, so many people weren't even able to get into the city, and I was in Georgetown for an event, and they couldn't get anywhere near where they needed to be because they were starting to kind of close things down just preemptively. But I mean, the protests have been decidedly away from all of this. I say decidedly because they couldn't get anywhere near it. I mean, everything was fenced off yesterday.
What do you expect from Liz McDonald from that women's march that will be happening tomorrow?
I think there'll be a march. Newsflash. And
I mean, you look at social media and you cannot miss it. I mean,
you can't miss it. It's true.
It's trending everywhere.
I believe, of course, in the First Amendment right to free speech. Sure, march. I'm all for it. I just find it curious who they chose as the pioneering leaders of the 27 women, and that Hillary Clinton's, I can't get over that. Hillary Clinton's not on that list. In other words, this march has a platform. They've selected 27 women they look up to. Elizabeth Warren, Hillary Clinton, not on that list.
Yeah. And a communist, Angela Davis, who I believe was.
Oh, there's the whole family there.
Look at that.
There's Ivanka and her husband, and Tiffany.
The day wraps up as the haze of the day is over them. That's a beautiful sight with members of our military. You've got Secret Service. You've got everybody down there. Of course, they have a military ball tonight, and the preparations for that, as I'm understanding, have just been spectacular. But how beautiful. And the weather has lent itself to us being able to see much more of them. I don't know, Sandra, how much they plan to be outside the vehicles, but everybody got something worth their weight today.
They certainly look comfortable doing it. So
a little footnote, England, they're broadcasting this live. The BBC is all over this, broadcasting it live.
There.
France is reporting it live on TV, so is Germany. Russia's not. Russia tends not to do.
Barron's gotten a lot taller, right? He looks like a little man. Yeah, he is.
Looks like his daddy.
And he'll grow up in the White House. I mean, he's gonna finish out his schooling here in New York City this year.
And Jared Kushner, who's going to be right to the president's right hand there, as we understand.
He's going to bring peace to the Middle East.
And Ivanka Trump, who stepped away from her company that has her name on it.
Oh,
look at the kids. We still haven't seen what she's going to do.
They have 5 children. I didn't realize that.
5 children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of children.
Megan.
No, do you know what the thing when I was watching Donald Trump sign today with Chuck Schumer and everyone, I was like, it'll be nice actually to see little children in the White House. It's been a long time, you know, his grandchildren around. I mean, it just endears any person, but they were very cute around him earlier.
The Obama girls were 7 and 10. They were the ages of my daughters now, so they were in 2nd and 4th grade. And yeah, look at them.
They're grown women now.
In college, and I know.
Beautiful young women.
They're beautiful.
Wonderful ladies. Fun fact on that women's march, they initially called it the Million Women's March.
But not 1 million people are going.
No, but they had to change it because they were accused of cultural appropriation. They were stealing Louis Farrakhan's name for his march. So they were accused essentially, I guess, of
what did they call it?
Cultural appropriation.
I never heard of that.
Well, it's like if I put on a sombrero, it's all over college campuses. If I put on a sombrero, I'm ripping off of Mexican culture, and I'm a thief, and I'm a racist. I'm culturally appropriating their stuff.
Being Mexican is not being racist.
I am not making the case for that. I'm telling you, that's the accusation that they make.
So, as you see, Vice President Mike Pence making his way with his lovely wife. We were just discussing Ivanka Trump and what role she will play in this White House as President Trump and his family do take over the White House. There is speculation over the role that Ivanka will play. Some predicting she could effectively serve as First Lady, since Melania Trump doesn't appear to embrace the spotlight and will stay in New York City the next several months while son Barron finishes the school year, as I just mentioned. But Ivanka is shooting down those rumors, saying she will not play that role. So there's the family office that they distinguished in the White House that apparently is going to be Ivanka's. So she's kind of shooting down these rumors, but it doesn't sound so far-fetched. She's been an integral part of everything that he has done leading up to this point.
I don't see what the problem will be, her attending ceremonies down in Washington or making statements about certain issues, as did Michelle
greeting
Obama.
dignitaries when they come to visit the White
She
House.
has done some of already. So I moderated the women's inaugural breakfast yesterday, and Kellyanne Conway was our featured guest, and I asked her about this, and she said that while it has not been determined what Ivanka will do, don't count Melania out. She does have a heart for children's causes and some things that she will be dedicated to, and you see her in the center of your screen as they make their way through from the parade now, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just looking at the
president. They're talking to us, yes. They're going to the viewing stand to watch. So now the whole family, we saw everybody go through first, and now we see the president and first lady
I tell you,
come
people
through
are
last.
deeply unkind to Melania Trump in a way that only happens to conservative women and spouses of Republicans. And if this doesn't stop in the media, there's going to be a huge fight between conservatives and the rest of the media. I cannot believe the things people say about this woman who, to my knowledge, I mean, I don't know if she could be less controversial.
Well, they
other
also
than
don't know much about her yet.
Yeah, other than her obvious speech at the convention, but she's clearly trying. She's supporting her husband. She's showing up. She's doing all the right things. I don't understand the vitriol and why it's socially acceptable to do this specifically to Republican spouses.
Well, White House counselor Conway said, don't count her out. I mean, she has some things that she definitely wants to do, and she will be coming to do that after Barron finishes his year in school in June. But the other part of this, too, is, and this is complicated, because you saw this as she spoke last night at one of the events. It's everybody just kind of giving her space to be who she is. And the media want to own that space right now. Everybody wants to own that space. They want to jump into that void. It may take a little bit of time. You know, everybody is different. She is with her husband, but she has her own. If you've ever watched her speak, listened to her, read what she's written in terms of being asked about this question, she's not a yes girl. That's what she says about herself. So she has her own ideas about things, and they're going to have to be patient to let her find that space. But she is going to occupy it.
The media was patient with Michelle. I mean, she started off on the wrong foot, saying the first time she was proud was only when her husband, you know, was elected. And I just don't. It is, and I know this very well. And I've had conversations with many different Republican spouses. It is specific to conservative wives that this vitriol is socially accepted and accepted in the media. And again, Michelle Obama took time. I saw a pundit earlier talking about how it took time for her to grow in her role, and I don't understand why we can't be patient with Melania as well.
Can we watch and listen to just a little bit of this? Can we bring the sound up a little? I'm asking our team in the booth here. Yeah, let's just let this breathe for a second. All right, so the president and first lady and family members have now been seated inside the viewing stand, the area where they now can watch the complete parade go by. They have been so much a part of that parade this afternoon. So now it'll be a different perspective. We're not in it. We're going to watch it. And this is a beautiful vantage point for them to see this. And you see the president there waving to those who can look up into that booth. The booth is all lit, but the sun is set here on the East Coast.
Look at Barron.
So
That's
they,
nice.
you know, they're looking down. They can kind of see what's spotlit down there, but it's harder to see all the people down there. But they know that they're there because they've just come off the parade route.
There's been so many sweet moments with Barron, Donald Trump's youngest son, as you see there. One of them early on, the cameras caught him playing peekaboo with one of his cousins.
Yeah.
He must be tired. He's a little kid.
Yeah.
These are a lot of
Big
events,
day.
but it is a huge day. And that's Kai, Donald Trump Jr.'s oldest, sitting right behind the new president.
I like that there are so many kids around. I just like it. I like big families. I like there's so many grandkids around.
You know, I remember at one of the debates, maybe it was the last one, and they were asked to each say something nice about the other. And the one thing that Hillary Clinton said was something that actually made her look warm and fuzzy and resonated with a lot of people across the nation, because I saw the explosion on social media. Wow, she said something about his family. She really appreciated his family. And at times when things would get kind of dicey, during the campaign, Sandra, I remember us talking about the fact of, like, well, where's Ivanka? Cue the family. Cue the, because, I mean, there were times when he would need...
Well, when the Access Hollywood video came out, there were questions about Ivanka and the lack of... We didn't hear much.
We didn't. No.
Yeah, the family.
Finally, we heard from Melania.
It was tough to, come out and say anything about that. But, well, of course, he survived that whole thing. And I still can scarcely believe that he's sitting there in that reviewing stand right now at this point in time, even though I supported him all these months.
It's surreal for you?
I'm sure it probably is for him, too.
I'm sure it is. For a lot of people are just, amazed and marveling over the fact that he's actually sitting there, and he's now the president of the United States. It's incredible. Common sense has returned. It's morning in America.
You know, we started this with you saying, well, you and EMAC both talking about looking at the speech and all the negative things that people said about it. And, you know, that will be put away. That'll be past. We're going to look forward now. And I just wonder if we can maybe end on a positive note. Because I know people are going to tear everything apart today. But the positive note is that we had a peaceful transition. And even though the pomp and circumstance was dialed back a little bit, it was beautiful.
It was beautiful. It's a celebration of American democracy in action. And, you know, yes, there was some talk of what Donald Trump said, that they felt they disagreed with. It was too doom and gloomy. But he did say, make America great again, make America proud again. So it's that fulcrum of optimism, that sense of economic dynamism that people are really connecting to, those parts of the speech. And we'll see what the market does on Monday. But, you know, Judge Napolitano said he could do 200 executive actions. He could sign. That's what Judge Knapp has spoken with Donald Trump 3 times now.
When that happens, can I get a steady cam on Elizabeth Warren's face? Please, as he's signing executive orders.
Look like?
I need a steady
or
cam.
many of the resting faces of
I have to tell you,
for
the people who are the, you know, cautiously optimistic like me, you got to give it up to him that everything he said he's done, he did do. So at this point, there's no reason to believe everything he's saying he's going to do going forward he won't be able to accomplish. So it's a lot of cautious
optimism. Why wouldn't
optimism.
he? I mean, unlike the Clintons, he didn't take office. He's not indigent. Again, as I mentioned before, he's got nothing. He's got nothing really to gain.
I really like you,
really
Bernard.
Wants,
I like how you talk.
Did we miss that?
Yes, he did.
Oh, wow.
He saluted the Lincoln Memorial statue last night.
But I mean, in this venue too, that is a point that we always watch for when the military go by the new incoming president saluting, and he's doing it more than once. There was a moment today when outgoing President Barack Obama was saluting, and they were both leaving the White House to get into the car. The limo. It's still a car, the vehicle. But to see him do that as they go by, Lincoln Memorial, yes,
I love
this
these
is an
military
active
bands.
scene.
Yeah.
It's
love.
It's beautiful to watch.
God bless America,
Really
you guys.
God bless America.
Right? Look at that. And this is going into the night, which again, they said it was going to be short, but I mean, it's hard to go short with the presidential parade, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there's a huge night ahead. Many of us will be glued to Fox News Channel tonight to be watching the inaugural balls and what everybody's wearing, and if they dance, and how they dance, and what songs are played. And
well, Ralph Lauren's had a good day because he did two dresses today.
Oh, he did?
And if you don't have powder blue in your wardrobe, I bet you do after
he dressed him a lot.
Gotta get that in my color wheel.
Did we discuss? That's a Jackie O look she has. Did we discuss
I think
that?
that's a Melania look.
A Melania? Okay,
Melania
all
look.
right.
I think
Jackie was more
she's in
Oleg
her own-
Cassini.
She had the upswing
Jackie?
hair, the
Yeah, that's very
upswing
true,
do
actually.
or whatever.
It's very classic.
It's classic.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is classic.
I'm not a fashion, expert.
And you don't wear a lot of updos.
You're not a
I'm just
fashion
saying.
expert as you sit there with your untied tuxedo.
I know. Can you actually
And his
tie a bow
dancing
tie?
shoe boots.
Or does your wife do it?
No, I can't do it.
Wow, look at that. The president and the vice president just saluted the military as they came through.
Oh, this is a beautiful procession.
Let's say it again. God bless America.
God bless America. That
God
never
bless
gets old.
America, baby.
All right, so as we watch this, look at how they're coming in out of the shadows. So remember, we were watching Barron look down on this, and he was trying to wave. They're having to spotlight as they would anything that would be happening this late in the day. This will continue on.
City of New York Police Department.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. My favorite.
This will be going on. We're going to let you watch this, and it will continue to stream right here on FoxNews.com. This has been an incredible hour without commercials, people.
Yes.
I'm a little addicted to the web.
You did it.
Right?
You've been addicted to the web for a while.
Oh, I
And
know.
thank you for joining us because it was kind of an opportunity for us to kind of sit on a couch like everybody else is doing at home and watch
and watch with you. So that's been really
Thank you for
super.
joining us.
Bernard, I haven't seen you in a minute. Come back anytime.
Why,
It's been
thank
good
you, Harris.
to watch
Faulkner
this
and
with you.
ladies, thank you very much.
Yes,
It's an honor and a
Bernard.
pleasure. Thank you.
We're back on TV at noon Eastern on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. We're outnumbered.
1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1.
Mid-American Cowgirls Rodeo Drill Team from New Buffalo, Michigan are very proud to represent Southwest Michigan and Northwest Indiana. cowgirls riding today range in age from 10 to more than 50 years old. When they're not riding in parades, this group of ladies enjoys speeding around an arena to a choreographed routine and presenting the flags at rodeos and other events. Thank you, cowgirls, so much. Our next performance group hails from Naples, Florida. The Palmetto Ridge High School Band is the first Collier County marching band to perform in the presidential inaugural parade. They were able to raise over $135,000 with the help of the friends at Fox News by collecting donations throughout the community and their website. The Palmetto Ridge Marching Pride of Naples, Florida. section of the parade of the Boy Scouts of America National Capital Area Council carrying the state flags as they were admitted to the Union. Representing Kansas, West Virginia, Nevada, Nebraska, Colorado, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Washington State, Idaho, and Wyoming. Once again, the Boy Scouts of America National Capital Area Council and their great flag bearers participating today.
Leading off the Coast Guard is the staff element, followed by the United States Coast Guard Band. Also is the United States Coast Guard. U.S. Coast Guard Active Duty Company represents the 42,000 Coast Guard active duty members. Leading the United States Coast Guard Active Duty Company is Commander Joseph Muse. Also is the United States Coast Guard Reserve. The Reserve component is represented by members of Coast Guard headquarters. There are 3,860 military, civilian, and contractor men and women who do work at headquarters every day to support the execution of all 11 of Coast Guard's statutory missions. Following them is the United States Coast Guard Color Guard, coming from Alexander, Virginia, and carrying the National Ensign and Coast Guard standards are the United States Coast Guard Ceremonial Honor Guard.
Ladies and gentlemen, those beautiful horses are from the Cleveland Police Mounted Units from Cleveland, Ohio, one of the oldest continuous mounted units in America. Their first inaugural parade was in 1921 for President Harding's inauguration. And we welcome the North Carolina Vietnam Helicopter Pilots Association from Hillsborough, North Carolina, wearing flight suits from the Vietnam War era. By the way, this unit's costs have been paid by parade participants. This is the third presidential inaugural parade this unit has participated in. And all members were helicopter pilots of the Vietnam conflict with a combined excess of 20,000 combat flying hours. As these Vietnam helicopter pilots pass, let's hear it one more time for these true American heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, our next flag unit is the Palm Beach Police Honor Guard, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida, the home of some of the most prestigious people in the world, including our new president, Donald J. Trump. Sponsored by the Palm Beach Police Foundation, they are honored and privileged to be participating in this inaugural parade, the Palm Beach Police Honor Guard. Our next performance group hails from Russellville, Arkansas. The Russellville High School Band is proud to receive this invitation to represent their school, community, and state at today's parade. This is the Russellville Cyclone Band. Count them all. 180 members. unit is the Freedom Riders from Greeley, Colorado, consisting of all female riders between the ages of 16 and 60 years old. They've participated in 2 previous inaugurations for Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama. They were the featured opening act for the World Show finale of the American Point Horse Association in Fort Worth, Texas. Look at these beautiful equestrian units. Let's hear it for the Freedom Riders. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Short Gap, West Virginia, the Frankfort High School Falcon Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Boy Scouts of America National Capital Area Council, representing state flags and territories as those states and territories entered the Union. Representing Washington, D.C., American Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, along with Utah, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, and Hawaii.
And following the Boy Scouts of America's United States Merchant Marine Academy staff element, with the United States Merchant Marine Academy Band following closely behind. Following the Merchant Marine Academy Band is the Merchant Marine Academy Color Guard. The U.S. Merchant Marine Academy is privileged among the nation's 5 federal academies to be the only institution authorized to carry a battle standard as part of its color guard. Following the color guard is the United States Merchant Marine Academy.
This is the 1st Troop, Philadelphia City Cavalry, from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They've served in every major American conflict, from the Revolution through the global war on terror. Each ring on the unit's guide on marks of battle in which this historic unit has fought. The unit's mannered cavalry scouts assigned to the U.S. Army's 1st Squadron, 104th Cavalry Regiment in the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, and this is the oldest company-sized military unit in continuous service to the Republic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, bringing our 58th Presidential Inaugural Parade to a close, 1,500 Corps Cadets of the Virginia Military Institute from Lexington, Virginia, its 15th appearance in the parade. Let's hear it for these wonderful folks from VMI. Founded in 1839, graduates of VMI have served in every war since the Mexican-American War. This regimental band marches in national parades, including 2 appearances in the Tournament of Roses Parade. Once again, 1,500 Corps of Cadets from VMI. Ladies and gentlemen, with the passing of this final unit, this concludes the 58th Presidential Inaugural Parade honoring the inauguration of the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President Michael R. Pence. Let's hear it for our new President and Vice President and the first family enjoying today's parade in the Presidential Reviewing Stand. Thank you, sir. This was a true honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed today's festivities. We're honored you joined us in our nation's capital for a celebration of not just a president and vice president, but of the entire American people. As you return to your own community, big or small, we hope you carry the spirit of this day home with you and make an ongoing commitment to serve your community and your country.
And on behalf of the Department of Defense, thank you.
Please be careful as you return to your homes and hotels. Today's crowd may make traveling slow going, so please have patience. Avoid having to wait for the metro. Consider walking to your destination or stopping by.
KT, take care. God bless. Go get 'em. Laura, you know KT?